Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the Oulton Park circuit, a sunny Oulton Park circuit in Cheshire, for this BRSCC live-streamed event. It's the Northwest season opener. It incorporates the second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship and also sprint racing action courtesy of the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. A busy day of racing to come. It's Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Delighted to say that I'm joined for the bulk of the day by Paul Jeffrey, making his BRSCC return. Paul, welcome to Oulton Park.
Thank you very much, Andy. Hello, everybody watching online, and what a wonderful day it is to come back to Oulton Park. The sun is shining, the cars look resplendent in Park Fairmain in the garages, and I think we've got a big day of racing ahead of us.
Very much looking forward to it. I have to say, the opening round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago was as thrilling as you would expect, and we anticipate nothing different here at Oulton Park for this second round of the championship. The cars for our first race will be heading out onto the circuit before too much longer. That will be for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship. 3 sprint races before lunch, and then immediately after lunch, 12:45, is when our Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing will get underway, and we very much hope that this fair weather continues until then. Before, though, we get racing underway here at Oulton Park, there is a very important matter of business to attend to. We're about to conduct a minute's silence here at Oulton Park. Marshals, as I'm sure you can see, are lining the circuit. This is, well, as a result of the tragic events that took place here at Oulton Park. No doubt most of you will have read about this. Maybe some of you unfortunately witnessed it a week ago at the British Superbike event, where we tragically lost young riders Owen Jenner and Shane Richardson here at Oulton Park. Also, just to add to the tragedy from last weekend, Lauren O'Brien, a autograss racer, very young autograss racer from Ireland, was lost tragically to the sport as well. It's been decided that this weekend, to show not only our support to the families of those young talents who were so tragically lost, but also to the marshals and medical crews who so professionally dealt with the incidents over the last weekend, that we will conduct a 1-minute silence before racing gets underway here at Oulton Park. So please, everyone join us in a 1-minute silence to show our respects. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in that minute's silence. It's going to be a weekend of reflection, I think, and a day of reflection here at Oulton Park. And unfortunately, we were reminded very starkly a week ago of the dangers that this sport that we all love do entail. But as they say, the show must go on, and we reconvene now very much with those young competitors in our thoughts as we prepare to go racing here at Oulton Park. So, cars will be released onto the circuit in a few moments. We've got, as I said, those 3 races coming up before lunch. We will be joined later on in the day, by the way. I haven't actually seen him yet this morning, but Jamie Peters-Ennis, I am sure, is here on site, ready to talk all things Fun Cup with me a little bit later on. That very much the main event of the day, Paul, and I know you were were able to cover a Fun Cup event at Brands Hatch last year. That, I believe, was your first taste of a championship that I have grown to love over the years. What did you make of your first Fun Cup experience?
Trying to explain what the Fun Cup is to anybody who doesn't know is a very deep challenge indeed. For me, Andy, it's a brilliant experience. You know me, you know I like my motor racing, and the Fun Cup's it's a great organisation. It's a really well put together championship. The cars are proper bona fide race cars, and the driving standards have just been fantastic. Oulton Park, a very different circuit, of course, very different experience for our drivers. But one thing we can guarantee with Fun Cup, and I'm sure you'll agree, it's always incredible racing.
Especially around Oulton Park, if history tells us anything. Well, we will be getting into our Fun Cup racing later on. As I said, 12:45 for the second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Sprint racing on the way, though. The Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship coming your way after this short break.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Red Gate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
question of the day, the BMW Super Cup Championship, which will be kicking off with their first of 2 races today. This will be a 15-minute race. They'll have a second one later on this afternoon. It's the second event of the season for the BMWs. They had 3 races at Snetterton earlier on in the year, well, we have a new group of winners and podium finishers, I wonder, across the 2 races here today. 2 classes of car these days in the BMW Super Cup. This was known for many a year as the BMW Compact Cup. The Compacts are still here, don't worry. The BMW Compacts that have produced some excellent racing over the years, they're still very much a part of this championship, but now introduced as a proper standalone class within the series is the 1 Series Super Cup car, which we've had the odd car out in the past in things like Evolution Trophy, and I think we've even had them appearing in Club Sport races in the past, but now here they are on an all BMW grid, and lovely to see, Paul, plenty of these next generation BMW racing cars out on circuit. They're proper bits of kit, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. They're little mini touring cars, which anybody who knows me knows I like my touring cars. And
really?
I've had a bit of luck that I've managed to walk around the paddock a little this morning, being ridiculously early today. And these are great looking cars. These are really well put together vehicles. Spoke to a few of the drivers. They're very exciting to drive behind the wheel. They very much enjoy a platform that allows the drivers to go motor racing despite varying degrees of experience behind the wheel. These are tailor-made, Andy, for great racing. As you say, the Compacts, they've been a mainstay for years and are absolutely fabulous cars. I think we're very much set fair for what should be a great way to open the day's racing here at Oulton Park.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. It's a big grid of cars, 25 of them set to take the start. I said that they'd had those couple of races already at 3 races at Snetterton. In the 1 Series element, it was a triple victory for Danny Wilkinson, so he very much was the form man down in Norfolk. In the Compact Cup, the win shared between Joe Doble, who won the first and third race, and Conor Grady, who won in race number 2, the middle of the 3 races down at Snetterton. It is Billy Hart, though, who set the fastest time in qualifying earlier on this morning. Billy Hart, the number 29 machine, will start from pole position. Thorburn Aston starts alongside. Row 2 for Simon Waterfall and Aidan Hassan, former Civic Cup racer, with Danny Wilkinson, the points leader in the 1 Series, only 5th on the grid this time, alongside Joe Doble. Then Max Noble comes next. We're going into some of the Compact Cup runners now, with Adam Wright for company on row 4. Row 5, Gareth Claydon and Mike Doble, father of Mikey, who's busy racing in the British Touring Car Championship this weekend. Conor Grady is next. He's one to watch, definitely from 11th, alongside Ethan Woods. Then it's Peter Smith and Matt Kendall together on row number 7. Row 8, Paul Marcel and Keith Towers, veteran of Compact Cup racing, Keith Towers, in 16th on the grid. Then Daniel Mountford and Rod Langham have Richard Sutherland and Javier Ross behind them to complete the top 20. Alex Corkwell and Aaron Tipler are on row 11, and the 12th row is Tim Seaford with Christopher Stretton alongside. And right at the back of the grid, 25th and last, Martin Corkwell will be looking to try and make some ground up from there. So, we've got 5 of the 1 Series at the front of the grid. They make out the top 5 positions. Interestingly then, Paul, that Danny Wilkinson, who was the pace setter in the 1 Series at Snetterton, slowest in qualifying of the 1 Series, and by a couple of seconds as well. May have had some issues. If he did, he'll be hoping that they're well behind him now as we prepare for the race.
Yep, and of course Oulton Park, very different prospect, very different racetrack, fabulous driver's circuit, Andy, but one of those where overtaking's a little bit more difficult. You have to get the elbows out. You're going to need to be quite aggressive. It's only a 15-minute race, so if you're slow off the blocks or take a while to bed in, it's over before you know it, which encourages great racing. It's good for us up here, but again, it's going to be quite challenging for these drivers. First race of the day as well, some cobwebs to brush off. Drama, I think, ensues.
Oh, I think that's almost guaranteed where BMW, certainly where Compact Cups are concerned. Anyway, the 1 Series, well, we'll see what sort of action they have set for us. The grid is set, the red lights are on. Our first race of the day bursts into life. It's a great start from Simon Waterfall from the middle of row 2. Tries to find a gap between the front row sitters. There's contact door to door as they head towards Old Hall Corner, and that will allow Millie Hart, I think, to retain the race lead. Up the inside comes Danny Wilkinson for 3rd. It's all change already. They're 3 abreast for the lead of the Compact Cup through Old Hall Corner, and predictably 1 or 2 of them end about on the grass. They've all kept it pointing the right way though, and they arrive mercifully in one piece down at Cascades for the first time. Hart the leader, an aggressive start that from Simon Waterfall, but Paul, it's not worked. He may well be 5th as they head down the Lakeside Straight for the first time.
Yep, super unlucky for Waterfall. Great off the line, and he got a brilliant launch, but then just ran out of real estate. That's going to be the story of Oulton Park, I'm absolutely sure. Luckily for Simon though, That car looks relatively undamaged. He's still in the game. Not much racing to do, but for Millie Hart at the front of the pack, that was absolutely perfect for her to give her a bit of breathing space early doors.
Yeah, managed to survive that little skirmish, had the inside line at Old Hall. I think that really helped. And as they make their way up through the top part of the circuit now, it is Hart with the advantage, but a narrow advantage it is, as they round the first of the two tricky chicanes here at Oulton Park. The Britain's chicane, that is, and then they climb up an overhill top. Looks like Joe Doble is still the leader in the Compact Cup, by the way, so I don't think he's lost that first position in which he qualified. They drop down towards the Hislop chicane. You can just see the white and blue car in the background, 6th overall, but leading in the Compact Cup division. Through Hislops into the tricky right-hander at Knickerbrook, nose to tail for the race lead. There was another sort-out going on between, I think, Danny Wilkinson and Simon Waterfall. Behind, and that's Waterfall on the grass. Simon's had a lively first lap, hasn't he?
Definitely bringing alive the early comments that I heard that these cars are quite a lively vehicle underneath her, and Simon needs to rein that one in a little bit. These tenths here and there, they're going to start costing over the course of the race, heating the tyres up, of course, and putting a little bit of wear through them in these relatively hot morning temperatures here in Cheshire. But look at this one, the battle at the front. Millie Hart holding on, absorbing all of that pressure in very impressive style these early stages.
And it is her fellow front row starter, Thorburn Aston, who's going with her. So it's nose to tail between those two for the lead. Then a bit of a gap back, in fairness, to third position. That is Danny Wilkinson. So Wilkinson, the championship leader, remember, in the 1 Series, up to third place at the end of lap 1. Then you've got the green and black machine. That's Aidan Hassan and Simon Waterfall behind. It's actually Gareth Clayton, correction. So Gareth Clayton who leads the Compact Cup. What's happened to Joe Doble then? Because Joe Doble has plummeted down the order. He's not even in the top half dozen or so. We'll get to that in a moment. We're going to have a change for third here within the 1 Series. I think we might do. Wilkinson is wide, and Aidan Hassan needed no second opportunity. They almost tangled on the exit of the corner, and they're door handle to door handle as they head towards Island Bend.
Absolutely fabulous stuff then in this battle. Will they give each other racing room? That's the big question. Respect is high amongst the competitors in this championship, and absolutely that respect is shown on track there. That's a clear pass. Not over yet though, I don't think. And again, Oulton Park, you can counter-attack if you're on your tippy toes, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Through come the leaders in the Compact Cup then, out of the shell hairpin. We've had one of the compacts in the pit lane with damage, by the way. 22 Aaron Tippler's orange machine is parked at the end of pit lane with a front wing hanging very loose. So Tippler in trouble. Simon Waterfall is sideways again. Shouldn't really be surprised at this point, should we? And here is a challenge for the race lead. No, not quite. That was Thorburn Aston with a late jink to the inside into his lobs, but Millie Hart had that one covered. Millie is not going to have a moment to relax in this race, though. Thorburn Aston is on the attack and wants to find a way through. What happened behind Waterfall? He's off the road again down at Knickerbrook. You have to wonder, Paul, whether that car maybe sustained some damage at the start. We didn't quite catch it on the stream, but as they left our camera shot, he squeezed in the middle of the two front row starters. They both made contact with him. Wonder if that's maybe knocked something out in the tracking, because that car does not look happy.
Yes, a BMW sandwich does not a delicious meal make, unfortunately, for Simon Waterfall. Hopefully the car is in reasonable order and he can keep it on the racetrack for the next 10 minutes and 57 seconds. While we're watching that battle at the front of the field, the Millie Hart fight, down to 0.3 of a second between our two race leaders, and Millie starting to adopt a bit of a defensive posture when it comes to holding off Thorburn Aston behind. And again, when you do that one, that slows you down, that brings the rest of the pack together.
Does indeed. Meanwhile, in Compact Cup land, I just spotted at the top of shot there, that lead gap has come right down between Gareth Clayton and Conor Grady. I think I started making this point that it's Clayton from Grady from Joe Doble, the top three. So Doble was in the top half dozen. I was talking nonsense when I said he dropped right down the order, but he has fallen from first to third. Adam Wright is fourth and Max Noble fifth of the Compact Cup drivers, with Mike Doble sixth, leading in the Masters category. And Mike Doble, extremely experienced one-make racer, came up through the Seat Cupra racing ranks back in the day, and still a very, very handy peddler. The younger members of the Doble family now may be stealing more of the headlines, but Mike is still a very rapid racer and runs at the front of the Masters category for the time being. Here comes that Compact Cup lead group, and we've had a change for the lead. Conor Grady then, I mentioned, Paul, that he hadn't had a great qualifying effort. He was only about 6th or 7th on the grid in class, but he leads 2.5 laps into the race.
Yeah, that's very, very impressive indeed from Conor Grady. And again, race pace, qualifying pace, two very different things when it comes to motorsport. And Conor clearly more comfortable in racing conditions than he found himself in qualifying. That's going to stand him in good stead. The Compact Cup, a lot of these drivers, a lot of experience in this car, a lot of racing mileage under the belt. Any kind of advantage you can find on track is going to be useful. And look at this one, just behind, a battle starting to break out. So a bit of, again, opportunity to build a bit of breathing space in these early stages.
Yes, Connor will be very happy to see that Gareth Claydon and Joe Doble are busy scrapping over second place, won't he? Connor Grady, who came through the Ginetta Series GT5 Challenge, where he was a front runner, and made the move into the Compact Cup, I think because his good friend Mikey Doble, who had also raced, and in fact was the champion in the GT5 Challenge, raced against Connor Grady in that series. Mikey had come out of Compact Cup racing before that, and famously won both the BMW Compact Cup and Ginetta GT5 Challenge in the same year a few years ago. He told Connor Grady how much fun it is, and we haven't got rid of him since. Connor Grady loving his time in the Compact Cup. He carries the number 1 for a reason, and he is back to what I would say is his rightful position at the front of the field. So Grady, Claydon and Wright, your top 3 in Compact Cup. They stream across the line. It's still Millie Hart leading by a narrow margin over Thorburn Aston at the head of the field. 0.3 of a second between the two of them as we tick towards half-race distance.
Interesting point, though, that battle between Millie Hart and Thorburn Aston. I was suggesting that if they fight, they'll start falling back. In fact, that gap's 5.7 seconds to Aidan Hassan in third place. So that's working very well. The main focus, though, is the Compact Cup drivers and the battles that are commencing. And we've got to that stage, Andy. It's only a short 15-minute race, but it still comes in chunks. The middle section of the race, where things calm down a little bit and everybody works out what the best plan is for the final stages before screwing it up and throwing it away.
Well, yes, that has been known to happen, I have to say, but yeah, this middle part of the race, it's maybe calming down, but the gaps aren't exactly increasing, are they, between any of our significant battles? That was
peeking outside of the box very soon indeed, if you want to make a way past.
We've sort of seen that, haven't we, with that late jink to the inside at Hislop's a couple of laps ago. It's not really a traditional overtaking opportunity around here, but Thorburn having to get inventive in order to, he hopes, find a gap, but none have presented themselves just yet. This is the battle for third in the 1 series, Aidan Hassan and Simon Waterfall, as there, that lead gap suddenly shot out. I wonder whether maybe Thorburn missed a gear coming out of Knickerbrook half a lap ago, because he was right on the tail of the race leader going into the chicane. Coming out, the gap had more than doubles, so it's actually the biggest margin, I think, now that Millie's had all race long. They head through the very quick left-hander at Island Bend towards the steeply banked hairpin at Shell. Millie Hart then running a little bit wide, just picking up a bit of understeer. That's impressive through such a steeply banked corner. So she's really pushing on, but that will now allow Thorburn Aston just to close back in. We're heading towards the part of the circuit, Paul, where he has attempted to get by on the previous 2 laps.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was about to suggest that we should watch the lap times of Thorburn Aston to see how quickly he can close to Millie Hart. We don't need to do that one because he's done it already before we've even broken the timing beam as Thorburn. There we go. Look, that's the jink to the inside, just showing his nose, hoping that he's going to get into the head of Hart ahead, make her look in the mirrors rather than through the windshield. But Aston, he's quick, Andy, but the problem for Aston is he's quick in the places where he can't benefit from that one in terms of trying to launch an attack.
Well, it was this part of the circuit a lap ago where he lost all of his momentum. He's not done so on this occasion, though. He's latched onto the rear bumper of the race leader. Now, Druids isn't an overtaking opportunity, not really, but a good exit from Druids can yield a really good chance into Lodge Corner. That is by far the best place to launch an attack here at Oulton Park, and Thorburn Aston is more than close enough to think about doing that. Does Millie defend the inside? No, she doesn't, so there is a gap, but Thorburn Aston isn't quite late enough on the brakes, or maybe just biding his time and waiting for a clearer opportunity. They come through Deers Leap across the timing line once again. This is the completion of lap number 5. We've got 4 3/4 minutes to go. They could not be a lot closer as they head towards Old Hall Corner, but again, Paul, to your point, not a hint of defensive driving from the race leader.
Yeah, deeply impressive. Deeply impressive from Millie Hart at this moment in time. And look at that one, Aston having to extend the width of the racetrack as much as possible through turn 1 just to try and keep up with that number 29 machine. It's good defensive driving, but the raw pace is there as well from Millie Hart, so she's doing a fabulous job. 4 minutes 16 seconds, Andy, as you say, left on the clock. Opportunities are running out for Aston behind, and hopefully for these two at least we can try and be a bit calculated about these final 4 minutes and save it for the right opportunity.
There's Danny Wilkinson. He must have some issues with that car because he's fallen right off the pace now in 5th position. Remember, triple winner of the class at Snetterton last time out, so the Hills Auto Repairs liveried car don't think is quite operating at full song right now. Connor Grady still leads in the Compact Cup. There's an almighty battle going on for second in that class between Gareth Claydon, Joe Doble, Adam Wright and Max Noble, and in fact Mike Doble is also part of that quintet. And saw those going through past the commentary box a moment ago. very, very close together. 83 there is actually the 6th of the 1 Series entered this weekend. It started a little bit further down the order than it should have, but we have got 6 of these new shape 1 Series BMWs. That's Christopher Stretton, started 24th on the grid. Here though, Paul, is that battle for second in the Compact Cup. I think I said it's a quintet. There might even be 6 of them now, but they're nose to tail, and Gareth Clayton still somehow hanging on at the front of this group.
Yeah, this is a great battle. This is what the Compact Cup, this is what the BMWs are known for, is this kind of racing.
There's a green flag at the top of Hill Top, which suggests there's a yellow at Britain, so we might have had a drama somewhere over the top of the hill.
Hopefully that doesn't put us under any kind of hold on the race, but there is a little mistake. So that's the mistake we're looking for, Andy. And look at this one, it's like NASCAR.
Yeah.
Everybody tramming past.
Yeah, that was Joe Doble. Rare mistake from Joe Doble, actually. Through goes Adam Wright. Through, I think, will go Max Noble as well. Reckon Mike might let Joe step back into line. Yes, he does. Looks after his son. So Joe Doble then pops back in line. That's the reason for the yellows. It was the 1-1-2 of Daniel Mountford, who appears to have pulled over rather than gone off on the approach to the Britain chicane. Towards Lodge, though, comes this second place battle in Compact Cup. I have to say that 20 will be the penultimate time of asking the race winner. It could still go to either Millie Hart or Thorburn Aston. Both of them running a little bit wide over the curb. Thorburn sideways out of Cascades. That will rob him of just a mile an hour or so's momentum down the Lakeside Straight. And so by the time they arrive at Ireland, look, that gap has doubled. But the pressure Millie Hart must be under. A novice cross on the back of Millie's car as well, showing that she is essentially brand new to racing. That makes this all the more impressive, this defensive drive. It seems strange to say that this has been one of the best defensive drives I've seen for ages, because she hasn't actually been defending, but that's sort of the point. She's not been mirror driving, not been worried too much about what Thorburn Aston has been throwing at her. Ooh, Martin Corkwell's had a spin down at the Hislop chicane, but bounces back onto the road, continues on his way, no damage done. Millie Hart, though, well, I hesitate to say she's got this in the bag, but she's certainly pulled a decent margin now on this final lap, and as they negotiate the Hislop chicane for the final time, she definitely doesn't need to defend on this occasion. Flings the car into the right-hander at Knickerbrook, climbs uphill now, steeply uphill towards Druids, one of the fastest parts of the circuit here at this incredibly challenging, undulating, narrow Oulton Park circuit, which has produced some brilliant close racing already this morning. We've got 2 corners left then for these leading 2 to contend with. Looks as though Millie Hart, barring a mistake or a problem now, should be okay for the win in the Compact Cup second place battle. That's still raging on. Gareth Clayton's now got Max Noble, no, sorry, that's Adam Wright behind. So Adam Wright into 3rd place as we saw earlier on, but still hoping to take second before the flag. Leaders, though, are heading for the checkered flag. There the checkered flag waves, and it's Millie Hart who gets the first victory of the day. A splendid defensive drive, that, against a very attacking Thorburn Aston, who comes home in 2nd position. Aidan Hassan will just narrowly hang on to 3rd position. That was an even smaller margin between 3rd and 4th place, but Aidan Hassan keeps Simon Waterfall at bay, and Danny Wilkinson will be 5th. In the Compact Cup, it looks as though Conor Grady is going to pick up another race victory, the reigning champion in the BMW Compact Cup. He didn't actually take a win at Snetterton, but it was 3 podium finishes to start his season off, and now in the Oulton Park sunshine, Conor Grady claims his first victory of the year and properly gets that title defence back on track. It is Gareth Clayton who comes home in 2nd position, and Adam Wright who will complete the podium. Side-by-side battle going on here a little bit further back. Pete Smith looks as though he might have just lost a position to the 777 machine, maybe. And as they come across the line, yes, 777 of Ethan Woods gets ahead of Pete Smith in number 31 on the final few moments of the race. The last few cars then streaming through, including there, look, the last of those 1 Series cars. Christopher Stretton started 24th, got to 19th by the end. Overall, of course, that's 6th in class. You do score points within your class these days in the BMW Super Cup. And so 6th in class, but I suppose just working on overall pace, another relative rookie to racing is Christopher. So, very entertaining opening race of the day. We get to do that all over again a little bit later on this afternoon with their second 15-minute race to come. But it is Millie Hart who will go into that second race with, I would imagine, a fair boost of confidence, because the 2 race-long pressure, though, from Thorburn Aston. In fairness, threw everything at her, but kept it clean. There were a few opportunities in that race, I felt, for Thorburn to go for a real sort of do-or-die move, but elected not to, kept it clean. And that is exactly what we like to see. So, provisional result then of our first BMW Nankang Tyres BMW Super Cup race of the day. It's Millie Hart the winner, Thorburn Aston second, and Aidan Hassan completes the 1 Series class podium. Sam Waterfall and Danny Wilkinson were next. A struggling Danny Wilkinson, nearly 30 seconds back in the end in third place. Conor Grady gets his first victory of the season. The reigning BMW Compact Cup champion wins the Compact Cup class in race 1 with Gareth Clayton second and Adam Wright third. Max Noble fourth, and a disappointed Joe Doble, who was running in third place for much of that race, ends up falling down to 5th in class. Mike Doble is 6th but wins in the Masters category ahead of Ethan Woods, who pipped Pete Smith right on the line. Paul Marcel is 14th ahead of Pete Towers, Rob Langdon and Richard Sutherland, all of the Masters drivers. Matt Kendall, Christopher Stretton and Siabe Ross to complete the top 20. Alex Corkwell, Tim Seaford, Martin Corkwell and Daniel Mountford were next. We saw Corkwell recovering from that spin. Mountford, of course, retiring with a mechanical issue up at Britain's. And Aaron Tippler, I believe, did retire back to the paddock after sustaining some damage on lap 1. So, good start to the day. The second, keep wanting to call it the Compact Cup, the second BMW Super Cup race of the day will be up at 5 o'clock. It's going to be quite a late finish. We're going to be running right up to that 6:30 curfew. So strap yourselves in, make yourselves comfortable for a busy day of racing here at Oulton Park. Next race will be for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, I believe, although there has been a slight change to the timetable that I'd seen, but yes, it is going to be Fiestas that will kick their racing off momentarily. Before that, though, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Paul Jeffrey has hot-footed it down and is basking in the Oulton Park sunshine to chat with our podium finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy McEwen. I'm down here in Parc Ferme, and what a first race it was. As you can see, the cars have just come in, and there's a very happy-looking Millie Hart. So let's go. Have a quick word with Millie if you want to come through. Millie, do you mind if I borrow you? You're on live television. Congratulations. What a race. Talk to me about that.
Oh my God, that was amazing, honestly. I can't stop shaking, it's all adrenaline. Obviously I started first, so I tried my hardest to keep that position, which I did, thank God. It was good racing with Thorburn though. That was absolutely brilliant. I've never experienced racing like it, so I'm coming away from this race really, really happy. Am I right to say a thank you to my dad, 100%, all the people that have coached me, Rob, Ollie Allen, Rob Boston, and a massive happy 12th birthday to my little sister. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but this one was for you.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. A win on her birthday as well. Millie, talk to me about the defensive drive. Andy and I were saying in commentary, it's very impressive that you were not covering the inside line when you didn't need to. How much pressure was that for you as a driver?
Oh my gosh, like I said, it was the best racing that I've ever experienced. Obviously, it's my first year in cars this year, so any sort of that kind of experience is brilliant for me. So to win, whilst I've got Thorburn, straight behind me, it was brilliant. Like you said, I was quite good at defending. Oulton Park's a really difficult track to overtake on anyway, as we all know. But yeah, defensive when I knew that I messed up a little bit, as you do in racing, under pressure a little bit. But yeah, managed to keep my position and really happy, and I'm really happy for Thorburn to finish where he finished.
Amazing stuff, Millie. Enjoy that one. We'll see you again. Thank you very much. That's our race winner, of course, Millie Hart. This is the car number 91 of our second place driver, Thorburn Aston. Tried everything he could to find a way past. There's a little bit of damage on the back of Millie's car there. I don't think it was from contact, but Thorburn gets very close indeed, and I'm trying to find our second place finisher, and unlike their promise, people at home, they are not staying near their cars. So let's have a walk around then and see if we can find a few people to talk to. Conor Grady, that we can see over there, he won the compact category. Let's have a look, see if we can find Conor Grady, and we'll have a quick word with him. Conor? Is Conor around? Can I have a quick word? Conor, congratulations. That was a very nice race. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it was pretty good, to be fair. Just getting through, obviously I had starting from 5th, I thought, I'm going to struggle to get by because it's quite narrow around here, but we just got lucky at the start, and then just after that it was just keeping consistent, and then just the gap was increasing, so it was pretty good, but it was very warm out there.
Well, these BMWs, obviously the compacts have been around for a while. Great racing all the way through. Anybody watching at home that might be thinking about having a go, why come race one of these?
I know, they're very good fun, and they're pretty good racing as well. The racing's so close together, and everyone's so clean to beat each other, so they're pretty good to race, and they're not too expensive to run, so they're pretty good, to be fair, and they're pretty bulletproof as well. So.
Even if it cost £1 million, it sounds like you've had your value for money. Congratulations, great result.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Beautiful performance there, of course, and that's the number 1 plate on the side of the car, and the number 1 plate in class as well, which is always a great place to find yourself. This is another car as well that was in a bit of strife. Bonnet up. This is the number 24 of Simon Waterfall. Had a great race as well. In fact, we'll have a quick. We'll have a good day racing. How much fun was that out there?
Yeah, loads of fun. My first podium, so yeah, happy to keep it on the track and actually get there.
So talk to me about your race then. First podium, what did you have to go through? Plenty of dramas out there, or plain sailing?
This man here made a mega start and got past us all. So and then I got a little bit fortunate with Joe getting loose through. I can't remember. He got loose and I got snuck by. So yeah, then just had to keep Max behind me and all good.
And now you've got to relax a little bit because you're racing again, so not too much celebration, is there?
No, we've got a bit of a gap though, so yeah, we'll see how we do.
Enjoy it. Congratulations on the first podium. That's fabulous stuff. And I'll have a quick word with your good self as well. Quite the exciting start there. Tell me all about that, please.
Well, it wasn't what we was expecting. I mean, the track changed so much from qualifying. The car was just a different car to drive. We were slipping and sliding all over the track. So it was a defensive drive from me, but I got a great start. And the guys got caught up a little bit behind. Connor and Joe were tussling, so I thought, yes, I'm away. But no, I knew Connor had time in his bag. So when I didn't fight him too much when he come past, but me and Joe was on roughly the same pace in qualifying, so I just went completely defensive and managed to hold on, and he made a mistake, and it gave me a little bit of breathing room. So it's good to be back on the podium. So on to the next one.
Fantastic. On to the next one indeed. Very well done. Thank you very much. Lots of racing action still to go, though. That's only the first round. We've got 4 today, and we've got the Fun Cup as well. So I'm going to head back to the commentary box and hand back over to my colleague, Mr. Andy McEwen.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody. Green flag lap underway for our second race of the day. It's the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And here at Oulton Park, unlike some other circuits, when the cars are released from the pit lane, that is the green flag lap. So they line up on the grid and then off we go racing. There's none of this messing around and sending them on a second green flag lap. So we roll straight into our second race of the day. The grid for which I did just have in front of me, and I've closed, so I shall go off what it says on the screen. John Cooper and Gary Miller on the front row together, Alistair Kellett and Simon Horrobin on row 2, all of them very experienced Fiesta racers. Dan Robinson and George Foxlow, former junior runner, are on row 3 ahead of Morgan Kidd, who's been getting faster and faster over the last year or so. And she has Zach Lucas for company. Zach should move forward, you'd imagine, from 8th on the grid. 9th is Jason O'Connell with David Nye alongside, then Maggie Webster and Connor Blackburn, with Luke Waugh and Freddie Hunter-Johnson on row 7. 8th row, Sean Reynolds and Christopher Blackburn. Then at the back of the grid, we've got Harry Walsh and James Pope with Joseph Knight. Now, Joseph Knight may or may not be on the grid. Joseph didn't set a qualifying time because his car came into the pit lane with a fairly significant engine issue. The car actually had flames emerging from underneath the bonnet, which I'm no mechanic, but I don't think is a good thing. And the marshals had to unload a lot of fire extinguishers over the engine bay, obviously, to try and control the flames. It was the right thing to do, but that then needed to be cleaned out of the engine. So with limited time to prepare the car between qualifying and first race, we'll have to wait and see whether or not they're able to get that car out on circuit and try and put it out at the back of the field. So, second event of the year for the Fiestas. They too started their campaign at Snetterton with a trio of races about a month ago, and within the ST240s, 3 races, 3 different race winners. John Cooper won the first race, but then retired from race number 2. That allowed Gary Miller to claim a victory in the middle race, and race number 3 went the way of Zach Lucas. So 3 winners, 3 different winners across those first 3 races. Now, John and Gary line up together on the front row of the grid for this one. Zach Lucas is he's starting a bit further down than you would probably have anticipated for the man who won a race last time out at Snetterton. Only 8th on the grid for Zach, the green and white car with the red flashes starting on the outside of row number 4. there are also classes then to worry about, Pro and Am. The cars are the same across both classes, simply the experience of the drivers. So Kellett, Miller and Lucas, the top three in the Pro Championship. Jason O'Connell came out of Snetterton as the Am class championship leader by some way, actually 18 points clear of Dan Robinson, with Maggie Webster up in third position. It's Alistair Kellett, though, despite having not won a single race at Snetterton, who was Mr. Consistency, as so often we've seen from Kellett over the years. He had 3 solid podium finishes, and he arrives at Oulton Park as the championship leader. He's got a new car, I believe, for this year, and will be starting it from third on the grid for this first race of the day. 20 minutes then on the clock, the red lights are on, and John Cooper looks to try and make a good start from pole position, which he has done, in fairness. It's a good launch from the pole sitter. Good start as well from Simon Horrobin from the outside of row number 1. They head towards Old Hall Corner, 3 abreast for second place. Kellett's on the inside, Miller's in the middle, Horrobin on the outside, gets tapped sideways, Horrobin's off the road, he's heading for the barriers, and unfortunately, I fear, is out of the race. They head down the avenue for the first time of asking. There's a bit more door banging down the hill, and they arrive at Cascades Corner, not quite in the order that they left the line in, towards the left-hander, and through the left-hander they go. A dream start for John Cooper. Paul, he left all of that madness in his mirrors.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect at the front of the field. That's what you want. That's why you qualify at the head of the pack. And that's a really, really sad way for the number 14. Yellow flags, red flag. Red flag, Andy. We feared this would be a problem at Oulton Park, and already we're there.
Yes, unfortunately, it is a narrow and tight first corner, but it's quite a quick first corner, Old Hall. You want to carry speed through there, so if you're on the outside line, even if there's a car to your inside, you don't really want to back out of it, because the momentum is often with the car on the outside, and that's why Simon Horrobin did not bail from that move. And, well, he didn't realise maybe that there were 2 cars to his inside. He's been fired off into the barriers and he's out of the race. That car will need recovery, but I fear maybe the barrier needs a bit of attention as well. And that, I suspect, is why the race has been paused. So we will do that all again and re-grid them. So disappointing, though, when you have a really good start, as John Cooper did, and now you've got to do that all over again. He absolutely nailed that first time around, got the launch of dreams, led uncontested into Old Hall Corner, and now he's got to think of a way to execute that plan once again.
Yeah, it's frustrating as a driver. You go through the whole process, you have maybe a little bit of a routine that you follow, and when you deliver absolutely on point, you get the dream start, all the adrenaline's flowing through your body, all of your preparations for that moment, you have a red flag, it all calms down, the body sags, you get a bit heavier. This heat, trust me Andy, I've just run from the paddock, this heat is relatively high for this part of the world. It's going to be very difficult for our drivers to regather their focus again, and it's not a position I've ever liked to be in as a driver on a restart scenario or a red flag scenario, because it's twice as difficult to pick yourself back up again.
Yes, indeed so. And if you weren't a fellow Northerner, Paul, I would have taken issue with that comment about how it's warm for this part of the world, but I can't really argue with it. We are very, very fortunate with the weather that we've been enjoying. Apparently it's set to stick around for the rest of the week as well. So many a wet and soggy day I have spent here at Oulton Park over the years. This is not going to be one of them. It is, though, one of those days where I'm very grateful I'm not doing your job and dashing up and down the stairs, because I think a sweat will be worked up by the end of it, won't it?
It's okay, I've got a white jacket jumper on. What could possibly go wrong? I've been to Oulton Park many a time as a spectator. Every single time it's rained without fail. The day I come to work, it's glorious sunshine and really, really hot. But it makes for great race. It's a great opportunity for the spectators out here. It's a single-day format.
Yeah.
I've not spoke about that much, Andy, and that's rare in my world, actually, single-day formats. Lots of action, bang, 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 track action all the time. It's a great experience for the drivers.
Well, your weekends tend to start on a Tuesday with a flight to Australia or something these days, don't they? So, yeah, these one-day events are quite unique these days. It's all because of the noise restrictions here at Oulton Park, and they're only allowed to run on a certain number of Sundays, so everything gets crammed into a Saturday. I kind of like it, though, really, because as a spectator, you rock up at 8:30 in the morning, very early start usually for the first qualifying session. You're here for 10 hours or so, and you get a full day. We've even managing to get a 4-hour endurance race in, so it is good. We cram a lot of action in, but it does mean that if we start getting delays, and this sadly is going to be one of those such delays, then it can start eating into things like the lunch break. Lunch is not a luxury that we often get to enjoy here at Oulton Park, I will be completely honest, and I fear today might be going very much the same way. There is Simon Horrobin's car, by the way. Simon's out of the car. He got out of the car quite quickly. I do think the main reason for this red flag is that the car needed to be recovered, but also that rectocell barrier needed to be fixed as well. Spoken many times, Paul, over the years about the single greatest invention in motor racing, the rectocell barrier. The amount of cars and drivers, in fairness, that they have saved over the years is countless. That car, okay, it's a bit worse for wear, but had that been a solid tyre wall, it would have been much, much worse.
Yeah, could not agree more. And the safety enhancements in motor racing, it's not just with the driving aspect and the cars, it's the safety equipment that the marshals use at the side of the racetrack and the safety furniture around the circuit, constantly looking for improvement. And as you say, Andy, that's saved potential injury many a time from some of our drivers. It's unfortunate that it's caused the red flag delay, this incident, but safety is always the paramount concern. You've got to make sure the track is fit and well to go racing once again, and it gives us an opportunity, I suppose, to catch our breath a little bit and sort of digest what the opening lap of the Fiesta ST220's, well, the opening part of a lap that we've already seen. And I had a feeling this would be a spicy affair coming into this weekend, and early suggestions are it really is.
It definitely is. I mean, it's one of my favourite championships that the BRSCC runs. In fairness, that's a fairly long list that I've got of favourite BRSCC championships, but this one certainly is up there because they are, you referred to the 1 Series cars before as sort of little touring cars. The Fiestas really are. These are turbocharged cars. They run on slick racing tyres. It's a great feeder series for things like TCR and touring car racing. We've seen great drivers coming through the Fiesta ranks to go on and do great things in TCR and touring car racing over the years. Perhaps more drivers on this particular grid we're going to see do the same. They are proper touring cars. They race like touring cars. And the key thing really is that turbo, because that is the way touring car racing very much has gone over the last couple of decades or so. And it's something drivers have struggled to cope with when they moved into Fiestas from other normally aspirated series. Driving a car with a turbo, a completely different challenge.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic point that you make there, Andy. As you say, it's a completely different driving challenge, driving aspect to your armoury that you need as a driver. If you do have aspirations of climbing the touring car ladder, as you say, we're going turbification, unfortunately, the last couple of decades, or fortunately, depending on your tastes. But if you can get that in your muscle memory at this early stage in your career, how the turbo handles when it kicks in, the change in the dynamics of the car, that becomes second nature when you move up. When you're in the heat of battle, it's one less thing to consciously think about. And these are the kind of things that our drivers need. Yes, racing lines is one thing. Yes, the ability to go side by side with people and understand car placement is something. But the mechanics of driving a touring car-esque vehicle, they're the only things, Andy, that can come by being on track. You can't learn it on a book, you can't learn it in a sim, you have to be on track in the heat of battle.
Exactly, and it's not just a case of getting a good lap time out of a car like this, but then it's things like tyre management. Like I said, they're on slick tyres, so you've got both extremes. You've got to deal with a slick tyre that's cold at the start of the race and at the start of the season. On a day like this, it's about tyre conservation as well. And again, having a turbocharged car that just wants to give you all of that power all of a sudden, then it's very easy to start abusing the front tyres. 20-minute races, so they're slightly longer than we saw for the likes of the BMW Super Cup, for example. So they are tricky cars to drive, these, but when you get the hang of them, very rewarding indeed. And that's why we see the likes of Cooper and Miller and Kellett and now Zach Lucas, who's in about his 3rd or 4th year in the category, sticking around in Fiestas for a long time. Particularly Alistair Kellett, I have to say. He and Simon Horobin, probably the 2 most experienced drivers on the grid. Sadly, Simon Horobin will not be on the grid for this restart after that incident at Old Hall Corner, but those are 2 drivers who have raced against each other many times over the years, both in the 240 and back when it was the ST150 car that ran in the Fiesta Championship. And they have, I don't think, got any real aspirations of going anywhere else. They love their Fiesta racing, and they're both rather good at it as well. Alistair Kellett, as I said, championship leader, arriving here at Snetterton. Now, Kellett was the champion a year ago as well. He did a bit more winning last year than he's done so far in 2025, but again, really won that championship mainly on consistency. He had a win at Brands Hatch at the start of last year, 2 at Snetterton, 1 here at Oulton Park in the 2nd race, another 1 at Croft, a 6th came at Silverstone, a 7th at Thruxton, and then his 8th and final win came at the Silverstone International Circuit at the end of the year. So he was 8 times a winner last season. But you don't necessarily have to be winning races to do well in the championship. His results at Snetterton this time around, a best finish of 2nd, but he's at the front in the points because he finished every race, which some of the other really quick drivers weren't able to do.
And if you're Alistair Kellett and you've got consistency and you marry that with multiple race victories, a good time is yours for the taking. And that's monumental for the field as well. They'll see that consistency. They know they have to up their game. And again, going back to the learning aspect, Andy, this is all about putting together a championship campaign for these drivers. Very different than one-off racers, and a skill set that any aspiration to move anywhere in the motor racing pyramid, you've absolutely got to be on point on that particular aspect of your racing.
So cars released onto the green flag lap then. A 15-minute restart is going to be the order of the day then, so they've knocked 5 minutes off the race, which is understandable, I suppose. We were stopped for just over 5 minutes probably, so trying to limit the damage done to the timetable as much as anything else. We do have about 15 minutes wiggle room, I think, at the end of the day, but we cannot go beyond that 6:30 curfew. It's a very strict curfew here at Oulton Park, and so already I'm sure the team in race control will be looking ahead to where we can save a bit of time later in the day. Cars then weaving around, generating some more heat into the tyres, and that's something, again, that on a really hot day like this, Paul, sometimes you might look at this and think, well, why are they bothering with that? It's nice and toasty outside. Surely the tyres are warm enough. You cannot begin to comprehend how hot these tyres get. Until I actually went and stood next to one of these cars, and I'm sure you've just experienced this in Parc Fermé as well, you feel the heat radiating off them at the end of the race. You don't realise just how much work has to go into the tyre to get them into that operating window. The operating window isn't 20 degrees, it's quite a bit hotter than that.
Well, tyres are probably the least exciting part of a race car that you could possibly pay attention, but are the singular most important part. They are the contact patch between you and car and the racing surface. If you've not got them in the right window, even if you're a couple of degrees or a couple of PSI outside of optimal, you're going to be swallowed up by the pack. So these are vital. This is not just weaving for fun. It's not random. There's strategy to this one. They know what they need to do to get the car where they need to get it, and they know how to get that. What's interesting, Andy, is they've been through a heat cycle already in the aborted first race start that we had. So the balance will be, potentially, for some of these drivers, a little bit different than what they would traditionally expect. And that's a fascinating aspect, to see who can overcome this unexpected hurdle the quickest amongst our front runners at the least. Could be a decisive factor at the start.
Many of these tyres will have been used in qualifying as well, limited on the amount of tyres that they can run, and so that's something that they will have to try and get used to over the course of a weekend, and as the track conditions evolve through the day as well. And that's another thing for them to try and learn. But again, those with years of experience of this, they know what they are doing. And most of those drivers are towards the pointy end of the grid. John Cooper, remember the sort of white, green and red car on pole. The all red is Gary Miller, who really emerged last year as a championship contender for the first time. He ended up third in the points. Had it not been for a really disappointing event at Thruxton, the penultimate round of the championship, he quite possibly could have been Alistair Kellett's biggest rival for the title, but his season fell apart at Thruxton, as really did Zach Lucas's. Zach picked up his third non-finish, in fact it was a non-start of the season at Thruxton, and because you're limited on drop scores that you can carry through the season, that sort of ended his championship hopes. And again, Mr. Consistency, Alistair Kellett, was just able to come through it all and claim the championship fairly handsomely, but do expect the likes of Gary Miller to be a serious threat for the championship. He's already won a race this year and starts up on that front row. Now, Gary was the one that didn't get a great start the first time round, Paul. That kind of created that bottleneck for second place into Old Hall. Said that John Cooper's going to have to work on getting another good start. Well, Gary needs to learn from what he did and do something different this time.
It is the classic get-out-of-jail-free car for Gary Miller, isn't it? The initial launch looked reasonably okay, but the car bogged down straight away. So, to me, in my limited experience and no experience of driving the Fiesta ST 240, that's just something that you can control from the cockpit, I think. There's not a mechanical issue there. It's not a setup problem. It's just the execution of race starts. So Gary Miller, opportunity to have another bite at the cherry, so to speak. And he's going to be very great. He's going to need to play. You don't get these very often. You need to grab this opportunity with both hands.
Also, of course, did have that knock to the left front corner, which may have done some damage to the steering. He's had a lap now to 2 laps really to feel that out. Hopefully that's not a major issue. Certainly he's not felt the need to bring the car to the attention of the team, so we will hopefully not see any issues in that department. He lines up on the outside of row 1. Of course, Alistair Kellett on his own now on row 2 with the absence of Simon Horrobin, Dan Robinson and George Foxlow together on the 3rd row of the grid. And then keep an eye on Zach Lucas. Zach Lucas, the number 2-3-4 car from 8th on the grid, now essentially 7th. Winner last time out, at Snetterton, and should be able to move forward from there in this one. Green flag waves for the second time then at the back of the grid. And it's take 2 for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, a 15-minute restarted race. Red lights go on, revs start to rise, the lights will go out now, and away they go. And this time it is a better start from Miller, not as good as Cooper, but he should hold on to second place, I think, relatively unchallenged into Old Hall Corner. Yes, he does. Kellett slots into third, and Lucas goes fourth. That's much more like it. Zach Lucas, 7th on the grid, 4th by Old Hall Corner, and that is exactly the sort of forward progress that he needed to make. The first half a lap is by far your best opportunity around here to make some ground up, and that's exactly what Zach Lucas has done, and he tags along now with the top 3 as they head down the Lakeside Straight for the first time. In fact, he's already giving Alistair Kellett a hard time for third.
Talk about grasping opportunity. That is absolutely fantastic stuff. And look at this one now. Almost everybody climbing over the top of each other, and we just about survive, but there's another pressure point here in the Shell Oils hairpin.
Oh, Lucas has gone round the outside of Kellett, but then the car slows. So is that Kellett? That's Kellett, sorry, slowing through the Shell hairpin. That caused a right traffic jam through the right-hander, and that's all changed again now. So it's Cooper from Miller. Off goes Morgan Kidd on the grass. Oh, the car almost does a front flip over the bumps, and that is surely going to be the end of Morgan Kidd's race. That was a dramatic exit for her, and that car, if that hasn't sustained some serious damage underneath, I will be amazed. Down into the Hislop chicane come the race leaders, well, the race leader really, which is John Cooper. There is Zach Lucas. So Zach got well and truly stuck behind Alistair Kellett, who, Paul, I can only imagine missed a gear or something through the Shell hairpin, because Kellett's going again now at full speed. He's lost ground, but that car just did not accelerate off the hairpin.
And that could have been quite nasty indeed. You don't expect a car to not pick up from a corner, but fortunately, as you say, it does look like it is still business as usual. So some kind of error, no doubt, behind the wheel. That car's still in contention, though, as everybody wins their way through. We're back under racing conditions, Andy. We picked up where we left off, but what a lead for Kellett at this moment in time. That has worked out wonderfully.
It's George Foxlow who's third, by the way. So George Foxlow, the blue and yellow car, with a really great start as well. Cooper leads then, Miller second, Foxlow third. 4th place is number 12 machine. That's David Nye from 10th on the grid, David Nye. So he came through that action, let's call it, on the opening lap pretty effectively. Side by side there through the first corner. That's Maggie Webster on the inside. Jason Connell, I think, trying to go to the outside of her. And then Luke Wharf, former Renault Clio racer, I think did a bit of a mini challenge too, in behind. Outside line for Webster will not work, so through goes Connell. And that is 9th position picked up for the 89 car as they round Cascades for the second time of asking. Kellett then came through in 6th. Lucas 8th. What a yo-yo first half a lap that was from Zach Lucas. He started 7th. He was 4th at turn 1. 8th at the end of the opening lap.
And that's just how frantic it gets in the 240s. You've got to have eyes on stalks in this field. There's attack from behind, attack from in front, and usually side by side as well, which is why we absolutely love this form of sprint racing. But John Cooper, as you rightly say, I thought it was Alistair Kellett, got confused, but it is John Cooper who's our race leader, Gary Miller, and then George Foxlow just behind. Does Foxlow have the pace though? That's the big question. Can he make this a 3-way fight for the lead?
Well, in qualifying, yes, he was only 6th on the grid, but he was only half a second off pole. It was extremely tight in that leading group in qualifying this morning. In fact, even Morgan Kidd and Zach Lucas were only a 10th or so back. The pole position time of John Cooper, a 1:54.1. Jason O'Connell, who was 9th on the grid, was within 0.8 of a second of that. So that's how competitive qualifying was over a reasonably long lap here at Oulton Park as well. It's a 2.7-mile circuit, and that is very, very evenly matched indeed. So actually, yes, I suspect he has probably got the pace. The trouble you often find, though, Paul, when you've got a group of identical cars that are running at almost identical pace, once the race settles down, it's quite difficult to find a real performance advantage over the cars around you and make any further progress.
I don't think George Foxlow received that message there, Andy, because he looks very spicy indeed in the 144, up there in 3rd position. And Comfort Blanket, 1, 2 and 3 have a 5-second gap to the chasing pack, so they have some opportunity to work amongst themselves a little bit further back. That is Kellett to the inside. Will he get the job done? Good run through the first corner for Kellett. It's going to become the outside line though, Andy, and the outside line is where you are vulnerable.
Oh, he's got the move made though, I think, yes, just about. Carried the momentum through the right-hand kink at Denton's, and so Kellett moves into 5th. Connor Blackburn loses a place, and the recovery drive begins now then for the reigning champion. whose 2025 season has not been without trouble, it has to be said. Still searching, as I said, for that first win, and it may not come now in this first race of the day at Oulton Park. James Pope has brought the number 47 car into the pit lane. He had some issues in qualifying as well, I seem to recall, and I don't think we've seen Joseph, I think we have had Joseph Knight out there actually. Joseph Knight then is running in 14th place. That's impressive. He's in this squabble going on. There he goes, actually nipping up the inside of the car that got booted out wide, and so another place about to be gained for the 87 car that was in danger of catching fire halfway through qualifying. Well, Joseph is on fire, metaphorically speaking, at least in this race, and carving his way through the order.
And that's how frantic these championships are. You can be in 14th place 1 minute, 12th position the next, and then all the way down to 15th the following. You've got to be very, very direct and accurate with any overtaking manoeuvres, as we have a little look at who's that one that we're having a fight with?
That's Webster.
It is Webster. So Webster looks like the cork in the bottle at this moment in time. Doesn't seem to quite have the pace of the cars behind. Could be the defensive strategy that's been employed, but it's a difficult place to be when you're that position, where you're the car holding everybody up. The only way you're going to go is backwards.
Yeah, Maggie's come out of the Fiesta Junior Championship, where she was making some strides forward, in fairness, towards the end of last year, but this, I believe, her first or second event in the ST240, and that's quite a big step up these days, much bigger than it used to be when both categories were running similar cars. There's now a much bigger difference in performance between the 240 Fiesta in this championship and the junior version. It's the same chassis but a very different beast under the hood. There is Zach Lucas slipping up the inside of, in fact, no, defending from Jason Connell. So Lucas's car has got absolutely no pace now, and in fact Connell's going to get the inside line into Cascades corner, so through goes Connell, and that means Zach Lucas is down to 9th position. Now I have to wonder, Paul, whether that car sustained some damage. Remember, he was behind Kellett when Kellett ground to a halt through the shell hairpin. There was definitely a little bit of a headbutt given at the time, not intentionally, but there was definitely contact between the two of them. I wonder whether that's maybe done some damage to the front of the car. If it's damaged the radiator, Paul, on a day like this, that could be terminal.
Yeah, especially with a 20-minute race, there's plenty of time for that engine to cook there. If there's a little bit of damage, we'll keep our eye on this one. We'll continue to watch the pack all the way through the pack, Andy. This is spectacular racing. We're not seeing the manoeuvres yet, but this is the strategizing, this is the planning, working out where you're going to launch that attack, and it makes the payoff all the more exciting because of it, doesn't it? And these drivers in these conditions, pushing at the absolute limit, are earning their day stripes today for sure.
They certainly are. It's very close, isn't it? If you put a foot wrong here, you are likely going to lose a handful of positions, and that's the case here as they drop down into the Hislop chicane for Christopher Blackburn, the red and white car. Behind Christopher is Harry Walsh, number 73, and then number 20, which is Freddie Hunter Johnson. Freddie, I think, has lost a few positions. Yeah, well, started 14th, 16th at the moment as they run out of Knickerbrook and head up and over Clay Hill. This, meanwhile, is the lead group. Now, that lead gap has come down noticeably over the last couple of laps. So Cooper has been reeled in by Gary Miller. George Foxlow in third has the fastest lap of the race. Does he have the pace, Paul asked earlier on? Well, I'd say the answer is definitively yes. He's the fastest man on track, and he's well and truly a part of this lead battle. Gary Miller jinks to the inside of John Cooper into Old Hall Corner. Not quite close enough to attack, but he's starting to put the feelers out now. And with 7 minutes of this race to go, these two are absolutely tied together as they head towards Cascades. A defensive line is taken by the leader. To the outside looks Gary Miller. Surely that won't work. No, it doesn't, but there is a sense of inevitability about this. Gary Miller is desperate to take the lead.
Yeah, there really is. John Cooper struggling from paces. They were slowest of this trio on the last lap. But let's have a look at Gary Miller. Look at this one. That's brave and that's silly. Oh, around and over we go.
Oh, that's a big one. That's John Cooper. A big accident down at Island Bend. That will be another red flag immediately, and that is the fastest part of the circuit, not where you want to be making contact. And unfortunately, that will be, I suspect, race over. We shall wait and see. No sign yet of any red flags, but well, a really unfortunate tangle there between Gary Miller and John Cooper. They are now slowing. The red flag flies for a second time, and the Fiesta ST240 race then will come to a halt. And the Marshall's medical crew will head out there to assist with that. And, well, we hope that John is okay. That was a terrifying place to have that little bit of a touch, but they just got tangled together. And from there, unfortunately, little that either driver could do. So, red flags fly. We had 6¼ minutes left on the clock, but I suspect because that was the second red flag, they may elect to send the cars into parc fermé. Yes, the Marshals are getting ready, I think, to do exactly that. So, Paul will head downstairs to have a chat with our top 3 drivers and we will await further news on what comes next, whether we end up going to an early lunch or anything like that. But really unfortunate way for that race to end. It's been a thrilling race until that point, exactly what we hoped to see from the ST240s, until it wasn't. And yeah, that was an unfortunate way for that race to end. So, Gary Miller was leading at the time of the red flag, and the results will go back a lap. John Cooper, therefore, technically was the leader, but obviously not running at the time of the red. So we'll have to actually wait and see officially what the result is going to be at the end of that one. But that was a scary end to the race, and it will be called early here. I think they're going to pull them up. Actually, are they pulling them up on the grid? They are pulling them up on the grid. So they're not being sent into Parc Fermé just yet. So that's promising, potentially, that we're maybe going to get a... it's not the end of the race, or perhaps they're just wanting to leave the path clear into Parc Fermé. We'll wait and see. There are processes in place, of course, when such things happen, and those processes need to be followed. So cars staying right over to the left-hand side of the road. That means that any vehicles that need to come through, any medical vehicles or course cars, recovery trucks that need to go through, will have ample space to do so. That's why the cars aren't being regridded straight away. Apart from the fact that takes a few minutes to orchestrate, they also need to make sure that the track is left clear. And so the cars pull over to the left-hand side of the road, and Marshall's just chatting to the drivers to notify them of what the situation is. And as I said, we'll await further news on what the next stage of this process will be as and when we get it from race control. So those that were still running at the time of the red flag, sit and wait. Doors flapping open. It's a very hot day here already. We're not even quite at midday yet, so the hottest part of the day is still to come. And the temperature only going to keep on climbing, so drivers, when they're sat in the cars going nowhere, the adrenaline stops flowing, and it can be very, very uncomfortable in the cars. Looks like they are now guiding the cars into Parc Fermé, maybe. Yes, I think they are. So that will be the race done, and the cars pull into the Parc Fermé area with BRSCC officials waiting to receive them. See whether or not Paul's able to get a chat with a few of them. They may just put that on hold. We'll wait and see. And as the last of them filter through, I anticipate we might be going into an early lunch here. We had one more race scheduled before the lunch break, that being the City Car, but if the timetable does start to change, then that will be one of the first things to go out the window. Again, not confirmed, just speculation for the time being. And so the cars filter through, track empties, and we await updates on what will be coming next. So a very unfortunate end to the first AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race of the day. But there were some positive stories to come out of that, definitely. George Foxlow, brilliant drive. And George, who I don't think I'm right in saying, didn't race in this championship last year. No, so he's come straight out of junior racing into the senior championship, as it's affectionately known within the paddock. And George Foxlow with the fastest lap, and really looked racy, didn't he? He was sitting there well and truly a part of that lead group. And it would have been fascinating to see what he could have done had the race continued on. And David Nye, a really good run as well. Now, that I am going to presume is the same David Nye who raced in the British Touring Car.
Thank you very much, Andy. Welcome back to Parc Ferme. An early end then to the Airtech Motorsports Fiesta ST240 Championship. As you can see, the cars are back now. They were held on the grid momentarily. They're back in Parc Ferme. Our drivers are decamping. If you want to come with me, we'll have a quick word with Gary Miller of car number 4. Gary, how are you doing? So, dramatic end to the race there. Can you just talk us through a little bit of what happened?
I don't know. I'll have to look back in camera. I got a run on John down the side. I don't know. I don't want to comment on it. I'll see, have a look at the cameras and see what the stewards say. It was certainly nothing intentional. So I don't know. It wasn't the way I wanted to end anyone's race. So just have to see what they say. I don't know.
Absolutely, it was a very dramatic end, but up to that point, a very entertaining race at the front of the field. Talk to me about how your race has gone and the fight that you were enjoying with John and basically the entire field up to that point.
Yeah, no, it was a good race battle. Like Fox got close to me a few times. He misses breaking in the hairpin, set me on straight. But no, it was one of those, you're looking at John and trying to attack and then looking in the mirror and trying to defend against Fox at the same time. So I think John had used a bit of his tyres towards the end, so I had a bit of an edge on him over that. But I don't know, not the way you want to end it anyway. So we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, bad luck on there, Gary. Thank you for talking to us. I'm going to try and find George somewhere. I did see him a moment ago, although he does seem to have disappeared. It's a little bit like juggling water, trying to get racing drivers to stay. While we do that one, though, let's just take a look at this. This is the Miller car. This is the number 4 machine. You can see the damage on the front of the car there. Not as significant as perhaps the incident would suggest. We do seem to have lost George, so let's have a wander down and have a chat to these chaps as well, talk about their races, because of course lots of cars in the field, lots of battling that you saw with Andy and I on the live stream. And gentlemen, if I may have a quick word with you all on the BRSCC YouTube channel. First I'll start with your good self. I'm new to the championship, so I'm not good with names. If you can introduce yourself and tell us about your race, please.
James Pope. My race pace, that one wasn't too good. I did have some engine problems from qualifying because I cooked the engine a bit. Bit disappointing with the result. Did come in to try and get the engine cooling a bit low. Yeah, it wasn't too good. I wasn't happy with that. Yeah.
Pace-wise, though, you say a bit difficult out there. What was the racing like? From our point of view in the commentary box, there's some fantastic battles through the field until there wasn't.
Yeah, on my point of view, I was too far back, so I didn't see a lot of it. But yeah, it was good. It was good up front. Further back, there was a couple of good battles going on, but I just had some car problems, so I couldn't really get up there, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, bad luck on that one. Best of luck for the next race. Thank you very much for talking to us. And I'm going to hand over here as well and have a quick chat. Driver of car number 777, hello. If you could introduce yourself for us and tell me a bit about what's just occurred for you in that race.
So we had a disappointing qualifying in 15th. We were second down from yesterday's testing times, and we thought with new tyres would be on the pace, but just couldn't hook a lap up with the red flags. So started 15th, got 2 good starts, and I think I finally finished 5th. So really impressed with that, really.
Lots of drama out there, and it's quite warm for this part of the world, isn't it? How does that affect the car? Does that change the way you approach these races?
Obviously, the 20-minute race is a long race, so you just got to be cool with it. Keep the tyres cool as best you can, but obviously you're under pressure to keep up with everybody else. So this afternoon's race is going to be a little bit warmer, I think, so just got to be a bit more careful.
Well,
tyres, so.
Very well done on P5. We very much enjoyed that. Thank you very much. As we can see, everybody disappears quite quickly in Parc Ferme. A lot of drivers want news, of course, of the incident that we've just seen and discuss and dissect their own particular races and get ready to go racing again. Let's not forget, a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll head over here. There seems to be a gaggle that we can have a quick charge with and a quick chat to find out what's happening. So a little bit of debriefing going on. In fact, we're just going to interrupt here and have a quick word with this young man. Hello, good afternoon. So then, race just completed in rather warm conditions. How did that go for you?
Yeah, so on the initial start, I managed to get up to 6th, and then obviously the red flag came out, got dropped back down to 12th, and then just made my way through the pack. That accident obviously happened. I hope John's all right, but it might put me up on the podium, so we'll see.
Just talk a little bit. Andy and I in commentary have discussed this briefly. Quite a difficult place to pass on is Oulton Park. Are you having that trouble yourself, or how you're finding in-battle racing?
Yeah, so most of my positions were made up off the start. So I think it is quite hard to pass here. It's a bit easier on the island track, but with that long left-hander, there's not really many places, you're right, yeah.
So race 2 then, the plan is just go as fast as you possibly can off the start and see what you can pick off?
Yeah, that's the plan, you know, try and win, right? That's everyone's plan, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, it should be a good race.
And folks at home, that's how we go motor racing. Thank you very much. Good luck for that one. I think George has reappeared. So let's have a quick word with George Foxlow. Right, George, a lot to unpick from that one. Still obviously waiting on a bit of news, but the end aside, how was the race for yourself?
It was good. Obviously, we had 2 starts. The first one, I accidentally left my handbrake up, so I lost massively into turn 1. And then obviously Horrobin went and had an accident, which, I mean, it helped me. So we had another start, got it right, and passed Robinson into turn 1. I was into 3rd. And then going into Shell, went round the outside as there was an incident on the inside, and managed to get away and get loads of spots. So.
Well, we saw that in the live pictures, actually. That worked out really well for you into the hairpin. Do we know what is it, a misgear, do you think, that caused the slower car on the inside?
Honestly, I have no clue. I looked right, and all of a sudden he just practically stopped, and I thought, well, can't complain really.
You don't get gifts like that very often in motorsport, do you?
Not at all, no. Yeah, definitely worked out well.
Casting your mind forward then to the next race of the day, how are you feeling? What are your prospects? Do you think it's some interesting lessons learnt from today? Or this morning, should I say?
Yeah, definitely. I think it will definitely be an interesting second race, because obviously now there's some quick ones that are probably out of it, so who knows what's going to happen really.
Well, George, appreciate it. Congratulations on a good race. We'll see you again a little bit later on. Well, Parc Fermé's got a strange atmosphere at this moment in time, a little bit sombre, of course, as we still await news of the incident for John Cooper. Hopefully John will be out of the car soon, and we'll find out that one, of course, when I throw back to my colleague, Mr. Andy McEwen. Yeah, there's a lot of pacers down here, a lot of drivers in reflective mood, and Oulton often does that when it's a track that gives and a track that takes away. We spoke about it in the live. It's a technical circuit, it's a difficult circuit to overtake, and in spec racing, such as the ST240s, it's the same car. Yes, there'll be slight differences in the way it's been prepared and the drivers, but it's the same car, and that makes it incredibly difficult. These drivers race at a very, very high level, and wherever you finish, if you come back with a relatively straight vehicle, you've not done bad. Right, let's have a quick wander up here if we can. We've still got a couple of moments left, and despite being in Parc Fermé conditions, we'll not pretend we're not touching the car. So, hello. How did that one go for you?
Yeah, it went well actually. It was at one stage I was really making progress, making places and going forward, and had a bit of a tip at one stage. Or not, a couple of us got tangled up and I missed the gear and lost me a few positions again. I don't know where I finished. I hope your man is okay, because it looked like a rough enough accident now, so hopefully he's okay is the main thing.
Yeah, we still haven't heard yet about that one, but this is my first exposure to the ST240 Championship. These cars are raceable, aren't they?
Yeah, it's my first time here. This is only my second event in one of these as well, so it's new to me too, but brilliant track, and yeah, the cars are unbelievable, yeah.
Seeing as it's new to you, talk to me a bit about the car. What's it like to drive one of these? Because good people at home, we don't get much of an opportunity to cast our eyes around them. How much of a race car is this?
I haven't much experience myself, but I'd say it's very close to like a little touring car. It's wicked fast. From what I was racing, it's a good few levels up, do you know what I mean? It's scary fast, and the grip is incredible from the slick tyres and that, and loads of torque as well coming out of every corner. They're a brilliant car to drive now, real good fun now.
And again, the grid seems to be very, very... We've got a lot of experienced drivers, some youngsters as well, some less experienced drivers like yourself. It's a really nice grid of drivers and a nice family atmosphere here, isn't it?
No, it's good fun, and everyone seems to get on very well, and it's run really well too. So I'm enjoying it now. I'm loving it so far. So I am.
Brilliant, really appreciate it. Well done. Congratulations on getting that one in the books. We go again a little bit later on. So, we do still have a few moments left in which to talk to a few people. I was about to talk to that gentleman that's just disappeared because he's seen the camera and done a runner. Seat Sport, not quite in the right brand of clothing. That's a few years ago, touring car fans, if you can remember that one. And let's have a quick look at some of the battle damage on some of these cars. It's close quarters racing, folks. It is the kind of racing where you do have to do a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of bumping and boring. The 87 has most certainly seen signs of battle damage. In fact, we'll have a quick word. If you want to follow me through, we'll have a quick word, if we can, with your good self. So, quite the dramatic race. How was it from your perspective, very quickly?
Yeah, I had a great start, first start, obviously red flag, and then went again. I had another brilliant start. Managed to get up to fourth, battling for third. Had a little bit of an incident with Alistair around the hairpin. I think he lost a bit of power around there, and I've hit him in the rear. That put us both back like 7th and 8th, and then we was just trying to get back through then really, and the car's lost a little bit of power. I think I've put a little hole in a boost pipe or something maybe, so team's going to have a little look over and yeah.
Perfect, thank you very much. We go again later on, and now it's back to our commentator Andy McEwen.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. Well, once again, incredible work done by the marshals and recovery crews. The incident has been dealt with up at Island Bend. We will be getting cars back out on circuit very shortly. Our next race about to get underway. It's the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. The cars released onto the grid now for their green flag lap. And once again, on a day that we began with a moment of reflection to very much with the marshals, medical crews and recovery crews in our thoughts, we once again revisit those thoughts now at a time where once again they've had a significant incident to deal with, but they've dealt with it professionally and efficiently as they always do. And we wish John Cooper the very best. That was an unpleasant sight, that is for sure. What is a pleasant sight though is cars out on circuit once again for another big grid of cars as well. 38 of them set to take to the track. The City Car Cup with a bumper grid once again, and a set of lively races you would expect from these drivers. As always, it's a good category of car. The City Car Cup was one of those weird and wacky ideas that the BRSCC occasionally come up with. I don't think many people were thinking that we needed a championship for, well, another championship for Citroen C1s and also for things like Toyota Aigos and Peugeot 107s, and yet when they came out with it, it proved to be immediately popular, and rightly so. This is a great budget way of going racing. The cars do not cost a fortune. They're not the most powerful of cars, so they're very user-friendly. Very popular with beginner drivers is the City Car Cup, and well, that is a testament really to this sizable grid that we've got here at Oulton Park. This is how they will line up then. Ben Spencer was fastest in qualifying with Brady Pollock alongside on the front row, Richard Jett and Stuart Bliss together on row number 2 with Hayden Payne and Alex Foden on the third row. Alistair May and Alex Jackson then share row 4 ahead of Joe Moss and Andrew Dyer row 5. Row 6 is Phil House and Charles Hopkins with Craig Flynn and Toby Owen together on row 7. 8th row, John Sykes and Jack Wheeler. The 9th row of the grid is shared by Richard Snuggs and Elliot Lettis, with the top 20 completed by Alistair Mehring and Josh Jackson. Christopher Parks and Harry Barker on row 11. Row 12, Carter Steele and Amelia Vincent. We are only about 2/3 of the way through the grid as we move to our next row of the grid. Row 13, John Nicholson and Ben Curran, with Chris Brewster and Ryan Middlemiss on row 14. The top 30, there aren't many grids that can boast a top 30. Jude McGreevy and Ben Johnson complete that top 30 ahead of Sam Johnston and Ian Howard on the next row of the grid. Row 17, Anthony Dolby and Peter Bauer ahead of Joseph Plowright, Benjamin B, Paul Meller and Junior Gravina Reed. There were a couple of drivers who did not get out in qualifying, I believe, so we'll wait and see whether we do get everybody out for the race, but either way, busy grid, good racing incoming, I am sure. So the Nankang Tyres City Car Cup, which has been around now for 3 years off the top of my head, maybe 4 actually. 4, in fact it's 650. Wow, time really does fly, doesn't it? 2021 this championship came into being. They were same as the Fiesta, same as BMW. They started their championship at Snetterton earlier in the season, where we had again 3 races and 3 different winners. Stuart Bliss won the first race of the season. The middle race was won by Josh Jackson, who then DNF'd in race 3, so he's a lot further down the point than you might expect, whilst Christopher McKenzie was then your race 3 winner. So again, proving to be a competitive season so far. Paul Jeffrey back with me in the commentary box, hoping that competitive racing continues here this weekend. And good to see a bit of variety at the front of the grid as well. An all Toyota front row. And look, who's not going to be a fan of a Castrol livery on a Toyota? Okay, it's not a Corolla, it's not a Celica, it's an Aigo, but that's a tasty looking car that lines up on pole position.
Yes, some fantastic liveries out there. And I love a livery. It shows the personality of the team and the driver, and it really is. It's your signpost to the outside world. This is who I am, this is what I'm about, and there's some fantastic liveries on this field. You were very right to point out the Castrol livery, of course, shades of World Rally Championship and also Gran Turismo from back in the day.
Of course.
Absolutely fabulous looking car, and isn't it wonderful looking out of our commentary box window, Andy, to see literally race cars as far as the eye can see.
Yep, they literally stretch beyond our eyesight down through Deers Leap. I mean, it's an incredible sight, and as I said, testament to this really, really carefully crafted set of regulations that the BRSCC came up with a number of years ago. This is low-cost racing at its best. We use the term low-cost relatively, of course we do in motorsport, but compared to other categories, this is far more achievable for most people. One car heading to the pit lane is one of the C1s, there's one of the podiums, I think maybe further down the order. We will figure out who that is in a moment or two. The red lights will be on momentarily. No, it is a C1. I should know what a C1 looks like, having stared at them for 24 hours a week ago. Chris Mackenzie, that is. Chris Mackenzie pulling into the pit lane then. He will be a non-starter, but everybody else faces the red lights, which go on and go out. Now, off they go. Ben Spencer then in the Castrol livery Toyota on the inside of the blue and yellow machine of Brady Pollock, and they are door handle to door handle as they head towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. The inside line should prevail here. You would expect Ben Spencer to hang on to the advantage, which he does. Richard Jett, there's a car in the barriers further back. That's another of the C1s. Whips number 24, another rally-inspired livery, I think, on that car of Samuel Johnston, and he is stricken at the side of the road. We'll have to wait and see whether he can get going or not. The rest of the field, though, pours down through Cascades for the first time. A brilliant sight they make, and a brilliant start made by the pole sitter Ben Spencer. However, Paul, he's under threat as they head down the Lakeside Straight.
He is indeed. I do fear, though, it may be safety. In fact, no, stranded car's back on its merry way again, so well done you for that one. But look at this battle pack. The small cars, they don't take up much space, and you can go too wide, Andy, and we are seeing that one already.
Yep, through Island Bend they go. Did Spencer hang on, or did Brady Pollock go through in the blue and yellow machine? Yes, he did, and Spencer now hung out to dry, maybe. In fact, no, he's on the inside line there. Who was that round the outside? I don't think that was Richard Jett, so I think the third place man has dropped down the order slightly as well. Around Shell, they head to Britain's. It's still side by side for second place. Spencer hangs on by firing the car down the outside into Britain. There's one car bouncing over the grass. 72, I think that might have been Hayden Payne who rejoins the circuit, maybe a position lower than he was going into the chicane. It's a busy, congested racetrack. They're not the biggest cars, these, Paul, but there are quite a lot of them.
Congested, that's a fantastic word that really does sum up the opening few encounters of this race. And again, positioning your car in the right place, staying out of trouble, keeping it clean, taking opportunities. These are all the things that these drivers are trying to do, all while skirting off the racetrack at the same time as we lose a couple of cars off and wide. Couldn't quite catch the number on that one, Andy, but they have survived relatively unscathed.
Possibly Amelia Vincent, 174 was the first. I couldn't catch the number on the second one. All challenge for the lead at Druids, things you don't say often. That was Ben Spencer getting to the inside of Brady Pollock. Did that one come off? Surely not. We'll find out in a moment when they arrive down at Lodge Corner. The rest of the field streaking through. It was the 174 car that I saw on the grass. This is the lead group. Pollock still leads, and Spencer now losing second place. So go for a move on the inside at Druids at your peril, because if it doesn't work, you'll lose momentum down the straight and likely lose another position by the time you arrive at Lodge Corner. So Pollock leads the way. Second is absolutely neck and neck. It is Stuart Bliss on the inside as they head into Old Hall Corner. There's a surface flag out because of all of that debris, which will very soon be batted out of the way by the pack. It is Bliss to second. It is Jett to third. So Richard Jett third on the grid, back into the position in which he started, and Ben Spencer, who started on pole position, shuffled down to fourth. Now there's a challenge for the lead. To the outside goes Stuart Bliss into Cascades Corner. All sideways for Spencer in the background. This is terrific racing, and it's absolutely neck and neck for the race lead towards Ireland.
This is fantastic stuff. It's not a two-way fight, it's a three-way fight. Now look at this one, very close indeed. Just about surviving though. I think on this occasion, oh God, you don't want to keep your eyes closed for more than a split second, do you? They're so frantic. And again, Andy, the question is, what's to be gained by fighting so hard so early? That's the question.
Well, it's that all-important trap position, because it's ingrained into every racing driver's mind, I think. You can't overtake an Oulton Park. Once they settle down, that's it, you're stuck in position. I don't really think the same rule applies to City Car Cup racing, but no one's told this lot. They are battling as if this is the last lap. Somehow through it all, though, Brady Pollock retains the lead. It is Stuart Bliss in second, it's Ben Spencer third, Richard Jett in fourth. I think that's still Alex Foden's number 41 machine in fifth position, maybe not actually. but we'll get to that in a moment because they're side by side for the lead again. Toyota Igo on Toyota Igo action. To the outside into the Hislop chicane goes Stuart Bliss. That is not the best position to be in though, so Brady Pollock manages to fend him off once again, and Ben Spencer sitting there in third place wondering where it all went wrong. He started on pole, he led into turn 1 and hasn't seen the lead since.
Spencer, though, will be very grateful to still be in this fight in third position. Richard Jett behind, having a little look as well, tries to find the outside line. I think Ben Spencer, though, has that one covered. And Ben, it's recalculating what you need to do to approach this race is the order of the day, as Brady Pollock now under big pressure from Stuart Bliss. Bliss has the inside line and the race lead.
Oh, Spencer's wide, Spencer's sideways, Spencer's over the curb. Spencer somehow is still there, but that was a huge moment at the one of the fastest corners on the track, and that now opens the door for Richard Jett to get to the inside. So Richard Jett going for second position. Brady Pollock drops down to third, and it is going to be Stuart Bliss then that leads them through this time at the end of lap 2. This ever-increasing gaggle of cars, though. It was about 4 or 5 of them a lap ago. I'd say this is a dozen or more now in a long line. Across the line they go, with nearly a third of the race gone already. Stuart Bliss leads, Richard Jett second, Brady Pollock third, fourth Ben Spencer, fifth is Alex Foden now, but I don't think he was actually when I called him out half a lap or so ago. Joe Moss is next, then Alistair May and Andrew Dyer in 8th position with the fastest lap of the race, and that goes to show the slipstream effect these cars have. We've seen it a few times down that Lakeside Straight, Paul. It is powerful, you can generate lap times, and it does lead to some good side-by-side racing.
And it also means if you're Stuart Bliss, you don't want to be at the front of the pack, because you're the one that's breaking the hole in the air, you're the one that's going to be most vulnerable. You mentioned it earlier though, Andy, track position can be very important. I don't think so in this particular race. I think Richard Jett does have an opportunity, but the best positioned man, Brady Pollock, in third place, because all they need to do is just wait for everything to happen in front and sneak in.
Except he's fourth now because Ben Spencer's gone through. It's that kind of race, isn't it? You start making your point, Paul. By the time you get to the end of it, it's irrelevant. It's all changed. Ben Spencer back into the podium places then. Didn't see exactly how he did that. He was on the inside at Shell, but whether he'd been round the outside at Ireland, I'm not entirely sure. He clobbers the curb there. The Castrol liveried machine back into third. So in a series that for a long time was sort of dominated by the Citroën C1s, it's now Toyota from Toyota at the front of the field. And nice to see the facelifted Peugeot, the new generation of Peugeot now, being campaigned healthily towards the front of the field. Richard Jett there in that new shaped Peugeot, looking every bit as quick as some of the more established cars. Stuart Bliss, dare I say it, Paul, has built up what I would call in City Car Cup terms a bit of a lead here.
Oh, it's all over. 4/10 of a second. It's all over and done with. Might as well go home now, folks. Yeah. Again, though, Andy, going back to your point about the slipstream, 4/10 of a second, deeply healthy in these conditions. That slipstream will annihilate that in a lap. So Stuart Bliss has got to be inch perfect. There's a bit of a squabble going a bit further down. That's the 23 that we very briefly saw just going through our shot. And again, you don't know where you are until the final lap in one of these. It's all about the positioning, isn't it, at this early stage?
Well, Stuart Bliss certainly was intent upon hitting the front, wasn't he? He was really very aggressive over the first couple of laps to get to the front, and in fairness, now he's got there, he is starting to build a bit of a margin, isn't he? So let's see what the gap is. Is it still 4/10? No, it's 6/10 of a second now as they come across the timing line at the end of lap number 3. So Bliss to Jett, it's not an enormous gap, but it might just be enough, especially if Ben Spencer starts to give Richard Jett a hard time. Although Richard's had a really good run through Old Hall, in fairness, closes back in on the race leader, and they're all probably going to be together again before you know it. Pollock then in 4th, Foden 5th, Joe Moss we saw defending from Alistair May through Druids. May is next ahead of Dyer and Phil House, and then this is for 10th position. That's Hayden Payne on the inside, moving into 10th position, I think, or defending 10th place anyway, from the 47 machine of Alex Jackson. Leaders though arrive at Ireland, and yep, that's 6/10 no more.
Yeah, fantastic stuff then. So Richard Jett does have the pace, it seems, at this moment in time over Stuart Bliss, but pace is one thing, passing an entirely different prospect altogether. 7 minutes left on the clock. If you're a race car driver, if you are Richard Jett, now is the time to start thinking. Oh, Andy, bit of contact further down the pack.
Car off. Well, not off actually, but stationary in the middle of the road. It's 69, which has gone around on the Lakeside Straight line middle miss. Yes, so not sure how he got there, but anyway, he is thankfully back underway. Continues on towards Island Bend. The lead group descends downhill top towards the chicane at Hislops, and the challenge made there by Ben Spencer to the inside of Richard Jett. This battle, I fear, Paul, is just letting Stuart Bliss off the hook ever so slightly. Even if Richard isn't defending as much from Ben Spencer as you might expect, it's a distraction, isn't it? That flash of colour in the mirrors, the constant pressure. Richard knows that if he really pushes and tries to catch Stuart Bliss, a mistake could come, and it could be a very costly one.
And that's precisely a point that I was just about to make. Make it worse for Richard Jepp is Ben Spencer had the fastest lap last time around, a 2:16.264. So he's got the pace. He just needs to try and deliver only 3/10 up on the car ahead. But for Richard, it's focus on what's happening behind time now, and that is absolutely perfect for Stuart Bliss. 0.6 of a second, and a gap potentially, Andy, that's only going to grow.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it, then, for Stuart Bliss as he accelerates his way now down through Deers Leap. Stuart Bliss, the championship leader, had a win and a couple of top 5 finishes last time out at Snetterton, and looking now to become the first 2-time winner of the season. The battle really is for second place, isn't it? 5.5 minutes to go. Richard Jepp has his hands full of Ben Spencer, who has his hands full just keeping his car in a straight line. That third place Toyota looks really leery through some of the high-speed corners, but that might be the quick way to drive these cars. A leery car on the way in means that it won't be understeering through the middle of the corner. These are not the most powerful machines, but they are front-wheel drive, so they're going to be prone to a little bit of understeer, and sometimes by stiffening up that rear suspension, you can create that nice oversteer on the way in, and it certainly doesn't appear to be slowing Spencer down.
No, it really doesn't, and often that's the way that you want a car to be. You want it to be mobile, flighty on the entry phase to the corner. So as you say, when you get to the exit point, you can concentrate on getting the power down. Minimum apex speed, maximum corner acceleration for momentum cars like this. And often, if you can live with a car that's a bit more flighty, that's going to give you an advantage. But for Richard Jepp, it might be working in lap time, but it means, Andy, he's got to work a bit harder behind the wheel, and that's kind of taking a little bit away from his potential defensive stance to Ben Spencer. So, Ben, the car's flighty, it's working, but Richard's got a real job on his hands.
Yeah, here comes Spencer, much better run out of Britain's, clambered over the curb, but he's on the outside line now into his lops. Has he got enough of a nose ahead to go right round the outside and buy himself a ticket to the inside for the left-hander? Answer no, it is Jepp who hangs on, but that was some proper side-by-side racing. Someone exploring the scenery in the background, I notice, at Cascades, but they're rejoining the circuit way behind this leading group, which heads up Clay Hill for the 5th time of asking. Still in the same order for now, but it is that second place that looks the most likely to change. Bliss now with an ever-increasing lead, 1.1 seconds nearly that was. Off, though, at Knickerbrook has gone the 15, and that's Andrew Dyer. So Dyer off the road at Knickerbrook Corner. Saw the camera shaking as a car suddenly arrived on the scene. That was the 8th place driver, Paul, going no further.
Yep, real shame from Andrew. That's a fabulous performance to be inside the top 10. But let's take another look now at Ben Spencer. Looks to the outside line. It's given absolutely no room whatsoever by Richard Jepp. Tries the switch bike, but these cars might be smaller, and they're not quite that small.
Oh, well, he found a gap that was just about big enough, or created a gap, shall I say, that was big enough, and he's managed to nuzzle his way through. So Spencer then has the inside line now for Old Hall Corner. Bit of a side draft there from Richard Jepp as he just tucked up on the left rear corner of Spencer's car, which is sideways again. Well, that is one way of defending a place. If you drive the car sideways through Old Hall Corner, it fills a little bit more of space than it would if it was going in a straight line. And so Ben Spencer sort of scared Richard Jepp off there, I think, from hanging it on the outside line, and manages to reclaim second position. The trouble is, though, Paul, there are only going to be 2 more laps to go, including this one. He's a 1.5 seconds behind the race leader. That is not going to be an easy gap to bridge.
It really isn't, and Stuart Bliss is now the fastest driver on the racetrack with a 2:15.906. So he has the gap and he has the pace as well for Stuart. It is looking rather good up front. The big question, though, is that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Ben Spencer, Richard Jepp and Brady Pollock are involved in that one. Ben now in that second position. Will he benefit from the same pace? Well, he's not got the dirty air in front, he's not got the slipstream of Richard Jepp ahead. Is that going to impact Ben Spencer? Can Jepp fight back? And will Brady Pollock? We've not talked about Brady a great deal recently. Will Brady be able to bring themselves into this fight as well?
Well, remember, Brady was second on the grid, so we know Brady Pollock is quick. Spencer in qualifying was 4/10 quicker than the race leader Stuart Bliss. Now, I know that's over a single lap in qualifying. It's not necessarily indicative of race pace, but he needs to try and draw upon that qualifying performance now if he's going to have any chance of challenging for a race win. Good side-by-side battling going on here a little bit further back in the order as they approach the British chicane side-by-side. It's so difficult to go through there side-by-side. Inevitably, one car ends up on the grass. That was John Nicholson's 3-1-0. The 2-1-0, which is Carter Steele, had to back out of that manoeuvre. That just creates a little bit of a bottleneck as they head over the hill. Got the 174 recovering from its grassy moment earlier on. Amelia Vincent in this group, and so too Alistair Meering in the number 97. That's the blue and white car, 3rd in line. Sorted all out by the time they arrive at the Hislop chicane, though. Round Nickelbrook avoid the tyre stack on the inside of the corner that has claimed many a right front wheel over the years, and climb up and over Clay Hill towards the end of another lap. At the end of another lap are the leaders, though, and this is to begin the final lap of the race then. One more lap to go. The lead gap was 1.5 seconds. It is still 1.5 seconds. So Spencer Paul is not catching the leader, but he is at least distancing himself from this battle for third.
And that's precisely what Ben Spencer wants to do, because take a look at Richard Jepp and Brady Pollock, almost as one now. Pollock on the attack. Jepp made a small mistake, hooked the wheel off of the racetrack. That's going to compromise him down Cascades, and for Richard Jepp, this is a very tense moment indeed.
Jepp backs it into Cascades, then drops down the hill. Is that going to give Brady Pollock the run on the exit of the corner, I wonder? Down towards Island Bend they will head. Brady's got the run, he's in the slipstream, looks to the inside at Island, but I don't think there's going to be an overlap, so Jepp should hang on to that third position for now. The quick left-hander, one of the quickest left-handers in British motorsport, Island Bend. It's a really fearsome corner, and then you've got to get it all sorted out for this braking zone into Shell, where actually Ben Spencer's been reeled back in by these two now. So Spencer, with a bit of a poor run through Island and Shell, is not safe in second place just yet. So Bliss looking good for the win. Second place, though, Paul, is still very much a three-way fight.
Yeah, this is terrible for Richard Jepp, actually, isn't it? Because he wants that second position, but he needs to fight off Brady Pollock, and Ben Spencer may have just got out of jail free with a bit of a go faster token there.
Yes, was that within track limits? Debatable. Was it quick? Yes, he's managed to gap the car behind quite noticeably, and we'll argue the toss later on, I suppose, if it's argued that he gained time with that grassy moment. Through the Hislop chicane they go. Over the curbs they bounce, and well, who is going to fill out the lower places on the podium? Spencer getting back away now from Richard Jepp as they head for Clay Hill, and once again Richard left to defend here from Brady Pollock. The time has ticked down to 0. The checkered flag awaits, and it looks as though it will wave first for Stuart Bliss, probably second for Ben Spencer, who will be on that bottom step of the podium. Richard Jepp, Brady Pollock, and there, well, not there actually, that's Alex Foden who's next. Then it's Alistair May, former BMW racer, who's managed to shake off Joe Moss, who's in the red number 23 car in the background. The leaders then arrive at Lodge Corner for the final time. It's been an entertaining race. This, certainly the opening 5 minutes or so were very energetic, but through it all came Stuart Bliss to grab the lead and to hang on to win his second victory of the season. Stuart Bliss wins race 1 here at Oulton Park. Ben Spencer comes home in second, and Richard Jepp in third position set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race in his pursuit of the race leaders. Brady Pollock and Alex Foden complete the top 5, then Alistair May and Joe Moss come through behind. Hayden Payne dropped down to 10th there on the last lap. Bit of a slow lap for Hayden, actually, losing a little bit of ground as a result. And the cars then cycle through, cross the line, and head for the Parc Fermé area. And en route, Stuart Bliss has a moment to reflect on what he's just achieved there. That was a brilliant battle, a brilliant race. And Stuart Bliss, who's been a race winner in the category before, of course, before this year, continuing those winning ways again in 2025. So, Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, providing exactly the kind of racing that we expected them to. Of course, that also incorporates the Student Motorsport Challenge, which we didn't get a lot of time to mention in that very frenetic race, but Stuart Bliss, overall race winner, is also one of those student-prepared cars that run in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and in fact Richard Jepp, who finished third, also in the same category. So two of the top 3 finishers overall were running in the Student Motorsport Challenge. The team will be very pleased indeed to see their cars coming home at the front of the field. So the cars will very shortly head to Parc Fermé. This, meantime, is a provisional look at the way in which they will arrive there. Stuart Bliss, the race winner for a second time this season. Ben Spencer was second ahead of Richard Jepp. Brady Pollock and Alex Foden complete the top 5. Then it was Alistair May and Joe Moss. Phil House, Alex Jackson and Hayden Payne complete the top 10. Charles Hopkins 11th ahead of Toby Owen. Craig Flynn and John Sykes in 14th. 15th position was... drum roll. There we go. Jack Wheeler ahead of Christopher Parks and Elliot Lettis, with Jude McGreevy 18th, Harry Barker 19th, and John Nicholson in 20th. Carter Steele was 21st, then it was Amelia Vincent, Alistair Mearing, Josh Jackson, Chris Brewster, Ben Curran, and Peter Bauer in 27th position. 28th was the number 24 machine, I believe, of Samuel Johnston. with Anthony Dolby and Ian Howard completing the top 30. Then it was Ryan Middlemiss who had that spin, Ben Johnson, Benjamin B, Joseph Plowright, Richard Snuggs and Paul Mellor, the last of the finishers. Andrew Dyer retired down at Knickerbrook Corner, and we lost Junior Gravina Reid in the early stages as well. And that is your lot. So only 2 non-finishers, low rate of attrition in that race, which is what we like to see. So, cars then will be heading back to Parc Fermé. As they're on their way there, by the way, an update on the schedule for the rest of the day. We are heading into the lunch break now. That lunch break was supposed to incorporate a grid walk for the Fun Cup. However, that lunch break was supposed to start 25 minutes ago. So that Fun Cup grid walk is being rescheduled now for a future event. So if you're at any other Fun Cup events later in the season and you want to get a chance to get out on the grid, then there should be ample opportunity for you to do so. But because of the constraints with the timetable today, because obviously of a couple of delays earlier on in the morning, that grid walk is no longer taking place at Oulton Park and will be rescheduled for another event. So after lunch, 12:45, in 20 minutes or so, the Fun Cup cars will be out on track for their 4-hour encounter. Second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and then we do it all again with our sprint categories after that. The BMW Super Cup, the Fiesta ST240s and the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup races will take us to the end of the day. So, most of our City Car Cup drivers have made it back towards the Parc Fermé area. We will be hearing from, hopefully, our top 3 drivers very soon. And within that top 3, the Student Motorsport Challenge top 3 finishers, or top 2 finishers anyway. Third in the Student Motorsport Challenge was Brady Pollock in 4th, so really good showing for those cars prepared by university students. We can head down and hear more about that maybe now with Paul Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Andy, and welcome back to Parc Fermé. And we've just seen a thrilling end to the Nankang Tyre City Car Championship and Student Challenge. Let's talk then to a few of our race winners. And these they are. They came in order. Look at this. In finishing position order. That makes my life a great deal easier. They've still got the lids on, still got the head and neck safety device on. So while we wait for our race winner, Stuart Bliss, I think this is Ben Shepherd that we've got over here. So as Ben puts a nice big scratch on the side of his car, let's have a quick word. Mr. Ben Shepherd, congratulations on a good race.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's only my second event, so it's all a bit new to me, and there was a few close moments, so I do owe apologies to the lads behind. Yeah, it's still all very new to me, very hot day, so yeah, just getting used to it all really. Very full-on first race.
First and foremost, credit on the livery, very much like, yes, as you say, a rookie and your first ever podium. Yeah. How does that feel? Put us in that position as the success you've just achieved.
Very much a fish out of water. I'm definitely not used to being up here and never expected to even be close to here. So, yeah, just a credit to the car, really. I'm just the man behind the wheel, but, yeah, the car's got it all in it, really.
Well, you've done an absolutely fabulous job. We'll speak to you again later on. Thank you very much and well done to you. Here's Stuart Bliss, our race winner. He looks like a man that's been doing some work as well. Stuart, a bit warm out there, isn't it?
It's definitely a bit warm. That was a hard one. I didn't think I'd win, to be fair. We hadn't really got the pace. We were a little bit off of it, but I mean, managed to get to the front and just do a little bit of pulling away, so it was nice.
Talk to me about that getting to the front, because you were equivalent of night and day in this championship. 6/10 of a second almost at one point, and before it broke away. Where did that come from?
I think I just put my big boy pants on and get on with it, I'll be honest. The team's been on me, so there's a Druids. I've never been flat through there, so rather than break in, just a little lift this time, and it made a difference. So yeah, happy with that.
Fantastic stuff. And Stuart, one final quick question, if I may. This is an incredible championship. Seems to get better and better. Different brands involved in it. Some wonderful teams. What's it like racing here?
The championship's mega. I mean, like I say, there's so many. The grids are always full. The racing's super close, and it's just mega. The paddock's great, so it is a great championship. And if you're looking to get in motorsport, this is the one to do.
Absolutely wonderful words. Thank you very much. Well done on the victory. Good luck for the second race. Right, in third position then was the bright orange car, which is a commentator I adore because it makes it nice and easy for me to spot, of Richard Jepp. Now, Richard's always heard me and he's come, oh, look at this. This is wonderful. Richard, P3, great race. Well done. How did that go?
Yeah, it was tough. It's so hot out there. Got some great racing with the guys. Just a couple of little incidents that we need to look at as well. But the car started to fade towards the end. The tyre pressures, I think, got a bit too high. But yeah, it was great racing. It's always great racing in these cars. It's so close, as you've just seen. So yeah, it was a really fantastic race.
Now, anybody that's tuning into this live stream that perhaps thinks, oh, these are small, affordable cars. Why would I be interested in watching this? What makes this series so good as a competitor?
I mean, as you've just seen, it's so close. It's a spec series. There's not a lot you can do to them. It really is just down to driver. There's hardly any setup you can even do on them. So it's the most cost-effective motorsport I think there is. And yeah, you saw how close it is. We get packed out grids every time. Yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Right.
Well, I can definitely say it was fun in the commentary box. Well done on the podium. Thank you very much, Richard. And we've got a few moments, so let's talk to our 4th place finisher, Brady Pollock. Now, Brady, another driver that thankfully picks a bright car that makes my life easy. Brady, P4 just off the podium, but tell me about that race. That was a cracker, wasn't it?
Honestly, it was the most difficult race I've probably been in. It was so close. I mean, there's nothing really separating the cars now, so it's just who's able to send it through the corners a little bit more than everybody else. But it's the best racing probably we've had for a while. It's nice and clean, and I really, really enjoyed that. I can't wait for race 2 with it. I mean, starting 4th, we would have liked to be a bit higher up, but so we can work from there with it.
So you feel confident coming into the next race then in your race pace? You were so close, just that little bit that you needed. What can you do differently for race 2?
I mean, there's a few setup tweaks we can do. We've got to go over the car a little bit because we were lacking shifting into 3rd a bit the engine speed, which I think cost us a little bit today because I reckon we could have defended it. But we'll go over the car. Did mount a few curbs, so obviously we've got to check the car after that. But we'll see what happens, and I'm sure we'll be right at the front for race 2 as well.
And my final question for you, if I may, is a little word about the championship in general. The racing, the standards are fantastic. The team presentations are brilliant. What's it like racing in this championship against these drivers?
I mean, it's an honour because the cars, they're not the quickest, so you rely a bit more on the driver to try and keep the momentum up through the corner. So I think that just shows, and with the close racing as well, there's nothing really separating you because the cars it's like a spec series. It's so close, there's not much you can really do. It's just small gains with it. So it's an honour racing the championship because it is some of the best racing I think I've ever done so far, coming from karting into this.
Brady, appreciate it. Congratulations on P4. Great result. See you in the next one. And they're great words, aren't they? It's an honour. It's great racing championship. It's so close. I don't think we can sum it up any better than that one ourselves, can we? Fabulous, fabulous racing. We're back in action again this afternoon, so don't forget that one. I'm noticing there's a severe lack of people knocking about in Parc Fermé now. All our racing drivers promised me faithfully they'll kick around and then vanish the second a camera gets there. So let's have a quick walk up, see if we can catch one more before we come to our conclusion. You can see Parc Fermé conditions do not touch the cars, so if you want me to open any doors and give you a view, that I cannot do, unfortunately. In fact, let's have a little walk up here to the fence, and everybody takes the opportunity, all the fans, to come and get up close to the cars here at Oulton Park as well. It's a great spectator experience, and the BRSCC are particularly good at access for the fans to give you, as a viewer, a really enjoyable and access all areas type experience. If you've not been to one of these events, get yourself down here. What are you missing out for? It's beautiful weather, there's race cars, you can see and hear and smell and taste all of the excitement. It's a fabulous place to go racing. And I've completely lost each and every single one of our race car drivers. So feast your eyes on some City Cup cars, folks. Beautiful. We've got Peugeots, Citroens, and of course, the fabled Citroen C1 is a very important car. And the Toyota, which has proven to be massively quick. Race winner then, Stuart Bliss from Ben Spencer and Richard Jepp, rounding out our podium. I'm running out of folk to talk to. It is a shame, but it's almost time to go racing again, so I don't want to go anywhere particularly because Oulton Park, Spring Cup, we have got so much racing, so quick succession. We've got the Fun Cup coming up soon as well. 4 hours of endurance racing. It's not an endurance race, I promise you. It's loads of sprint races stitched together back to back that runs for 4 hours. That's how our drivers run them, and that's how we enjoy watching them. So, seeing as there's nobody else left to talk to, I think it's time to hand back to Andy McEwen in the commentary box. See you all in a moment.
Yes, thank you, Paul. So we are into the lunch break now. It's going to be a shortened lunch break. We're only about 10 minutes away, I think, from getting the Fun Cup cars released onto the grid. They may extend it ever so slightly, just as we do have a little bit of wiggle room at the end of the day. Whilst we await news on a resumption time for racing, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere, though. The second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship is coming your way in just a few minutes' time.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Thank you very much. We are back here at Oulton Park then for our 4-hour Fun Cup race, the second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Cars heading out to the grid now as we speak, and we will have a fantastic second round of the championship to come. I am absolutely sure, a very short lunch break there, but we are going to be heading down, I believe, to hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis shortly, which will give us an opportunity to look ahead to 4 hours of frantic and exciting racing. Paul Jeffrey back alongside me. Paul, your second taste of Fun Cup racing. I keep meaning to have a proper count of how many of these races I've done. I think we're well into the 80s now. It is a championship I know and love, and I know most people, when they experience it for the first time, they tend to fall in love with it as well. Did that happen with you?
Absolutely.
Perfect, thank you.
Brilliant stuff, Andy, but I think we've got Jamie down on pit lane to have a little bit of chat with our driver. So let's head down and speak to Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. Yes, and good afternoon from down here in the pit lane on what is a fabulous day here at Oulton Park. And as we heard, 28 teams and over 70 drivers are all ready to do battle for a 4-hour thrilling encounter. And we've got the Race Logic car on pole position, and also with Julian Thomas starting that car. But as the wind picks up here, I'll be getting all the news and views from the drivers during the course of this 4-hour thriller. But for now, I'll hand back to Andy and Paul, who will take you through the grid of this epic 4-hour thriller.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, that gave us just enough time to untangle ourselves in the commentary box, because it was a very quick turnaround during lunch break, and one of us may or may not have accidentally picked up the wrong headset, but we are right back where we need to be now, sat ready and comfortable to go, and 4 hours of racing coming your way. If you tuned in for the season opener at where were we, Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, then you would have seen a little taste of what Fun Cup is all about. But the Brands Hatch round is always quite a unique race, really. It's a 4-hour race, that's not unique, it's exactly the same length as this one, but around such a short sort of bull ring of a track at Brands Hatch, you get a very different kind of style of endurance racing. Oulton Park, though, Paul, the spiritual home of Fun Cup. We've had some absolutely epic races here over the years, and I don't use that word lightly. the perfect track really for these kind of cars. It's got a surprisingly high average speed, so they slipstream very well. It's a long lap, so cars can stay on the lead lap a little bit longer. That means they can play around a bit more with their driver strategy. And over the years, we've seen some fantastically close finishes as well. I really hope that this afternoon's second round of the championship gives us more of the same.
Yeah, I just say, it's a circuit that's tailor-made for these cars. It is absolutely plays to the strength of the Fun Cup car. It's basically a single-seater with a roof on, isn't it? And it's the kind of track where the drivers can really get the elbows out. They can really get into the meat of the corners. And Brands Hatch, very different proposition. As you say, a small circuit, lots of traffic. This is more of a traditional endurance venue, and hopefully that's going to be a bit of divergence of strategy, and that's going to give us a few things to unpick as the race unfolds. It's more than just lights to flag. There's a lot of strategy involved in this one as well.
There is indeed, and that strategy, if you're new to Fun Cup, it's obviously a race that will involve some activity in the pit lane. It's a 4-hour race. There are 5 mandatory pit stops throughout those 4 hours. But unlike some championships where there might be a fairly wide pit window, or in 4-hour racing, to be fair, you could probably conduct those pit stops whenever you want in most championships. In Fun Cup, it is a little bit different. There are mandatory pit windows, 5 of them, for 10 minutes at a time. So you've only got a 10-minute window in which to pit, and that pit window opens roughly every 40 minutes through the race. So it's a fairly rigid strategy in that way. However, what that does is it keeps the racing on the track. You don't get these situations where you've got cars that are on a completely different strategy to everyone else. They're all on track at exactly the same time. The grid then is as follows. We've got our driver lists in front of us as well, so I'll try and give you the start drivers for these cars. Pole position number 169, that is the rare vinyl TLR car started by Rob Croydon, alongside Race Logic number 252, that will be Julian Thomas. Fast Track number 99 will be hoping to live up to their name. Patrick Patoki will start that car from third, alongside the 249 Demon Tweaks machine of Jason Minshaw. Red River Sport is next. Car number 200 is started by Bonamy Grimes, with Morpheus Motorsports 109 car next. That will be Harry Mailer, one of the fastest drivers on the grid. Harry starting towards the front. 7th will be number 220, Team FFS. Barry Thompson at wheel, and Greenheath number 14 is next. That car started by Paul Turner. PLR Racing are 9th on the grid, number 146. Ben Pitch will be in the car for the first start. Renom Racing number 97 is next. That is Andre Renom in the 97. 11th for the second Demon Tweaks car, number 207, Tom Pattleroy. And GCI Racing, champions a few years ago, 111 with Ian Wood at the wheel, will start 12th. 13th for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, who, remember, were at the centre of that rather controversial championship fight here at Oulton at the end of last year. The 225 car started by Fabulous Randaccio, with Bait Club with EDF Motorsports number 246 next. That is Vlad Vasiliev. Axiometrics number 103 start 15th. That car started by John Perrott. And Team Balf number 62. Thomas Balf taking the opening stint from 16th. 17th for the 110 Morpheus Motorsport car of Charlie Hart, the car he shares with father Chris, and Team Disruptive, who hopefully won't put to their name too much, number 248, Tim Wheeldon is 18th. 19th for number 106, Race Ventura, Richard Bliss, just seen Stuart Bliss out winning in the City Car Cup. Now Stuart in the car for this first stint with Sherrodize UK, number 251. Peter Belgian, ultimately Oulton Park winner, starts 20th. 21st then for number 158, that's Team Summers, Gary Summers in for the opening stint. Seed Data number 214 is next, that is Matt Hogg. JPR, one of the higher cars, number 210 is next, that is Nigel Greensall in the car, a legend around these parts and certainly within Fun Cup racing. And number 98 is next, the BERT car of John Railton. Signature RV number 557 starts next, one of the newest cars, about the newest car on the grid. Signature RV started by Steve Ruston with number 92 GT Racing next in line. That car started by Chris Brown. Then it's FF Corsa number 257 next. That car started by Steve Ruston. And at the back, as per Fun Cup Championship rules, the most recent race winners, Team Olympian GRD, your reigning champions, who won at Brands Hatch last time out, have to start at the back of the grid. It's Chris DeVell in for the opening stint. Again, apologies if you're hearing me say this for about the 86th time, but if you're new to Fun Cup, the grid is completely drawn at random. So in the driver's briefing this morning, all of the car numbers are put into a hat or a helmet or a bucket or something, whatever Paul Rose can find down in the Fun Cup awning. They're drawn out at random. That sets your grid. So you've got quick cars at the front, at the back and in the middle, and the previous race winner has to start from the very back of the field. So Olympian, who, as I said, won last time at Brands Hatch by only 2.8 seconds at the end of 4 hours of racing. Well, they are going to be starting from the very back, and that was a fascinating conclusion to that race as Riley Phillips charged up to the lead, got into the lead late on, and managed to hang on to the checkered flag. Right then, Paul, are you ready for this?
No.
Is the right answer.
I don't think anybody's ever ready for a Fun Cup race. It's one of those, as a commentator or anybody that works in the sport, you go into a 4-hour endurance race, you kind of expecting things to be a bit slow. I've been here before, and I know it's going to be a bit slow. It's going to be drama right from the off. I'm certain.
Here we go then. Place your bets, everybody. Make yourselves comfortable. Settle in for 4 hours of Fun Cup Endurance Championship action. The second round of the championship here at Oulton Park, about to burst into life. It's the 169 car on pole position, and Rob Croydon gets the race underway, leads the pack down towards Old Hall for the first time. The Race Logic car slots into second place. Charging up the inside is the Red River Sport car of Bonamy Grimes from 5th to 3rd as they round Old Hall for the first time. That was a really good start from Bonamy in the car, remember, that he shares with Johnny Molan, who we know is one of the quickest drivers on the grid. They're all cleanly through Old Hall, I think. They arrived down at Cascades for the first time. There's a bit of leaning on each other there towards the back of the top 10. Hopefully they sorted that out. I think they just about did. But now as they head down Lakeside, the slipstream starts to take effect. The pack will bunch back together. And for those further down the order, such as your previous race winner, Olympian GRD, it's a good opportunity to try and make some forward progress.
And this is one of the things I absolutely adore about the Fun Cup Championship. The previous winner started at the back of the field, so you get no domination. They've got to work their way through, and I remember very well Olympian GRD from when I was here last time at Brands Hatch. Massively impressive team, but just look at the volume of cars on track. Even with the pace, Andy, it's not easy to work your way through. 4 hours sounds like a long time. When you're at the back of a competitive field, it's not long to do the business at all.
Yeah, Olympian GRD, you remember rightly, did win that Brands Hatch race last year, having won from the back of the grid because they'd won the previous race as well. All lock up there for Grimes. He's opened the door there to one of the Demon Tweaks cars on the inside line. That will be the 249 car, which wasn't quite able to squeeze through. Jason Minshaw, though, on his toes and almost able to take advantage of that moment. Around Knickerbrook, head up Clay Hill for the first time, and towards the quick double apex right-hander at Druids. There is your race leader then. So a good start this really for the race leading car. In fact, both of the top two staying in the same position. It's quite rare really that you don't get a lead change on the opening lap, and I don't think we're going to have one here this afternoon, because it will be the rare vinyl TLR car, the 169 machine, that leads them into Lodge for the first time. All of the battling really going on behind, in particular for third, where I think they're side by side again, Paul, as they come towards the end of lap one.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Rob Croydon in the rare vinyl machine just to get the hammer down over these early laps and just try and clear this little battle pack. Look at the Demon Tweaks car under massive pressure. That's going to be a move to the inside, and just like you should do in long distance endurance racing, don't fight the inevitable too hard, and that's a clever little bit of driving there to minimise the time loss as we go further into the race.
That, by the way, was the 109 Morpheus Motorsport car of Harry Mailer, picking 2 places up in one. There was a moment there for Ben Pitch, I think that is, and the PLR machine almost clattered into the side of the Greenheath car at Cascades, but just about kept it clean, and they head down towards Island Bend once again. But yeah, Harry Mailer in that 109 machine is definitely one to watch. That is a car with winning pedigree. It's won quite a few races in the past, I think, in this championship under a different team name. But Harry Mailer, we know, is a very quick young driver, and he is carving his way through the order quite nicely. There goes the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car picking up ground. They're well inside the top 10 already. UVO, who were second at Brands last time out. They were second in the championship when we were last here at Oulton Park at the end of last season. Paul, I don't know whether you caught any of that final round last season, but it was a shootout between Olympian GRD and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. It was sort of a winner-takes-all battle, and in true Fun Cup fashion, it all came down to the very last lap of the race when they tangled at Cascades whilst battling for the race lead at the end of about 20-odd hours of racing that season. Side by side through his lobs, and speaking of tangling, on the grass there is the 110.
Yeah, that was very close indeed. The Red River Sport car just about makes it through. Johnny Molan behind. In fact, no, sorry, Bonamy Grimes starting that car, and again, touring car races, very short, all stitched together for 4 hours, is exactly the body language that everybody's showing us. Look at this one. Ooh, that's not good.
That's not a nice place to make contact, and Bonamy Grimes gets well and truly shuffled out of the order, and there's further contact, and off he will go properly now. There's damage to the suspension of the car with whom he tangled. Who was that tangled with the Red River Sport car? That car's got collapsed left rear suspension and will be limping back to the pit lane. So major drama up at Druids Corner. Well, take it easy, guys. This is still a 4-hour race. I know we keep saying it's a 4-hour sprint, but you don't need to take it quite that literally. Jamie will already then have at least one pit lane visitor heading his way. The Red River Sport car's gone through with damage. That is the stricken car. Now, who is this? Is that the 220 maybe? I think that might be 220. They've not come through, I don't think, at the end of that lap. So I think 220 might be the one stricken in the middle of the road. And if that car can't get going, Paul, that will definitely be a safety car.
Yeah, let's unpick then what happened here. I must admit, Bonamy Grimes was very, very fortunate that wasn't a bigger accident for the 200. The outside line, it's just convergence. Two cars converging on the same bit of racetrack, but that's not the hard one, Andy. This is the one that counts in a moment.
Yeah, that was Charlie Hart, former Ginetta Junior racer, to the inside. You've got to give them a wide berth, and there, unfortunately, as Bonamy was catching the slide, the second car had nowhere to go. I think it is the 220 that was on the inside line, that car being piloted by Barry Thompson in the opening stint, and yeah, that car going no further.
And I think Grimes, fortunately, may have avoided collecting the barriers on the second part of that incident, so that's going to be big for Bonamy Grimes. If there's any damage to that car, it's only going to be minor, courtesy of the contact. And there is, unfortunately, the end of the day. It's 220, I think you're right, the Team FFS machine. So Barry Thompson, unfortunately, in a 3-hour race, says goodbye after 5 minutes.
Yes, that is a shame. It's not what we like to see. No. It's a Fun Cup rule that if a car is stationary or stranded at the side of the track, they will always do their best to get it recovered, even if that means throwing a safety car, because if they can give the car back to the team, there's a chance in an hour and a half's time they might get it back out there. Obviously, the chance for a really good result will be gone, but fingers crossed that car will be back out on circuit before the race is over. Then we can take another look maybe at what was going on right at the start of the race here. This was the moment the red lights were extinguished. It was a dream start really for the 169 car. Remember, that was started by Rob Croydon. He held on to pole position, the lead from pole position as they crossed the line. That really wasn't where the action was. Look at the white, orange and blue number 200 car of Bonamy Grimes, Paul. A brilliant, decisive move up the inside to go from 5th on the grid to 3rd place.
That is the personification of bravery at the start of a 4-hour endurance race. But Bonamy, again, just showing that he's hungry for this one in the early stages, hungry to get the team up there. And Minshaw that we see in the Demon Tweaks machine just behind, not having quite the start that they were hoping for. Jason Minshaw, of course, is, again, to be honest, when I looked at the field before coming here, it's stacked with really, really strong names in British motorsport. Jason, the Minshaws, being, of course, storied history in the world of British motor racing, and now historics, of course, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to have them on the grid. Yeah. They haven't done a lot of Fun Cup racing in the past, if any, to be honest. So it's really nice to have them and the Demon Tweaks livery present on the Fun Cup grid. And so, yeah, replay here of the field as they streamed through Shell for the first time. All very well behaved up to this point, but it was a little bit later on that things would get a little bit messy. There, the Uvio car charging through, as you'd expect, with Fabulous Randaccio. That is the name that is on his racing licence, by the way, so we must refer to him as that. And Fabulous moving forward.
And he introduced himself to me when I was in the hospitality a little bit earlier on. And anyone that can come up to you with a hand out and say, hey, I'm fabulous, is an absolute hero of mine. Fantastic stuff. Lovely guy as well. Absolutely loves his Fun Cup racing. He's been a mainstay. And, yeah, he's got a very fabulous name. He's also a really entertaining, again, another one that I recall from Brands Hatch is a very, very entertaining team and driver.
Oh, yes. You can guarantee that Fabulous and Farchini will not be that far away from some action on track, and indeed off track usually. It was Farchini who was involved in that tangle with Riley Phillips here at the end of last year, and so nearly cost Olympian GRD the championship. Thankfully, they managed to dig their way out of the gravel trap on the final lap and got to the checkered flag. But the great thing was that 20 minutes later, stood behind the race control building were Farchini and Riley having a good old laugh about it. There were no hard feelings at all. That is, I think this is one of the very few, maybe the only championship where that would be the case. So we're behind the safety car then for the first time. I know I may sound a bit pessimistic by saying it's the first time. I'm anticipating it won't be the last, but this is Oulton Park. Historically, in Fun Cup races here at Oulton Park, safety cars are quite common. On average, I'm about to go all statty on you here, Paul. There have been 24 Fun Cup Championship races here on the Oulton Park International Circuit. There have been a total of 80 safety car periods, an average of 3 per race if you were interested, and generally the first one comes out at some point within the first 18 laps. Well, this is well within the first 18 laps. We were only on, I think, lap 3 when the safety car was officially scrambled, but those safety cars are a key part of the strategy here at Oulton. Sometimes it's dangerous if you're a team that's got maybe one driver that's quite a bit quicker than the others. You naturally want to save that driver for the end of the race, but you can't afford to lose too much ground early doors. The likelihood of safety cars here means that is less likely to happen, and you do therefore tend to have more cars in contention when we get to that final hour.
And that's a very, very interesting point you made there, Andy,
is
as
it?
well. About the it's rare, isn't it? Let's fight it down. No, but it's a great point. Because safety cars are so frequent and so expected, that gets filtered into the strategy of the teams and drivers. That's part of their game plan. We all know what a game plan is. It's when you plan things meticulously, and then as soon as you start, you throw it away and ignore it completely. But it will be part of the strategy for these drivers, the choices that they make of who goes in the car at what juncture. Where do you want to be fast? The temperature, we're only on 4 minutes to 1 in the afternoon. It is going to rise. It is going to get hotter out there on the track. How does that filter into your thought process as a team? Could be a real deciding factor over the course of this race. For now, it's survival, of course. For now, it's the early junction. You get through this phase of the race. But that's really going to play out interesting as we build towards the crescendo at the end.
No, indeed so, and that is sort of part of why we end up with these really close finishes here at Oulton Park through the years, because it does tend to be a very, very competitive group of drivers on track at the end. And these days in Fun Cup, it's a stacked grid, and those sort of pro drivers, if you like, that tend to come in for the last 40 minutes or so. Well, they really can pedal, and they really do battle very, very hard indeed. And of course, at the end of last year, we were graced by quite a few star drivers. Jake Hill, fresh off winning the British Touring Car Championship, was here. Phil Keane was on the grid. There were quite a few stars of British Touring Car and British GT racing who came to have a go at racing in the Fun Cup, because, of course, there is a prize up for grabs if you are a team of Fun Cup debutants. It doesn't matter what else you've raced in the elsewhere in the world. If you've never raced Fun Cup before and a group of you come together and win your first race in the championship, £10,000 will be heading your way. And if you finish on the podium in that first race, then Paul Rose has to dig his hand into his pocket, which is exactly what he had to do here in October last year. It wasn't quite a win, but second place for the team that had Jake Hill as part of the driver lineup. And we encourage more top-line drivers to come and give this a go, because it's not as easy to win in this as they might think.
Yeah, if Jake Hill can't take a race victory fresh off a BTCC title, then it's going to be quite challenging for a lot of people. And that's a point, Andy. Again, I like to come into this broadcast as somebody with less exposure of this championship than others, to bring a fresh set of eyes to it. The level of quality of the way the teams present themselves. We've got larger and smaller teams, family-run affairs and more professional-looking outfits, but everybody puts on a really good effort to make it look professional, to make it look neat and welcoming as well. I'm in civvies when I'm walking around. Nobody knows who I am. You say hello to people, they warmly welcome you in and have a conversation. Yeah. It's a very serious and professional championship in some aspects, but a very friendly family atmosphere in others. And for me, that finds the balance really nicely compared to maybe some of the more politically charged championships in which I work in from time to time.
Yes, this certainly, political is not a word I generally associate with Fun Cup, which is part of the reason why I've stuck around, and so many teams and drivers do, for quite as long as they do. There is the 220 car. This recovery is taking a little while because that rear suspension's broken. Of course, they're rear-wheel drive cars, so that means the drivetrain's probably broken as well. It can't be driven away, it can't be towed away, so it has to be picked up onto the flatbed truck and driven back to the pit lane that way. So whilst that is going on, we can head down into the sunny pit lane where Jamie Peters-Ennis, who I think has got the best job of all of us today, gets to top up the tan, all while catching up with some of the drivers.
Topping up the tan or getting the sunburn, I don't think is worse. I've just got Paul Rose down here now. He's just having a quick chat with Paul McCullin from the BRSCC. Paul, that was a busy start to Fun Cup, as we know, but fabulous to see 28 cars on the grid.
Yeah, it's nice to have 28 cars back, so and we've got the weather. Race is good. Safety car out at the moment, but I think we'll be soon restarting.
And we spoke at Brands, we're welcoming new partners this year, Proflex and HRX. It's so great to have them on board as well, and it's great exposure for everybody, isn't it? Because we're upping live streaming this year, we've got more social media coverage, new Hankook tyres, there's lots of new things going on for 25, isn't there?
Absolutely. I mean, the tyres have gone down really well with the teams. Very durable tyre. It's actually a little bit quicker than the old tyre. Not that we were bothered about that, but no, the teams love the tyres.
And I think it's great because every circuit we'll come to now, we're going to be going into the unknown with the degradation of those tyres. We know Anglesey, which is next, as we see the 200 car having its nose changed now. We know Anglesey's very tough on those tyres, but we know there was a little bit of a tyre test over the winter. How did they hold up?
Yeah, we tested the tyre in January. It was very cold, I must say. But Anglesey is very abrasive, so it was a really good test for the tyre, and the tyre held up really well. So we will certainly know at the next round.
And great news is, more cars coming out.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've got another 2 teams coming out. So Anglesey is normally our lowest grid number, but we'll see how we go from there.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'll let you carry on and hopefully for a great race.
That's great. Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks a lot. Back to Andy and Paul.
Thank you, Jamie. Great to hear from Paul Rose, who is these days has handed over a lot of the sort of day-to-day running of the business to his son Christian, who's here again this weekend as he always is. But Paul Rose still very much a big part of the Fun Cup paddock, and great to hear from him. They're great to hear, Paul. Even more teams potentially on the way later in the season as well. We really saw a big upturn in entrance towards the latter part of last year, really. We were averaging around about 20 to 22 starters for about 3 or 4 years, really, and then all of a sudden, midway through last year, Donington Park 27, the 2 races here at Oulton 28, we've got 28 out again this weekend. This Fun Cup thing's starting to catch on again now.
Oh, why wouldn't it? It is. I mean, you said this earlier about a different series. We're talking relative terms in motor racing. It's cost-effective racing. The amount of seat time per pound sterling that the driver has to put down. But it's not just seat time. The level of the championship is very, very high. It's a great ground for grounding yourself and developing your skills as a young driver. It's a destination championship for an experienced driver that's been around the block. And the car is a fabulous driver's car. We've got some great racing. This does sound a little bit like I'm doing a paid promotion here, and I'm sincerely not doing that at all. You said it to me, Andy, on air just now. Anybody who gets exposed to the Fun Cup sort of gets hooked.
Yeah.
Hook, line and sinker. And I've not even driven one of these things yet, by the way. That's an invitation if anybody's offering. So it's absolutely a fabulous place to go, irrespective of where you are in your career. If you're a younger driver, older driver, you're someone looking for a home for the foreseeable future, why would you not? Why would you not? I mean, I'm saying it's great racing, we're on a safety car. It's an endurance race, forget that for a moment, people, please. It is fabulous, fabulous racing, all the way through the field, and go to some of the best racetracks in the United Kingdom.
No, absolutely so, and I think the inclusion of live stream now, every race is live stream now for the Fun Cup, which began last year. That was a big deal as well, so that's really helped to increase the exposure. We've done a lot of work on social media too, so yeah, lots of good news coming out of the Fun Cup paddock at the moment, and long may that continue. 220 is back in the pit lane, so I'm hoping that means the track's cleared and the race might get back underway very shortly. We are nearly, well, we're 17 minutes, let's say, into the race. Remember, the first pit window will open at around about 40 minutes into the race, so we had that 200 Red River Sport car into the pit lane, Bonamy Grimes. That was to replace the front bodywork. That won't count as one of the mandatory stops, so the number 200 car will still have to come back into the pit lane during the first window, but at least they've now got a fixed front end, and they're able to rejoin the back of the pack and hopefully run at racing speed. We know that car is quick. Safety car heads to the pit lane then. We're ready to go racing once again here at Oulton Park, and it's time for for the 109 car. Yes, it is 109 car that leads the pack to get the race back underway then. It's the Harry Mailer machine, which I don't remember being in the lead. Maybe we missed that for all of that action. Anyway, he's in the lead now, and he gets the race back underway. Harry Mailer then accelerates across the timing line and is chased by the car that I thought was leading, the 169 Rare Vinyl machine of Rob Croydon. Third position for Race Logic, fourth for Demon Tweaks, and fifth for the Morpheus 2 Rent car. Good to have the 2 Rent name back in Fun Cup again this weekend. The 110 car, the Chris and Charlie Hart machine. Chris Hart, former front-runner in the championship. Charlie Hart, his son, who's fresh out of Ginetta Junior Racing, where he was a front-runner, a race winner indeed last year. And that car is in the hands at the moment of Charlie and is on the attack here as they head down the Lakeside Straight. Goes for fourth, but actually has a grandstand view of a side-by-side battle call for third.
Yeah, that is the best seat in the house. And he's going to use the slipstream as well. So slipstream, a big deal in the Fun Cup. To great effect, that car on the outside. Unfortunately, absolutely nothing you can do. But again, endurance race, 4 hours. Lots of racing still to go. If you're the one being overtaken, don't fight it too hard at this stage. Just stay in the conversation. Stay in the zone where you've got some opportunity. That's the name of the game. And often, especially for young drivers coming from the likes of Ginetta Juniors, that's a mentality that takes a little while to really sink in, as the 110, again with Charlie behind the heart, is on for another position, Andy.
Yes, he is. Down the hill they come, then nips to the inside of the Demon Tweaks liveried machine and will gain the place and brings with him, look, Fabulous Randaccio in the Uvio machine. So the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car that led for so long at Brands Hatch last time out, only to lose out in the closing stages, picks up fourth position. On the grass goes the Demon Tweaks machine. It is Jason Minshaw in that all Minshaw driven car. Jason Guy and Jack Minshaw sharing driving duties. That 110 car though is the one on the charge. Charlie Hart, who's already survived a skirmish here with Bonamy Grimes at Druids, is now going door to door with the 169 machine. He's got the inside line, I think, towards Lodge Corner, blocks the road from the Uvio car, which gives him a bit of a bump draft down the straight. This is very feisty stuff. They're both going to move through, but these, for me, Paul, are the two raciest cars on track.
For sure. And Charlie Hart take a bow. This has been an incredible few laps. And again, a driver so inexperienced to be bump drafted from behind by Fabulous Randaccio while making a move, while slowing the car down in the early stages of a safety car restarted race. That is phenomenal, phenomenal stuff for Charlie Hart. And the reward is they're up there in second position now. But look at the Uvio Hoffman car of Fabulous Randaccio. That body language of that car and the fact that he's willing to bump draft so early in the race suggests that Fabulous doesn't like third position and would rather fancy second.
Well, the fact that he's willing to bump draft at all is not a sentence you say generally in endurance racing, is it? But I've likened Fun Cup over the years many a time to NASCAR. NASCAR, I make no secret, is my favourite form of racing on the planet, and the super speedway racing in particular. These races really play out like a NASCAR race. You get a really lively first part of the race, everyone feeling out their cars and sort of finding their position in the pack. Then it settles down into the strategic middle part of the race, and then there's usually something that happens inside that final 40 minutes that bunches them all together, and you get a bit of an overtime style finish, a run to the flag. It is really similar to the style of NASCAR racing. I think maybe that's one of the reasons why I love it so much.
So we're saying this is a 3.5 hour pre-show, essentially, and we're building, survival of the fittest till we get to the final 30 minutes, and everything is on the table. I love that one. I'm a NASCAR fan myself. I just love the strategic side of this thing, though. It is. You often, for non-motor racing fans, and I speak to a lot of them, so it's a personal mission of mine for everyone to fall in love with motorsport, they always say, well, it's just getting the car driving really fast. That is 1% of a driver's skill set of requirements. It's not nailing it from beginning to end. It's all of these intricacies that come alive over the course of the race. And if you're not on point, there's a 200 in a lot of stripe, freshly repaired, and immediately looking to get some more dents and bangs and scratches.
The point I was about to make is that what I love about endurance racing is you get to the end of the race and every single car that starts the race has a story to tell. Well, I think Bonamy Grimes could write a whole book based on what he's endured in the first 22 minutes of this race. He's been involved in quite a few moments, shall we call them, and he's getting stuck right in again down at the Hislop chicane. There were 3 abreast across the line towards the tail end of the top 10 there. Race Logic, I think, were perhaps losing out to Greenheath in all of that. And this is the group, in fact, that I just spotted. Yes, Greenheath number 14 ahead of the blue and white Race Logic car. Then it's PLR Racing, Axiometrics, and up the inside, the number 210. That's the JPR Azerbaijan car. It is Nigel Greensall in the car at the moment. That probably is why it's moving forward very rapidly. Nigel Greensall, who is one of those really annoying drivers who's just good in everything that he drives. Really made a name for himself in Fun Cup about 10-15 years or so ago, and it's great to have him back racing in the championship in one of the JPR hire cars.
And the whole Greensall family are one of those, aren't they? Well, they just turn up and they're really, really, really fast at absolutely everything. Just sort of very briefly, a yellow flag actually on the approach to the hairpin. hearing or seeing any drama, so we'll keep our eye on that one. Hopefully we stay on the green flag conditions, but last time around, the quickest lap for the Morpheus to Red car, so Charlie Hart is absolutely, metaphorically at least, on fire at this first stint.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he? As you would expect, and of course in some clean air now as well, so chasing down the race leader, move up the inside for the 210 there, so 210 also marching forward in the hands of Nigel Greensall, gets ahead of the Race Logic car. It's Julian Thomas in that Race Logic car. Julian is automatically one of the coolest people I know because he races an ex-Andy Rouse Sierra Cosworth in historic racing circles these days. Safety car is back out again, by the way, so there were yellow flags up at the exit of Island Bend. We know not why, but whatever that is appears to have brought about our second safety car period of the race. Well, I said the average for the first safety car here at Oulton Park was within the first 18 laps. We have completed 8 laps of racing. This is our second one. I think we're in for one of those afternoons, Paul.
This is killing your stat sheet, this, Andy. This is really, really... I'm just going to have to work overtime tonight to update everything again, it seems.
Yes.
It's. I wonder why we're in this situation where safety cars are so frequent. Early in the season, maybe, exceptionally warm temperatures and eagerness to get out there and get started. It does tend to be that safety cars do beat safety cars, don't they? Usually it's a bit more immediate than we've seen, but it has been a bit stop-start, and this will help the slightly less success-endowed teams because it mixes things up, doesn't it? It gives them opportunity to try and find a little bit of a way through the field. And we like opportunity. It's nice. A little bit of mixing things up always helps.
Absolutely so, and I think the reason that it's often when we get an early safety car, you get another one very soon after because, of course, with this random grid, you've got people out of position and maybe after 2 or 3 laps, things start to settle down, but then you throw a safety car out, it punches them back together, and it's another opportunity for them to start moving their way up the order. So I think if we'd had a safety car in 2 hours' time, it might be a very different story. Things would probably pick back up in a relatively steady way. But whatever the reason is for this second safety car period, it certainly is going to have the effect of bunching them back together again and plays into the hands of some of those cars moving through the order. One of those, of course, is Olympian GRD. Well, they've just appeared inside the top 20 for the first time. They are 18th position, right the first time, at the end of lap number 9. And the reigning champions, the race winners at Brands Hatch last time out, they've got Chris Devell in the car. Now, Chris shares that car with Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd, both of whom I think are, by Chris's own admission, slightly quicker than him. These safety cars very much keeping Chris Devell in the picture here. Would not be surprised to see that car jump well inside the top 10 inside the next 15 minutes or so. So we are not even half an hour into this second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've had 2 safety cars, we've had quite a lot of battles, a couple of lead changes, and an awful lot of stories to be told already. Not even close to a quarter of the way through the race. Let's take a look back at some of the things that have happened so far. This was some of the action through the Britain chicane earlier on. Well, this really has been one of the stories of that little stint of racing we've just had, Paul. The 110 car moving through the order very rapidly indeed. And in the hands of young Charlie Hart, he's been making some very Ginetta Junior-esque overtakes.
But very committed overtakes, and that's the thing. There's no half measures. He's not taking a look. He's finding an opportunity, committing to it, and then delivering upon it almost straight away. We saw Charlie just make his way past the Demon Tweets car at Minshaw a few moments ago, but then almost immediately on the attack again. So absolutely relentless from the 110, Andy.
Yeah, this was him moving into second position, and that made it a Morpheus Motorsport 1-2 as well, because remember, it's the sister car, the 109, in the hands of Harry Mailer that leads the way. So very tasty prospect here upon this restart, Paul, because you're going to have Harry Mailer, who can only be in his relatively young 20s. You've got Charlie Hart, who is not even there yet. He's still basically of junior racing age. And behind them, the wily old veteran, he won't thank me for calling him that, Fabulous Randaccio in the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. This could be a very entertaining restart.
If I'm Fabulous, I'm giving at least 3 seconds gap between myself and those 2 front runners. 2 young bucks with a point to prove, and Charlie Hart with the pace underneath him and emboldened by a couple of very, very strong overtakes. Ooh. We've all watched it junior racing before. We know what sometimes might happen. I'm sure that these guys are way, way on top of what they need to do. But for Randaccio, for UVO Hoffman, maybe the wise place to see what happens.
This is the reason for the safety car. Still can't see a number on this. 248. It's team disruptive. Oh, well, they are disrupting the race slightly with this safety car period. The car looks to have broken down rather than crashed, I would say. So the 248 car with some sort of mechanical issue, sadly. Who was in that car? It was Tim Wheeldon, the car that he shares with Steve Lake and Ryan Slaney-Smith. So 248 is going no further. And that car, well, being towed back to the pit lane, they'll be able to work on it, and I'm sure we will see that car back out again, but out of contention, obviously. They're suspecting, Jamie tells us, thank you, Jamie, for the info, that it's a throttle cable issue, which would explain why it needs a tow as well. There's no power at all. That's why it needed to be recovered back to the pit lane. It should be here shortly, though, so I reckon one more lap. In fact, they're taking it down around the old range corner now, long before even my time on this planet. This was, well, part of the original circuit at Oulton Park. A little cut through. They didn't used to go down past the lake towards Ireland and Shell. It was just a little square-shaped parkland circuit, and they went around Range Corner, which these days is used as a parking lot for all of the recovery vehicles, and for one day a year, it's a water splash when they hold the circuit rally here in Oulton Park. Hopefully they have a way of navigating round the water splash en route back to the paddock. But that car should be back shortly, and I reckon we'll be racing again at the end of this lap.
And of course, the reason we're bringing the car back to the paddock is these drivers, they've all paid their money, they're all looking for their seat time. It's a 4-hour race, 3.5 minutes left to go. If you can get it repaired, you can get it back out on track. So it's really worth doing.
Indeed so. Right then, we anticipate racing again at the end of this lap. We've got time for a very quick break. We'll be back with racing action from Oulton Park in just a couple of moments' time.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Oulton Park. Well, that advert really very much detailing exactly what we were just talking about. That was fairly seamless promotion for the championship, wasn't it? But really very succinctly summarising what's great about this championship. The cars are great, the racing's great, the people in the cars and around the paddock are really great fun as well, and it doesn't have to cost you a fortune. So if you do fancy coming in and having a go in the Fun Cup, get in touch with the team. Christian or Paul Rose will be more than happy to discuss your options, and you don't have to buy a car. You can hire a car from JPR who run the championship. You could, you know, they'll even provide a driver to come and race with you if you need somebody. There are lots of options to get you out on track, and we'd love to have some new names in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in the near future. What we'd also love, Paul, is to see a bit more racing, and I think we're about to get our wish.
Oh, I do so dearly hope so. There we go, safety car lights are out. So, third time I've asked him, Alexander McEwen, will we get away nice and cleanly, and how long for?
Well, they've got 18 minutes until the pit window opens, give or take, so if we can make it that far, then that will be the longest green flag run of the race so far. Fingers crossed. Let's see then, off we go. We've got the two youngsters at the front of the field, so in a way I shouldn't really hold my breath. Actually, no, hold my breath is exactly what I'm going to do as they head towards Old Hall Corner. They're not actually nose to tail, though it was a good restart that from the 109 of Harry Mailer. And Charlie Hart goes with him, Randaccio third. The first of the battles is this one, that is round the outside, Nigel Greensall. Now, Greensall's really benefited out of these safety cars as well. That car started fairly deep in the pack, but he just went round the outside of Greenheath to go 6th place. So Nigel Greensall in that number 210 car, that is one of the JPR higher cars, and Nigel Greensall is marching towards the front.
Yeah, fabulous start, as we expect from a driver of that calibre and that experience as well. Picking his moments, absolutely wonderful. It is, though, I must say, a fabulous start for car number 109. A really good safety car. Harry Mailer behind the wheel of the Morpheus Motorsports machine. Nailing a restart on a safety car is not as easy as it looks. And to get a 0.4 of a second advantage, it's very well played indeed.
Exactly so, and Charlie Hart is no mug, so he wouldn't have made that easy. So good restart from Harry Mailer. We'll see whether or not he's able to break away from the car behind. That perhaps is a little bit doubtful. Through comes the Greenheath car then, up and over Hilltop. Well, there's the answer to my question. Absolutely not. Harry Mailer not getting away from Charlie Hart. Now, the one thing to consider here, though, I know we've been teeing this up as a bit of an all-out brawl between the two youngsters. They are teammates. They both run for Morpheus Motorsport. Yes, each car is funded by the own individual drivers, but they will want to try and keep this clean if they can. Issues there possibly for Minshaw, though, Paul. I think he got shuffled out at the chicane.
Yep, I think he ran out of racing room a little bit, and then obviously you're losing your momentum. So, again, NASCAR analogy perfectly in time. That car's off of line, and it starts to Henry's position. Minshaw to the inside line. Is there damage, though? They're not picking up the speed, Andy, quite as quickly as I would have expected.
My word, the 207 car nearly went off there as they tried to go around the outside. Tom Pattle-Roy in the 207 Demon Tweaks machine. So the sister car, it's not running the same livery, but it is run out of the same stable, and they almost tangled with each other at Druids. Down towards Old Hall Corner come the leading two. Will we see a charge from Charlie Hart? Well, he thought about the inside line and then decided not to. Had that been any other car ahead of him, I think he probably would have gone for the move there, but decided to settle in line behind the teammate machine. Axiometrics there on the inside, picking up a place at the expense of PLR Racing. That's 9th place now for PLR. Ben Pitch just starting to slip down the order ever so slightly. Almost got back alongside the Axiometrics machine, but wasn't quite able to complete the manoeuvre as they dropped down through Cascades. Then the GCI car with a very snazzy new livery on it, the 111 machine in 10th position, started by Ian Wood. One of the teams that were running in Fun Cup when it began over 20 years ago, and they're still running strong. They came back full-time a few years ago, won the championship, and now they dip in and out on a part-time basis. But every time they're here, they are a contender, and they are inside the top 10 once more.
Yeah, fabulous performance. That just goes to show exactly how good this championship is. People come, they don't want to leave. Fabulous stuff. There'll be repair work going on behind pit wall, and again, 4-hour endurance race. You've got a bit of time to get that car back out on there, but it's just so painful for a team. All of that work for nothing.
Change of the lead. Up the inside goes Charlie Hart into the Hislop chicane. So didn't see how that started, but we certainly saw how it ended. Charlie Hart then moves ahead of Harry Mailer, and we'll see whether or not that order remains that way. Now, Charlie will be very happy with this. He'll be thinking, yeah, I was clearly quicker. You know, I've got in front. Now I'm in front. We're going to disappear up the road. But the power of the slipstream, it makes you feel like Superman. And as soon as you're out in front, the other car behind you then has that advantage. And now Harry Mailer's going to be thinking, well, come on, get on with this. You thought you were quicker than me, and you're not getting away. The top three, though, Paul, are distancing themselves from the rest of the field.
Yeah, these two teammates need to work together a little bit now. For Charlie, he's got to reconfigure his mental capacity. He's not got the reference car in front anymore. He's not following another car. He's the one that's following the path for everybody else to follow. So for Charlie, it takes a little while to refocus your attentions to being the new race leader. Fortunately for him, I don't think he's going to be pushed too hard by the car behind, being in the same team, of course. The big one for me is the UVO Hoffman machine, the 225, just 1.1 seconds in arrears. While these two play nicely as teammates, Fabulous Randaccio has got the bit between the teeth. This is his opportunity to stake a claim for an early race lead.
Yeah, he didn't go with them immediately after the restart, but that little bit of swapping of positions over Hilltop just held them back a little bit, and he's well within slipstreaming range. The top three covered by 1.1 seconds. It's then 3.3 seconds back to Nigel Greensall, who is now fourth. He could be the man to watch here. There he is, look, he's just got himself up ahead of the 169 rare vinyl car, that car driven by Rob Croydon, and Nigel Greensall in clean air. There are not many people who are usually quicker than him, so we'll see whether Nigel's able to bridge what is a sizable gap to the leading trio. Then you've got Greenheath in 6th position. There is Greensall though, the 210 car, JPR Azerbaijan, moving through into 4th spot. Nigel Greensall, who's won countless races, many of them with the Race Logic team. That was the team that he always used to be a part of with David Denyer and Julian Thomas. In fact, he he will say anyway, taught Julian Thomas everything he knows and turned Julian into one of the quicker sort of drivers, if you like, in the championship. Julian now, as I said, off doing a lot of historic racing, but he and Nigel still come and dip back into Fun Cup, not racing with each other anymore, but I'm sure happy to share a few stories of their historic racing ventures whenever they do meet up in the paddock. Julian a little bit deeper in the field at the moment in 8th position, but Nigel Greensall doing Nigel Greensall things and moving towards the front. There was Julian Thomas actually in the background, I think losing a place to GCI Racing.
Yeah, there we go, back to the front of the field again. The warring teammates, the Morpheus Tourette car and the Morpheus NFS machine, they're squabbling. And look at the UVO Hoffman car now. It was a second and a half last time we checked in. Pretty much within 2-3 car lengths of this particular fight. Fabulous Randaccio, I think, needs a bit of credit here. He's been a little bit more restrained than perhaps my experience of him suggests he normally is. And that's starting to pay dividends for the 225. This is a really, really strong start to the race. Look after the car, look after the tyres, look after everything, and still in the crunchy part of the race.
I reckon there's been one or two occasions where I've seen Fabulous showing a bit of restraint. His teammate Farkini, on the other hand, less so. So I think maybe enjoy this moment of calm from the UVO car. That may well change when Farkini jumps in it at the first round of pit stops. He was having a go, though, at taking second place away there from Harry Mailer. Didn't make it stick, but look, that little bit of defensive driving from Mailer just gifted Charlie Hart maybe a couple of car lengths advantage. Not a huge advantage, but just enough that he didn't have to worry about defending into the Shell hairpin. Rest of the field streaking through the banked right-hander. There is the Demon Tweaks car having plummeted down the order, really. And there, Olympian GRD, the number 1 machine right at the back of that group. Christabel, 19th position. Now, you might be thinking, hang on, Andy, this is the car that's won everything in Fun Cup over the last 2 or 3 years. They won the championship, they won at Brands Hatch. You're telling me they're only 19th now? Well, watch this space. They won't be 19th by the end of the race, that's for sure. Christabel doing exactly what he normally does, staying out of trouble and picking his way forward. He might be about to get another freebie here, though, Paul, because that Demon Tweaks car does not look healthy.
No, does not look healthy at all, does the 2-4-3. I do think the Demon Tweaks machine may be coming down pit lane in the not-too-distant future. And look at that. The car doesn't even look balanced in corners. It's slow in a straight line. It's struggling in corners. Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's... gearbox maybe struggling to get it into gear. I'm not sure, but there's an issue, isn't there? He's going to have to get the team to look at that, I think, when they come in. Olympian GRD. The next car to come through, so that will be another free position for Christabel. The leaders streak through, and the Morpheus pairing putting on a great display out at the front of the field. It is now 9/10 of a second covering the top 3, though, so Fabulous Randaccio, to Paul's point, is absolutely there. There goes the Axiometrics car to the inside of Greenheath, and that is for 6th position. That Axiometrics car has been slowly but steadily moving its way forward. It's John Perrott at the wheel. And another place gain. He's not a million miles behind the 169 of Rob Croydon either, so top 5 could be coming shortly for Axiometrics, who, I forget where they started now. Axiometrics 103 were 15th on the grid, so really good opening stint.
Endurance racing, what you want to do is make progress and nobody notice.
Yeah.
You want to be the car that the commentator goes, ooh, how did they finish there? And that's exactly what Axiometrics are doing at this moment in time. Low profile, low key, staying out of trouble. That's going to be, I've said it before, and I'll probably say it another 20 times before we say goodnight. Staying out of trouble is going to be the absolute key to success here this weekend.
Right then, things are all getting far too calm. Let's throw a round of pit stops in here, shall we, to mix things up. The pit window is open for the first time, and we will soon have cars bailing for the pit lane. They have to pass the pit lane open board once before they're allowed to pit. I think that's only just gone out, so probably another lap before we start seeing cars coming in. But when they do, they've got 10 minutes to dive for the pit lane, and they have the choice then of what to do. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to change driver. They don't have to refuel the car. They certainly won't be changing tyres. These tyres will be expected to run the full 4 hours. But driver changes and refueling, that is going to be the order of the day. I wonder how many teams, though, will feel the need to refuel. You don't have to fuel at every stop. These cars are more than capable of going in excess of an hour on a tank of fuel, getting on for 90 minutes, so 2 full stints without refueling. Because we had that safety, 2 safety cars early on, they'll have saved a lot of fuel, Paul, and that again opens up the strategy. If you want to try and buy some track position now, they might choose not to put any fuel in the tank.
And this is why I adore endurance racing, is the divergence in strategies between all the teams. So you're absolutely right, the safety car appearing field will have thrown the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the calculations of these teams. Let's have a look at our race leaders. I like to come across the line. They've done it, of course, to stay out. But the Demon Tweaks machine, I see from the commentary box window, is in.
As is Olympian GRD. That was timed perfectly. I think the safety car, the pit lane window open board went out after half of the field had gone through and the other half hadn't. So actually running towards the back was a benefit because Chris Bell has been able to bring that championship leading and reigning championship winning car in early and hand over to the rapid Simon Rudd. So Simon Rudd being bolted in. I don't think they took any fuel in that car. That looked like a pretty quick pit stop. Olympian GRD widely renowned as being the fastest team in the pit lane. 8 seconds they can get a driver out of the car and a new driver into the car, and it's sent on its way, which is quite frankly ridiculous. There's no minimum pit stop time in Fun Cup. It's in and out as quickly as you can do it, and they often are the quickest.
Yep, so while they came in as well, we saw the 249 Demon Tweets car. It is Jason Minshaw out and Jack Minshaw behind the wheel, so it'll be interesting to see where Jack's pace falls in comparison to Jason in the second stint of the race. A little bit slower for Demon Tweaks, suggesting maybe there was some fuel on board as well in that one. Didn't see it out the commentary box window, but this is now, what do you do if you're our race leading duo at the front of the field, separated by a tenth of a second? Bravo. Do you do something different to each other, or are they going to come in the same time and minimise the risks?
Yes, driver being unceremoniously dragged out of one of the cars in pit lane. I think if you're at the front and you've got the track position, you've got a quick driver in the car, you extend the stint as far as you can. You can stay out for 10 minutes, remember, that's exactly what's happening. The leaders are flashing past. You just saw them in the background going past the pits. That was the leading trio, so they will stay out. Most of the cars further back will be the ones coming in early. That's 257, by the way. With, I think now just 2 drivers possibly, Andrea Seminara and Ian Morris sharing the driving, so Ian Morris getting in for the second stint and fresh into the car. He's released onto the track right in the middle of the lead lap cars that haven't pitted. That is not ideal.
And that again, that's another thing I love about this championship, is you come in to the car for the first time on the race meeting, you go back out again, there's a whole host of other ones, all fully up to temperature, fully up to speed, and you've got 0 time to get comfortable. Brilliant experience as a driver, and great, of course, for our audience watching at home. But have a look at this one. This is an outside that becomes an inside line, that then becomes the outside line again into the hairpin. It's the kind of track, these are the kind of cars you can go side by side, but not through here.
This, by the way, is for 5th position. Axiometrics have caught and now passed the 169 car, Rob Croydon, so Axiometrics into 5th. 92 has come in. They are refuelling, interestingly, so Red River Sport came in and didn't. But 92, I think, the first car that I've seen taking fuel, so a full churn of fuel to top the tank up for 92. That is 22 GT Racing, and it's Chris Brown handing over to Mika Brown. And I think any driver with the first name of Mika really should be half decent at this, shouldn't they? We'll see how Mika Brown goes when out on circuit in a moment or two. The 5th place battle pack, though, and it is a battle pack, heads through Knickerbrook Corner. This is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th positions, all in a long line. Axiometrics at the front, Race Logic at the back, all fighting for positions in the bottom half of the top 10.
And it's been a really, really strong performance from the 103 Axiometrics machine. They'll be delighted, they'll be absolutely delighted to be in the front of that pack. That gives them the strategic advantage, put my teeth in, Paul, that they can decide whether to stay out or to come in, depending on what the rest of the field does. As we just see out of the commentary box window, not on your pictures, that race leading battle is really hot in it.
Knowing Fun Cup as I do think that lot of working together, they're all close enough to each other that if they wanted to make a nuisance of themselves, they absolutely could. I think these three are well aware that they're setting blistering lap times. They're 9 seconds ahead of 4th position. 4th position is Nigel Greensall. He knows a thing or two about racing in Fun Cup. He is not slow, but they're lapping 1.5 seconds quicker per lap than him at the moment because they're working together. And in fact, Fabulous Randaccio in 3rd place just set the fastest lap of the race. So just to sort of emphasise that point, these three, I think, perfectly happy to do what they are doing right now. There is no need to battle, there's no need to run side by side, because all that will do is hold you up. And right now they're building themselves something that money really can't buy in Fun Cup racing, and that is an easy time.
You see, I've just got cynical in my old age. I never think racing drivers have got enough foresight and forward thinking to work together. In fact, hang on a minute, is it proven right? No, we're okay. A little bit of defensive action, but it's just to keep us entertained and on our toes. And it's working a treat for these three at this moment in time. As you say, 9 seconds to 4th position. if they can carry this through the next pit stop window and into the second phase of the race, that's going to be a very, very comfortable blanket that they can throw away on the next safety car.
Well,
yeah. Sorry,
took the words right out of my mouth. Yes, remember the average 3 per race. So if the averages stick true, we'll probably have another one before too much longer. We've got 3 hours and 12 minutes of the race to go. So the first hour, to be fair, despite the couple of safety car periods we've had, is going by reasonably quickly. The leading trio descends upon Lodge Corner. They've got probably 2 more laps before the pit window will be closed for them, because they come through this time, it is open. They'll come through next time, it will be closed, but they're allowed to pass the pit lane window closed board once as well. So actually 3 more laps they could extend this by, which of course adds into that next stint as well. 158 we're seeing in the pit lane, that's the Team Summers car. Gary Summers handing over to Darren Brown, and sending that car back on its way. As further back, the Axiometrics are in, as are Greenheath, as are PLR. So 3 cars from that 5th place battle peeling to the right and heading towards the pit lane.
Yep, all down to the mechanics now to get those cars turned around as quickly as possible. Let's have a look at this little battle though as well. So we've got pit stop, we've got overtakes, we've got people playing the strategic game, people working together, and it's only coming up to the first hour of a 4-hour endurance race, which is why we love this kind of thing. You have to take a while to keep on top of it though. There goes the Greenheath car having made their stop. Celebrations all round, so that one went very well indeed. But again, curiously, Andy, no fuel.
No, I think all 3 of those cars had what we call a dry stop, no fuel into the car, but Axiometrics lost a lot of ground. They came in ahead of Greenheath and PLR. They've come out behind them both, so Axiometrics with a slightly slow stop. And yep, Jamie, thank you for the updates, by the way, Jamie, keeping us updated about who's taking fuel. You can see that car was definitely taking fuel. That's the 62 with a churn of fuel in. I do my best to try and make notes of this, because it all becomes relevant in about 2.5, 3 hours time when we get to the final round of pit stops. Those who have been sticking the fuel in early, they might be able to have a dry stop at the end. And if you have a safety car, Paul, during a pit window, that can be an enormous benefit. If you don't have to refuel, you can gain the best part of 10 or 12 seconds, which under green flag might be 1 or 2 positions behind the safety car. It is not uncommon to see cars jump from the back of the top 10 to the lead because they've got that fuel strategy right.
Exactly, and this is the risk versus reward dance that teams and drivers need to make. There's a lot of benefit to the here and now, but as you say, it's the long game. At the end of the day, post-checkered flag is when you pay points, not at the start of the race or in the middle. If you can do anything to open up your opportunities, open up your options further in the race, that's going to reward you. Fabulous Randaccio, by the way, the UVO Hoffman car has lost a lot of real estate to our 2 Morpheus race leaders. Not sure what happened there, looking at the timing screens. Last time around for Randaccio, a 2-minute 1 versus a 1:59.7, so we're close on times. A bit of a gap on track.
Yeah, he lost a chunk 2 laps ago, and I think that's dropped him out of the slipstreaming range now, which probably explains why his lap times are half a second or so off the ultimate pace right now, so that's a bit of a shame for him. We've got Race Logic in. Nigel Greensall has brought the 210 car into the pit lane as well. A great view of the pit lane, as indeed we do on our pictures, to see who's taking fuel. Race Logic are not, so the Race Logic machine then with no fuel being taken on board. There you get a look into the car. Julian Thomas will hand that car over now to Johnny Hode. It's just a 2-driver effort for that car. And this one, Sherrodies were in the run. Now, Sherrodies did take fuel, the 251 car, which has been a multiple race winner here over the years at Oulton Park, taking a little bit of fuel. And a bit of a mix of strategies then in that latest wave of cars to come down the pit lane. This is the group of cars that pitted a lap ago. Greenheath, PLR and Axiometrics in that order. As work continues to go on down in the pit lane for a couple of the later cars to stop. You can see already the dead bugs and the dirt and the rubber and the gravel rash all over the windscreen. These cars don't have fancy windscreen tear-offs. They will have to just deal with that as the race goes on, and that sun crucially starts to get lower in the sky.
And that's a very, very interesting point indeed. Of course, the atmospheric conditions here at Oulton Park, it's going to get a little bit warmer before it starts dropping. There's a lot of sun glare out there on the racetrack as well. It's very difficult physically to drive one of these cars for extended periods of time on track. That maybe might make a bit of a difference as well. as Andy's pointing through the pit stop window, because look who's coming down pit lane.
Yep, pit window's closed, so they've all got to come in now. So the leading 3 are in. Uvio are at our end of the pit lane, so we'll see them stop first. There is no fuel waiting for Uvio. Morpheus Motorsport now have 2 cars to service at the same time, and it's dry stops for both of them as well. 169 coming through. They will be heading for the pit lane shortly as well, but no fuel going in for either the 110, 109 or 225 cars. That's very much been the order of the day. Not a lot of fuel. Uvio are out though, and they're out, Paul, ahead of the Morpheus cars. So a big gain for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Marchini Diot is in the car now. And Paul, he's got to be the best part of 10 seconds ahead of these two.
That is an absolutely massive benefit. We just saw it out of our commentary box window, but that is not a small advantage at all for the Uvio Hoffman car. Very healthy indeed. None of the cars, of course, took any fuel during that course and stop, so it's just quick work from Uvio Hoffman down on pit lane. And yeah, Farquini Deet, I think, is going to be a little bit surprised, but very happy indeed of how that's turned around, and this is how things can turn around very quickly indeed in this championship.
Yeah, well, Farquini will be very pleased with that. I'm just getting it double checked by Jamie, but I'm pretty sure neither of the Morpheus cars took fuel, and if that is the case, then it's a mystery as to why they lost so much time. The Morpheus cars had near identical pit stops. They've come out, look still reasonably close to each other, a slightly bigger gap than it was. Still 110 ahead of 109 by the looks of it, with the 225 Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car is off into the distance. So Farquini Diot leads the race. There he is, coming over hilltop in blissful isolation now. The 110 car is second, I think, or is it actually going to be now the 210 machine? We'll have to wait for the timing screen to update itself before we find that out, but there's no doubt about the leader, and this is what Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport have done time and again in the past. This is what's carried them to championship victories in the Fun Cup over the years, and Farquini now out on circuit all on his own, and looking to try and utilise this clean air to the best effect possible. I asked Jamie the question, neither Morpheus car took fuel, did they? And he said yes. Yes, I'm right, or yes, they did, Jamie. Further clarification, please.
There's got to be a reason, of course, though, behind that one. It's the Morpheus team, as you say, stopped almost exactly at the same time. Between, in fact, Andy, is that somebody running a little bit slow?
It might be the 210, remember, that had Greensall in it. They've swapped over now to the less experienced John Martin. That car would have been somewhere near these Morpheus cars, I think. Yes, it is. It's 210, yeah, 210. Timing screen, I think, is... Oh, they've dropped a lap somewhere, 210, haven't they? Yeah, they're down in 24th.
So some kind of hidden drama has affected that one. By the way, the 246, the Vape Club EDF machine, up into 6th positions. That's been another low-key race for Vape Club EDF, but they're doing a great job up there in 6th. Just got the GCI Racing 111 machine for company, and PLR Racing, of course, firmly in their sights as well. So that's a nice little battle that's forming 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position, all pretty much in the same bit of real estate as each other.
Had it confirmed by Jamie, it was a dry pit stop for both Morpheus cars, so no fuel. They've dropped 9 seconds. Well, the 110 cars dropped 9 seconds. The 109s dropped 12, but remember, Uvio were the best part of 2 or 3 seconds behind them, so actually it's an even bigger deficit. They've lost well over 10 seconds each there in the pit lane, so they'll have to work on that. They can't be doing that every time they pit because there are 4 more stops to go. That could be potentially 40 seconds that they lose over the course of the race, and that is more than enough to cost you a shot at the race victory. So Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport lead the way. It is Farquini Diot in the car. He is 9 seconds clear of the 110 car. That's Morpheus Motorsport, now in the hands of Chris Hart, father of Charlie, but still a very rapid racer himself. The Morpheus FNS car, number 109, is third. That's being driven by Steve Walton. And in 4th position is the Greenheath machine. They've been sort of in and around the top 5 all race. Gary Bate now at the wheel. PLR Racing, they gained out of all of that. They were towards the back of the top 10. They're now 5th, number 146. The captain, Neil Plymouth, one of the most experienced drivers on the grid, in fact possibly the driver with the most Fun Cup starts, is in that 146 car in 5th position. 6th for number 246, that's the Vape Club with EDF machine of the Rapids, Ted Bradbury. That's the car to watch, I think, in this stint. GCI Racing a 7th, the 111 car now in the hands of Craig Butterworth. Axiometrics 8th, the 103 is driven by Chris Wetherell. And 9th position, the reigning champions, Olympian GRD, are set to be in the top 10 by the end of the opening stint. And by getting Simon Rudd in that number 1 car early, they've been able to buy themselves a spot inside the top 10. Right, whilst things settle down then after the first round of pit stops, let's head down to the pit lane and see who Jamie's found.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I found Harry Mailer, Charlie Hart and Fabulous, who were the top 3 in that first stint. Harry, your mission was to get into the lead and get away and break the toe, but then Charlie was hunting you down, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a good start. It was pretty clean. Got to the front in a few laps, but the safety cars just destroy whatever lead you can get yourself. So when it brought it all back together off that second safety car, it was just a case of working together, Charlie, and getting as big a gap as we could over everybody else, and keeping the fingers crossed there wasn't another safety car again.
And Charlie, that was the main objective with you and Harry, wasn't it? It was to get 1-2, regardless of the order, and work together to pull away from this man. But he was keeping you honest, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was giving us a bit of things to look at in our mirrors. But yeah, a good start from me. I think made up the places that we needed to make. The safety cars didn't really help because I think me and Harry would have got a much nicer gap into the pit stop window. But yeah, really good work together well.
And Fab, your stint was a little bit busier because you had to start in the body of the field, but safety cars really helped you and got you back in contention. P3 hunting these 2 whippersnappers down as well.
Yeah, no, it was great. I was just enjoying the show, really. It's good to see Charlie. I think Charlie was trying to beat his old man's record and how quick he comes from the back to the front, and he was giving it a pretty good go. And it was nice to just run with them and go fast, and I think we broke a good gap to everybody else in the field, so it kind of worked perfectly.
And for you guys, you're back to the stick shift because you've had some issues from brands, which unfortunately came back to haunt you yesterday. Understand you're using it going down the gears, but using the paddles going up?
No, I mean, that was the intention, but that's not kind of how it's fleshed out. If the paddle shift stops working, we just go straight onto the stick and use the stick. And actually, both of us quite enjoy it. You know, we're old men. We're used to old cars with H-pattern gearboxes and a clutch, so it kind of suits us.
All right, fantastic. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Good to hear there from Fabulous Randaccio and Charlie Hart as well. And Charlie, like all junior drivers, looking remarkably calm at the end of what must have been a very hot and busy stint for him out on circuit. But these young drivers are relatively unflappable, aren't they? And Charlie did his job really well there, to be fair, but they'll definitely want to try and iron out any kinks in the pit stops because that Morpheus pairing have lost quite a chunk of time to the race leader. So Farkini leads. He is now one of the fastest cars on the track. Who are the ones to watch then in this stint? Well, I mentioned Olympian GRD. They're into the top 10. They're 33 seconds off the race lead, but I'd imagine that gap is going to start creeping down, although actually on the previous lap Simon Rudd was slower than the race leader. Certainly they should keep picking positions off, though, I reckon. And there are a few of the quick drivers inside that leading group as well. So expect to see a few of those further down the order moving up. 252 has got Johnny Hode in. He's a very quick driver in the Race Logic machine. Red River Sport, by the way, Paul, they've been in again whilst we were hearing from Jamie. So a third visit to the pit lane, only one of those for a scheduled stop.
Yeah, not working out very well at all these early stages, but again, lots of racing still to do, lots of opportunity. Bit of damage there, by the way, on the UVO Hoffman car. So Farkini, not sure. I don't remember seeing that one before the pit stop cycle, so maybe it's clouted a bit of a curve there or been a bit over aggressive on the car, but certainly something to look out for. And oh, you called it, Andy.
Well,
go penalty times.
4 stop-go penalties. Yikes. That is quite a lot. Just as quickly as they appeared on the screen, they've got 210, 169, 158 and 98. Well, 210, excuse me, is that JPR for hire Azerbaijan car that lost a lap anyway somewhere in the pit cycle. 169 is the rare vinyl TLR car in 11th. 158 is Team Summers. They're down in 25th position, and 98, the last of the penalty drivers' cars, is Team BERT. I still haven't actually heard of the team, whether I'm supposed to refer to them as BERT or Bert. But anyway, car 98, 20th position. They'll be heading down into the penalty box. Now, so soon after pit stops, Paul, that has to be a pit lane infringement. There are not that many pit lane regulations when it comes to the actual pit stop itself, the stationary time, because there is no minimum pit stop time. 9 times out of 10, that is speeding in the pit lane, which I suspect might be the cause.
Yep, absolutely, speeding the pit lane in the wrong area when working on the car. These are the small things that you can run foul of. And those drivers, am I correct in saying they have to serve that in 3 laps?
Yes, I think we
within
are.
3 laps. So that's going to change the dynamic a little bit for those respective teams. Speaking of some dynamic changing, position changes on track. That was a relatively neat manoeuvre, but just look again, you make the pass, it's all nice and clean, it's all low profile, and look at the momentum loss, and there comes the Demon Tweaks, trying to make not 1 but 2 places. Minshaw can't quite make it on this occasion though.
Look to the outside, but the 62 car hangs on for now, so 62 keeps at the front of this group. They are battling over 17th position. You wouldn't know it, would you? You'd think it was for a place inside the top 3, but everyone now straight after the driver changes, trying to just figure things out, figure out where they're supposed to be running, and find their correct position in the pack. I was correct in my comments that I made at Captain Sale. I think this was off air whilst we were hearing from Jamie. That Red River Sport car has been off the road again because for the 2nd time it's lost its front splitter. It's been into the pit lane and the team haven't fitted a new one, probably because they'll have to go and buy another one off Paul Rose first. So Paul will be rubbing his hands with glee, but the team unfortunately are going to be well and truly off the pace now with the issue that they had, whatever this latest issue was, out on circuit. Change for 3rd position. Now I mentioned this earlier on, the car to watch in this stint is going to be the Vape Club with EDF car number 246, Ted Bradbury, former race winner in the Mazda MX-5 Championship with the BRST. It's one of the only cars inside the 2 minutes zeros. Only he and GCI Racing, in fairness, are in the 2 minute flats at the moment, and he is up into the 3rd position right now. We're also hearing reports, Paul, that this Demon Tweaks car doesn't sound quite as crisp as it should.
Yeah, we're seeing this one. It's been very strange, hasn't it? Sometimes it's looked pacey, sometimes it's looked like it's carrying a little bit of drama. Let's have a listen.
Ooh, yes.
That does not sound like it's going to be fetching a great deal on Facebook Marketplace anytime soon, does it? There's a bit of a gremlin under that one, unfortunately. Hopefully, it's something that resolves itself. It's been a good year, really, hasn't it, in terms of pace through this race. I think it might be coming. Yes, it is coming. Straight downhill.
Well, Jamie can maybe do some digging on this then. It's either an exhaust issue or a misfire, isn't it? One of those is more serious than the other, so the team will want to try and diagnose what this is. We've also got one of the cars behind coming in for the penalty. Into the garage, though, goes attempts to go the Demon Tweaks car. They didn't quite get the car rotated in, but the 249 machine in the hands of Jack Minshaw. That's a shame, because this is a quick trio of drivers. It's a well-prepared car. Sadly, they are going to be heading into the pit lane for some time, and we'll be able to get that car fixed, but it's exhaust, Jamie confirmed, so it is an exhaust issue. That's good news. Yes. That could be a lot worse.
Yeah, that's something that can be rectified relatively quickly without too much time lost. And with the Minshaws behind the wheels, one I was looking forward to seeing, expected that car to be really, really strong during the course of this race. So, unfortunately, up comes the back, in go the mechanics, and let's hope for the team that they can get this one repaired in good old mechanical fashion. Someone's hammering something very hard, and that might fix. I fix things like that.
Yes,
I'm very good at that.
That's the limit of my mechanical knowledge. If it doesn't work, give it a whack. If it still doesn't work, phone a professional. And luckily, there are plenty of those up and down the pit lane, and indeed within the Demon Tweaks garage. So they're going to.
That's good hammer work, though. That.
It is, isn't it?
That's fierce.
Well, yes. I mean, I would suspect that might do further damage than good, but obviously they seem to think it's just something that's come loose maybe in the system. It might be a very quick fix. Haven't taken the driver out of the car yet either, which is a good sign. They're anticipating they'll be sending it back on its way for too much longer. Back out on track then, we are into the 2nd hour of the race, would you believe? And UVO Hoffman's Motorsport are maintaining about a 9.5 second lead over Morpheus 2 Rent in 2nd position. That gap's been fairly static really. This is the car though that's been on the move. It's the pink, green and white number 246 car. It's in the hands of the rapid Ted Bradbury, who was a checks notes race winner here last year. Yes, he won the sprint race here in the 195 car, which ran under the brilliant team name the Ninky Nonk at the final event last year, which led to some absolutely cracking one-liners throughout the race. And not running with that team now, it's the Vape Club EDF machine, but Ted Bradbury, one of the brightest young stars of British motor racing, and he's really found a home for himself here in Fun Cup. Ted was a great example of a driver he came fresh out of karting 2 years ago into the BRSCC's Mazda MX-5 Championship, where he was on pole position in his very first car race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. He stuck it on pole position, but he'd never started a car before from a standing start. So the race got underway. He was 15th by turn 1, but he came carving back through. He eventually won a couple of races later in the season. He was very much on the sprint racing ladder. Did a one-off race in Fun Cup a year or so ago, absolutely fell in love with it, and now this is all he wants to do. And that is so refreshing to see from someone so young as well. Ted Bradbury is still, I think, just about a teenager, if not very early 20s, and he has set the world alight in Fun Cup and is absolutely loving being here.
And it's fabulous to see, because this is club racing, but the level is so high. The likes of Ted Bradbury, as a young up-and-coming driver, if he achieves results in a field as stacked with talent as this, that makes people sit up and take notice. This is not an invisible club event. This is a very high-level British Round Championship. You do big here, you can extrapolate that anywhere in Europe or UK if you wish.
Absolutely, because you're going toe-to-toe with good drivers as well. They're not nobodies. These are drivers who have been there and done everything in international motor racing in some cases. And Ted has proven he's every bit as fast, if not faster, than quite a lot of them. So, yeah, he's really impressing all the right people, I think, at the moment, and has a very bright future ahead of him. And also happens to be a really nice lad as well, actually. Some teenagers can be a bit sullen and grumpy and not really that keen to talk to you, but Ted is the exact opposite. He'll always seek you out in the paddock and let you know how things are going on, check how you're doing. Really nice kid, and we love having him as part of the Fun Cup paddock. There's your race leader putting another lap on the struggling Red River Sport car, but still missing that front splitter, which will lose you a ton of time. This is probably the worst circuit on the calendar to lose that front splitter. It does generate a lot of downforce, and running without it will cost you a couple of seconds a lap, I would imagine. The 200 car being driven at the moment by Johnny Molan. It goes to show how much that front bodywork being not there is hampering him, because Johnny Molan has just been overtaken quite easily by the UVO car. Yes, Farkini is a quick driver as well, but Johnny Molan usually would put up more of a fight than that.
I mean, just going back to the conversation about quality drivers in this field, and then you reference Johnny Molan being lapped, of all things. That tells you the level and quality in this field. Johnny Molan, absolute GT legend for pretty much the entire time I've been on this earth, it feels like, and still massively competitive. Now, the front of that car missing its splitter. How hard is that going to impact it, using your years of experience, Andy, in this championship? Is that going to hurt it in terms of its overall tyre usage? I know it's going to be good for the entire race, these tyres, but is it going to detriment effect later down the line, you think?
Definitely, because it's not like he's driving round the issue and backing off and taking it easy. He's still pushing hard. He's still putting reasonably good lap times in. He just did a 2:03, which is not slow by any means. So yeah, that will be punishing those front tyres. New tyres for 2025 though, so that's something that we're still sort of learning, but yeah, can't be good. It's costing him front downforce. It'll be scrubbing those front tyres. They'll still easily make the checkered flag without changing them, but it's not going to have quite the grip at the end of the race, that car, that they might like. Right, back down to the pit lane. Jamie, who have you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I've got John Reilton down here, who's jumped out of the 98 car. Firstly, a couple of weeks ago, you were a bit busy. You were running the London Marathon, sub 3.5, mate, and raising money for a fantastic cause, the St John's Ambulance.
Yeah, no, really proud to have done that for St John's and raised a decent amount of money. And yeah, what a challenge! I'm an endurance enthusiast, really, so and that's one of the tougher ones. And yeah, really happy to do it in that time. And it took a lot of 4 months of dedicated training to that, and I've now not got that distraction from this now, so that's good. So full focus on the racing. But yeah, no, really pleased to have done that.
And on that, as you say, you've done sort of endurance training. Does it help you in the car?
Yeah, I think so. The transferring from bikes, I would say, is more muscular, more difficult muscularly. But so in the cars, it's the temperature, and yeah, it gives you a good workout. I mean, and coping with that temperature for a stint of 50 minutes, it definitely helps.
Moving forward to here, Brands will forget about because it didn't quite go your way. It's going all right at the minute, and obviously this year you moved over from the Axiometrics team. You learned a hell of a lot last year, partnering with Angus. That's going really well this year so far, isn't it?
Yeah, as a team, we're really happy. Brands, as you say, didn't go to plan. Unfortunately, I have to report we've got the same issue now. So we've lost 10 mile an hour. So totally clueless really, because we spent a lot of time between brands in here to fix it, and it was looking better yesterday. So yeah, it could be a long race, but we're as a team we're really pleased how things are going in the pits and on track when the car is running at its best.
All right, fantastic. Well, hopefully it will cure itself.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, mate. Back to Andy and Paul.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, so more good insight from the pit lane. This, meanwhile, is your 4th place battle, Olympian GRD. I was making the point whilst we were hearing from Jamie that they were about to start overtaking people. Well, by the time I'd finished making that point, they'd overtaken them all. 4 places gained in the last lap for Olympian GRD. They've gone from well, towards the back end of the top 10 to now 4th position at the expense of GCI Racing. They've been going very quickly as well. But Simon Rudd in the Olympian GRD machine is up into 4th position. Chris Devell, of course, will have another stint to come in that car a bit later on. He normally does the 1st and the 3rd stint. That is the case again today. So by half race distance, Devell will have done his driving, and then he leaves it to Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips in the latter part of the race. Now, Paul, at Brands Hatch last time out, they ran this very same strategy. They started from the back, of course, as reigning champions. They got sort of Chris Devell's driver time out of the way relatively early. When they moved into that final hour and 20 minutes or so, they were about 30 seconds off the race lead. And myself and Richard John Neal were questioning, will Riley and Simon have the time over an hour and a bit to bridge that sort of gap? No sooner had we started having that conversation than we got a safety car. That really is what handed the victory to Olympian GRD last time out. I kind of hope, actually, that we run safety car free this afternoon, because they're likely going to find themselves in a very similar position when all is said and done, and it'll be fascinating to see if they can chase after that UVO car, which of course was the one leading until late on at Brands Hatch as well.
It's 21.5 seconds down with an hour and 15 minutes of racing done. Is a reasonably on schedule for being in and around the conversation for that race victory. So it's been a really solid stint, actually, I will say. Great work to Chris Devell for that opening stint, kept the car out of trouble, slowly but surely made his way through the pack quite efficiently, and it's put that team in a very, very strong position. We'll keep our eye on that one though, because you say the looming spectre of safety cars is always upon us, especially here at Oulton Park. But for now, 4th position is a very stout start to the day for the Olympian GRD machine. By the way, Vape Club EDF, 12.5 seconds, they're making small inroads to the cars ahead as well since they moved up to the bottom step of the podium. So that's one that would be wise to keep at least half an eye on over the next half hour.
Yeah, well, they were 8/10 quicker than the leader last time, and when I first spotted them after the pit stops, they were 20 seconds off the lead. They're 12.5 seconds off the lead now. So Ted Bradbury doing exactly what we'd expect from Ted Bradbury, I suppose. He is the fastest man on track right now, and is very much going after the leading 2. In fact, he's only about 4 seconds now adrift of Chris Hart in the 2nd place Morpheus 2 rent car. So yeah, expect that Vape Club with EDF machine to be a factor before too much longer. And the rate they're going, they could even get at least halfway across that gap to the race leader, I would have thought, before we hit the next round of pit stops. That is, though, going to be coming up fairly shortly, isn't it? Because it will be at 80 minutes into the race, so well, actually 20 odd minutes away from more pit stops for the time being. And no, we're not. I'm talking absolutely no. We're 4.5 minutes away from the next round of pit stops. How many of these races have I done? I still can't remember when the pit stop windows are.
Because no matter how many races you do, Andy, you're still counting live on air, and that's never ever a good idea to do maths on live broadcasts. I can safely say that one. By the way, do not adjust your pictures. You can see on the screen the 249 hip hip hooray.
Yes.
He's back out on the racetrack. A very short time with a big hammer has got the Minshaw car back up and running again, and it's good to see the 249 back on track. They've lost a lot of time. They're very much out of contention. But, I've said it before and I'll say it again, plenty of racing still to go, plenty of potential to find some more opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still in the top 20. They're 19th position, and they've had now 2, I think, extra pit stops, or 1 extra pit stop than they should have had. That was in the garage for quite some time. So, just under 2 3/4 hours to go. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport lead the way by 8.3 seconds over Morpheus 2 Rent, and the Vape Club with EDF machine is now within 2 seconds. So it's that 2nd place battle that's about to kick off, I think, isn't it? As Ted Bradbury reels in Chris Hart. Chris is not usually the sort of roll over and let someone through kind of guy. So, and mind you, Ted Bradbury's not normally one to pull any punches either. Here they come. They're just behind these 2, actually. So the next car behind these 2 that we're seeing, the well, two cars that have spent much longer in the pit lane than they'd like, really, the Red River Sport and the Demon Tweaks machine. Those two cars behind them are the two squabbling over second place, and the rate that Ted Bradbury's catching Chris Hart, how much of a defence do you expect our second place man to be able to put up?
See, that's a fascinating question. How much of a defence do you want him to put up? That's the thing. You can defend, but you're going to lose time, so sometimes discretion is the better part of valour, and it's just give up the ghost on this occasion, get some payback further down the race. Hopefully that's what we see amongst those two. We're still watching the Demon Tweaks car in a battle royale, it seems, on track, although they're not quite the same kind of race as each other, even if they're on the same part of the track.
Indeed so. 200 is in 19th position, isn't it? The 246 is rather further back. They're in 26th place at the moment. There's only one car not running. That's the 220 car that, remember, tangled early on with the 110 car, but currently is in second position and went out of the race on lap number 2. This, though, is the 110 car now. It's in position number 2, but for how much longer? Ted Bradbury is almost there with him as the sun just dips behind the clouds for the first time this afternoon. Track temperature might just start to level off temporarily, but all that much to Ted Bradbury what the weather's doing. He's going to keep on pushing anyway. He's got the slipstream. He's got a huge slide on through Isle of Bend. That was a brilliant shot of Ted Bradbury, absolutely on the limit, and he did not lift one fraction because he's latched onto the rear bodywork now of the second place car. And Paul, there's traffic just ahead.
Yep, clip that one, put it on social media. When anybody says endurance racing is not pushing to the absolute limit, there, my friends, is your answer. But look at Ted Bradbury now. He has closed this one. They're almost like they're in different classes at this moment in time. The 110, the air of inevitability, I think, is pretty much here as the 246 to the inside. That's exactly what Bradbury wanted to do, and that's exactly what he's done.
And that, in fairness, was the move of a veteran on the part of Chris Hart. He knows Bradbury's faster. He's seen that number 246 car getting bigger and bigger in his mirrors. That car, there was a 10-second gap between these two at the start of the stint, and it's come down over the course of half an hour or so to absolutely nothing. And he knows that if he just sits in behind Bradbury, they will both then start going quicker than the race leader. They've already gained a second or so on the leader in just the last lap or so, presumably as the UVO car has been negotiating the two-back markers just ahead. Of course, it's now the turn of Fate Club and Morpheus to do the same, but if Chris Hart can stay with Bradbury, then he should be able to start making inroads to the leader. If he can stay with Ted Bradbury, that is not going to be an easy thing to do. Bradbury's already pulled a few car lengths over the 110 car. It all will come down, I suspect, to how efficiently Ted can move past these lap cars.
And that's not the work of a moment, of course. They don't have to dive out of the way to lap cars. Blue flag's not like Formula 1, where you've got 3 corners and be gone. You can have, and often do have, a bit of a squabble. There are the blue flags right on cue. The marshals here at Oulton Park, as always, doing sensational stuff. And look at Ted Bradbury. That is incisive. Saw the inside line, took the inside line, and look at the advantage he's gained.
Yeah, suddenly any ideas Chris Hart had of sticking with him have well and truly gone out the window, haven't they? So Chris Hart still can't get past the Red River Sport car, and it's all just timing. Bradbury caught them on the way into Cascades, made a decisive move to the inside, and went past them both in one fell swoop, whereas Chris Hart only, in fact, no, still hasn't got past Johnny Molam in the number 200 machine. So, yeah, this is not working out well for the now third-placed car. The window, by the way, is going to be opening momentarily, but remember, they've got to pass that pit lane window open board once before they're allowed to pit, and many of these quick cars in front will be in no hurry to do so. They will likely stretch this stint as long as they can. Now, though, Paul, we head into that interesting part of the race. We're an hour and 20 in. It's the second round of pit stops. Most cars did not take any fuel at the first round of stops, so now suddenly we're going to see a slightly different dynamic in this second round of pit stops. Fuel has to be added, and that's an extra opportunity maybe to gain or lose time.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of shuffling in the running order, and this is when someone like myself, who's not done 80 Fun Cup races, gets even more confused than I've been permanently all day long as everybody swaps around. And again, that's why we love endurance racing. Look at Johnny Molam, though. A lap is being put on him by the 110, but Molam very, very defensive. With the damage as well, let's not forget, on the front of that car is really not making life easy at all. And ooh, if you are Morpheus to rent, you're going to need to think a little bit harder about how to find a way past.
I mean, Molan was actively defending that. In fact, he's now shuffling Chris Hart over towards the pit wall. Oh, this is very, very close indeed. They almost bang doors, and Chris Hart squeezes through. Johnny Molan, I don't think Chris Hart and Johnny Molan will be exchanging Christmas cards at the end of the year. Those two are not working particularly well together. Look at the time it's cost Chris Hart. He's 2.5 seconds behind Ted Bradbury now, who, by the way, even through traffic, was 1.8 seconds quicker than the race leader. So that lead gap is definitely coming down. It's only 4.7 seconds now, so Bradbury could have a shot at taking the race lead before he hands that car back over to Vlad Vasiliev at the second round of pit stops. So he is charging on, and the third place man Chris Hart, having fought his way past one rather quick lapped car, he's now going to do exactly the same with the Demon Tweaks machine.
And while on the one hand we've been waxing lyrical about Chris Hart and how impressive the young man has been in the race so far, this is when age belies experience. This is when, as a younger person, you've not got that experience of carving your way through the field, of commanding the racetrack. And unfortunately, I think that one is where we've come a little bit unstuck at this stage in the race. All is not lost, of course. One healthy safety car later, and it's going to be absolutely hammer and tongs. But the big one for me, Andy, and you mentioned it earlier as well, UVO Hoffman Motorsports, 4.7 seconds down from about 9 and change only a few laps ago. I would not have put Farkini down as the driver that would be losing that amount of time to the chasing pack. Is there an issue, or is it just pace?
It's just pace. He's not going slowly. He's in the 2-minute ones in traffic, the low 2-minute ones in clean air. It's just that Ted Bradbury is extraordinarily quick, and he's not an easy man to match when it comes to out-and-out lap time. So yeah, Bradbury, I think, is just going more quickly than Farkini at the moment. But Farkini, again, a wily old fox, he'll be trying to manage the situation a little bit, knowing that it's in 2.5 hours' time that the real fight begins. Out of the car is thrown Ian Morris from the 257 machine, the FF Corsa car, handing back over again to Andrea Seminara, and behind the 248 in as well. These cars both multiple laps down, but they're both taking fuel, and in fact a double fuel for the 257 car. So to fill a tank of fuel in these Fun Cup cars is about 2 full churns of fuel. Both of these teams are electing to absolutely brim it at this round of pit stops in order to go as long as they can now without having to refuel again. A couple of lead lap cars are coming in though, including the second Morpheus car, which has slipped all the way down to 9th position now, but 109 is in, gets well and truly blocked by the 210, I think that was, coming in very slowly ahead. We've got Race Logic and the number 92 22 GT racing car in as well. Morpheus are refueling. Race Logic are not, by the looks of it. No, they are refueling. So both of these cars taking a little bit of fuel. That Axiometrics in as well, Paul. I think they're doing the same.
Yeah, it looks very frantic down there on pit lane from the commentary box window. Everybody's making their way through. It's organised chaos, of course. Everybody knows what they're doing. But this is, again, the strategy thing, Andy. Coming in a relatively uncrowded pit lane has its advantage as well. You can go about your business, you can deliver the job that you need to do, but sometimes popping in a nip earlier than those around, or a nip later even, can have some benefits, as well as we see a rather frantic looking driver change. It really is, it's very impressive how these teams manage to turn these cars around, get these drivers bolted in and safely done, tyres on, fuel on some occasions so quickly. It's very, very impressive work indeed from the Fun Cup field.
Indeed it is. So lengthier pit stops now, because of course you can't touch the car whilst you're refueling it for safety reasons, so you can't conduct your driver change until after the fuel has been put in. In comes Ted Bradbury. Now that's interesting. That's a good 5 minutes earlier than I expected. Bradbury had almost caught the leader. He got that gap down to only a couple of seconds. And now brings that car in.
And was very, very late indeed on the middle pedal to get it stopped before the pit lane speed limit line. Let's keep our eye on that one. Hopefully it doesn't run foul. It was quite literally as close as you could get it to be on pit lane speed limit line for Bradbury. We'll keep our eyes on that one. Meanwhile, it is the UVO Hoffman car that is still our race leader. And for Farkini, they'll be quite grateful the pit stop action behind him gives him a chance to build that gap back up.
Indeed so. It was 1 churn of fuel, by the way, for the Morpheus car that came in then, the Ted Bradbury machine. 110 is still showing in the pit lane. Now, I thought they pitted a lap ago. Maybe I was wrong in saying that. No, I think I must have been. So 110 coming in on the same lap once again as Sorry, no, it was 109. I'm getting myself all confused. So 110 in this time around. 109 pitted a lap before. The 110 car released back out onto the circuit. I think they did much the same thing as the 246 machine did. So that's Charlie Hart now back into the 110 car, remember. And that car should once again start going very, very quickly indeed. This car has not yet pitted. The number one car, Olympian GRD. Simon Rudd still at the wheel, up into 4th position, and be fascinating to see just how close to the lead they are once all is said and done in this round of pit stops. It was about 23 seconds last time I checked. May well come down further by the end of this stint.
Yeah, it's been a commanding performance, it has to be said, from the number one machine. They carry the number one plate for a very good reason indeed, winning Brands Hatch, starting in last position for this race, and already 2 hours 33 minutes left on the clock. Yes, we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle. The Olympian GRD are doing absolutely fabulous work. Up there in 4th position, by the way, it's been a new fastest lap for car number 251. That is the Sherrodies UK machine. 251 behind the wheel of that car. Teddy Wilson, I still think, yeah, it is. Teddy's still behind the wheel, isn't it? Number 2. And they got the fastest lap of the race down there in 11th.
Yes, that's well spotted actually. Yeah, so 251. And how many stops have they made? I think they have only made the one so far. Yep, so Sherrodies, Peter Belshaw and Teddy Wilson. Peter Belshaw, who won many Fun Cup races alongside Marcus Cluck back in the day. Marcus then went off to do his own thing with Morgan Tilbrook, first in Fun Cup, then British GT. And then Marcus has sort of come back to do a bit more Fun Cup racing with different teams. Peter Belshaw has moved on and is still running in the Sherrodies car, but with different co-drivers these days. So it was a fairly potent pairing. Pit stop action going on down below, as lots of fuel from the double fuel load going into the 207 car just below. And so a mix here of single and double fuels. Almost everyone is taking fuel, as you would expect an hour and a half into the race, but a mixture of strategies when it comes to how much fuel is being put on board. I think most of the leaders have done largely the same thing. Have to wait though until the whole round of pit stops is done before we get a proper look at the gaps between them really, and who's gained and lost in the round of the pit stops. Remember last time Morpheus really lost a lot of time when they were all doing dry stops. I wonder whether it's been the same whilst adding fuel.
So talking of fuel then, Andy, educate me on air for a moment if you will please, sir. What's the benefits at this juncture of doing a 2-tank stop and a 1-tank stop? Where does that look like that's going to pay you off further down the road, in your opinion?
Well, a full tank of fuel will carry you through 2 stints, so that's an hour and 20 minutes or so. So the next time they absolutely have to put fuel in will be the final round of stops. But if at the next stop they top the tank up with another churn, they can probably go to the end. So they're back timing it. You don't really want to take fuel at the last stop, because if there is a late safety car or if you're in a real nip and tuck battle for track position, taking on fuel will cost you 10 to a dozen seconds. So you want to get that out the way now. Any track position you lose now could well be gained back if there's a safety car, especially here at Oulton Park where, as we've said, that's quite likely to happen. So you get the refuelling out of the way, you get to a point probably at the penultimate round of pit stops where you no longer need any more fuel to get to the end, and then it's dry stops the last round of pit stops. That generally, I think, is the thought process.
There's a little bit of damage there on the Greenheath machine that we just saw coming through, shot just on the front corner, so I'm not quite sure how that's been a track. Where are Greenheath? They're 5th at this moment in time. There's about a second and a half between them and the previously mentioned 251 Sherrodies car, so maybe, and PLR Racing not a million miles away as well, maybe Greenheath have been in some kind of strife.
PLR are in, by the way, the 146, they're double fueling, so 2 churns of fuel there. Well spotted, Paul, is the damage on the 14. Not sure where that's come from, but Greenheath, who owe us their second stop, remember, they haven't yet made that second pit stop of the day. They are one of a few teams now running around with a slightly deranged bit of front bodywork. Interestingly, I noticed the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car you mentioned earlier on, about an hour ago now, that loose bit of bodywork, it's become fully detached now, so they are missing half of their front splitter. Possibly also explains why Farkini hasn't quite had the pace you might expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Because speaking of, 9.3 seconds, Andy, between first and second place. So Farkini, UVO Hoffman, and then the Olympian GRD car, less than 10.
Well, yes, but that's the Olympic car that was 20 seconds behind at the start of the stint, remember. So that is impressive pace from Simon Rudd. He's in the 159s, the only driver sub 2 minutes at the moment, whereas the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car is struggling for pace, it would seem. A low 201, a 201.007, which will please Farkini no end, I'm sure, but not as quick as the cars charging in behind. They will not elect to change that bodywork unless they get a chance to do so behind the safety car, though, because it just takes too much time. Better to lose, a few tenths a lap than a whole chunk of time in the pit lane. They'll have to come in soon because the pit lane window, I believe, is now closed. So this time by, well, in fact, there goes the UVO car to see the pit lane close board. So next time by, he will be in, and he will lead all of the other lead lap cars in too. Olympian GRD goes by for another lap. There on screen, you can see the struggling Demon Tweaks and Red River Sports cars coming in, but they're nowhere near the lead lap. But the overall top 2 cars continue on for one more circuit before they'll be into the pit lane. Greenheath, though, are coming in, Paul, by the looks of it. It'll be interesting to see if they elect to make any running repairs.
Yeah, first opportunity to see that damage with my own eyes rather than through a screen, and it doesn't look horrendous at this moment in time. There will be a bit of downforce loss. There's a little bit of damage on the front right-hand side of the car, but there's no, visually at least, seems like any serious mechanical issues. It's more the bodywork side of things. And looking out of our pit stop, I keep saying this, looking outside of our commentary window at the pit stops, they are having a refuel our Greenheath, so I'm not sure yet if they're going to elect to repair that damage. They don't seem too interested. To the mechanics, we have a driver swap now. Unceremonious, breaking out the car.
Updating my pit stop spreadsheet with all of the very useful information coming from Jamie down in the pit lane. Just because we're not hearing from him doesn't mean that he's not busy ferreting away in the pit lane, digging out all of the info on who's doing what on fuel. We'll cover this as and when it becomes relevant later on. We do, though, expect this car in at the end of the laps. The UVO Hoffman's Motorsport Machine, Olympian GRD, GCI Racing, they are all going to have to pit at the end of this lap. They're all quite well spaced apart, though, so we should be able to take a proper look at what they're all doing as and when they get here. And a crucial pit stop this for the race leading car. If they elect to do a double churn of fuel, how close will they be to the charging Olympian GRD car? Neither of them took fuel last time they were in, so we were expecting to both be on a similar strategy this time around. Race Logic is in, and that car pulls into its... Oh, 97 has stopped. 97 has stopped up at Druids.
Just as UVO Hoffman come in pit lane, so this could be interesting.
Double fuel for UVO by the looks of it. There you can see it on screen. 2 churns of fuel awaiting. Now, Julian Floyd, our race director, will do his very best here not to throw a safety car whilst the pit window is still active, but there's only so much you can do. That car is in the middle of the road, but very much in the road at one of the fastest parts of the circuit, so they may have to neutralise this. Double fuel for Olympian as well, so both of our top 2 cars at the time, anyway, that they pitted are taking double fuel loads, and GCI Racing in as well. 97 is still there as the driver change is ongoing down in the UVO Hoffman Motorsport team. Off goes the car, double fuel load has been applied, and they're going to retain the race lead.
Fabulous Randaccio has a cool name, check. Drives a cool car with a cool livery, check. Just noticed him wearing a replica James Hunt helmet.
Yes.
I like Fabulous Randaccio a great deal. That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. Love to see that.
They're a great pairing, those two, and if there's an opportunity to make a joke, they will, at anyone's expense, but all in good humour, that's for sure. There's the reason for what I'm fairly certain will become our third safety car period of the race, the 97 car stuck at the side of the road. Julian Floyd does have the option up in race control to radio into all of the teams, so he'll, or drivers actually in the cars, he'll be able to warn the drivers that there is a car stationary on the left-hand side of the road into Druids, keep to the right, adhere to the yellow flag rules, so they can manage this situation for a couple of minutes whilst the pit window cycles through. Once everyone has stopped, then I'm pretty sure we'll get a safety car to get that car recovered.
Until one of the drivers come back and said, which one's Druids again? Yeah. Interestingly, the Greenheath car, that damage looks like it's getting fractionally worse. It's definitely not the better for staying out of the racetrack. So as you mentioned, Andy, we've got a few walking wounded in this race who would be more than a little grateful for a safety car intervention to get the repairs done, not least in which is our race leading number 225 UVO Hoffman machine, driven by Fabulous Randaccio at this moment in time, and the Greenheath car we spoke about is on track. We've still got a little bit of overtaking action, which is surprising to me that we're not called caution.
Yeah, I think it will come shortly. There's a yellow flag there at the top of Clay Hill, as you'd expect going into that zone. We've been green for over an hour as well, so just over an hour. So
commentators curse.
well, yes, this will be a good moment for some of those in danger of going a lap down to maybe close back in. Some very brave marshals are out on the circuit and pushing that 97 car to a place of safety, or relative safety. They will still need recovering back to the pit lane, so I still stand by the fact we're going to go safety car, but they're obviously trying to get that car out of the way as best they can as Race Logic are pushed into the garage. Now, Jamie was just reporting that it's cutting out in right-handers. There are lots of right-handers at Oulton Park, so that's a fairly sizable issue, and they're going to have to get that sorted.
I had a Ford Escort that used to do that one, and when I was a child, I took it to the garage, warned me to be silent about it, and the first thing I told the dealer, it cuts out our right-handers. The innocence of youth. But that's a real shame to see the Race Logic car down pit lane, actually. They've got quite a bit of work to do, and outstanding work by our Marshall team. Rather brave. I don't think I'd fancy that one, but look at that. Found an escape point and get that car out of harm's way. Very nicely done.
Okay, well, they've pulled it to the outside of the track, which means it can't really be recovered back to the pit lane. I can't remember the last time we just left a car stranded out in the countryside, but we'll see. Maybe the team are just reporting, no, the car's dead, we can't do anything with it. I don't know, but 97 going no further for the time being. That's the Renault Racing car. So, second cycle of pit stops done, and we've got a battle for the race lead. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport have still got that Vape Club with EDF car right behind them. They were separated by only 0.3 of a second when they came across the line last time by. Remember, different drivers in the cars now. It's Fabulous Randaccio back in the UVO car, the Vape Club with EDF machine being driven for the second time today by the much improved Vlad Vasiliev, and this is a great demonstration actually of how much he's improved over the few years that he's been doing Fun Cup racing, because he is giving one of the most experienced drivers on the grid a really hard time. There they go, look, up and over Clay Hill, absolutely nose to tail for the race lead.
Fabulous stuff then from Vasiliev here, having a look at the slightly hobbled UVO Hoffman car. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem in terms of driving experience, but in terms of extracting lap time, the black and gold machine is certainly on the back foot. Now, big question is, this is the fight for the race lead. You need to be precise, you need to be accurate, you need to be on point. You cannot afford to take a risk. If you're Vasiliev in second, where and how do you make it happen?
Yeah, well, he's got the slipstream over the timing line. Is there maybe an opportunity into Old Hall Corner? There's no defence put up as of yet by Fabulous Randaccio, but in fairness, nor does Vasiliev go to the inside, so they stay as they are. There is an argument, and I realise I'm wasting my breath as I make this point, there is an argument to say these two should work together. Yellow flags at Cascades now, looks, there's another drama at the bottom of the hill. What's this all about? Vasiliev backs off rather more than Randaccio. Is that not the 220 car again? I think it is, isn't it? That's the one that was involved in the lap 2 incident. So they've got the car fixed, but it's now gone back out on track and immediately has conked out at the side of the road again. So that 220 car, which I think has only just been released from the pit lane, is unfortunately stranded at the side of the track. And, well, we'll see whether that now leads to a safety car interruption. Pit window is done with, so it's less of a complication to do it now. Anyway, yeah, there is an argument to say these two should work together to try and maintain the gap back to third place, but if there's a safety car coming, then that goes out of the window, and that might just spur Vasiliev on to having a go. He's had a big slide through the chicane, and that just drops him back for now.
Olympian GRD down to fourth.
Yes.
I thought that was third on my last check, although I'm very easily confused.
No, you're right. They came out of the pit lane third. Remember, it's Chris DeVell back in the car again now, so... And Charlie Hart, we're hearing, overtook him into Old Hall Corner. So Charlie Hart, very quick young driver into the Morpheus car. Chris DeVell, who, remember, started that Olympian GRD car, maybe doesn't quite have the pace of Charlie Hart, and so Charlie moves ahead of him into third position. So I suspect we're very shortly going to be heading down to the pit lane for an interview with Simon Rudd, who's just been waving at me from the pit lane. And what a great time to do it, because Jamie, the safety car is out, our third safety car period of the day. And that will slow the pace down, bunch everyone back together, and we will very soon have an opportunity as a moment of quiet falls upon the Oulton Park circuit to hear from Simon Rudd, who's just put in, Jamie, a fantastic stint.
He did, yeah, from 19th to 4th at the end of your stint, and that was another busy one for you, mate.
Yeah, getting used to this now. I actually quite enjoy it. It's nice to just get my head down and go. James on the radio hates it because I'm always saying, okay, who's next? How fast are we going? Etc, etc. But yeah, no, good stint. Car's good. I could see like Uvio in the distance and Ted in the distance, and we were slowly closing, and I was quite happy with that.
And obviously Chris at the start, we saw him, he took his time. He sort of got a little bit stuck sort of in 19th because he was in a little bit of no man's land, but that's always the objective, isn't it, is to stay out of trouble in that first stint.
Yeah, when Chris starts, that's usually our more aggressive strategy. To be fair, he made a good start. I think he made 5 places up on the first lap, but just, where you get the gaps in between with so many cars, it looks worse than it is. But he did a great job, brought it back, and then he's now gone back out, which is what we want to achieve.
And finally, you've got a little special message, haven't you?
I have. So, Mia, if you're in there, hello, I can see you. Happy birthday.
Fantastic, thanks a lot, Si. And also, happy birthday to Richard Bliss in Race Ventura, who started the 106 car. And I believe, Andy, that's still going quite nicely. Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. So good to hear from Simon Rudd, one of the bigger characters, one of the smallest drivers, but bigger characters in the Fun Cup paddock, and one of the quickest ones as well. That was a really good stint that he put in. And I would argue here, Paul, that this safety car is brilliant news for Olympian GRD, because Chris Devell, we were just documenting, he's losing ground now to the race leaders. If another 15 minutes of his stint is taken up behind the safety car, that's not bad news really. They will catch up to the leaders, and then when the race restarts, he's not going to fall quite as far back maybe as otherwise would have been the case.
I see your argument and I counter it with the second one. If Christopher is the quote-unquote less quick of the team, yes, time behind a safety car stops you losing time to those around you, but it punches everybody up, puts you in the danger zone, and potentially that pace compromise might not be real estate on track, but actual positions to be lost. So some you win, some you lose. I like to be argumentative, just for fun. Why not? It's too bromancy, it's too good up here. We need to do a little bit of opposite opinions. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Devell can do when we go back under green flag conditions. And crucially, Andy, as you mentioned, when exactly will that be, and how much stint will be left when we go green?
Well, there are only 17 minutes, I think I've got it right this time, of this stint to go. So, yeah, and they will pit him as soon as possible, because then from there to the flag, it's Simon, Riley, Riley, the driver order. Haven't yet had Riley Phillips in that car, and he's arguably the quickest of the lot. So, yeah, I suspect they'll get him in as soon as they can.
That's a scary prospect, isn't it?
Riley and Simon, well, it is, yeah. Get him back out into the car. This is an issue, by the way. 257 are in. And lots of hand gesturing going on. Who's in 257? It should be Andrea Seminara again. That car doesn't appear to be going anywhere all that quickly, does it? So it's a bit of a shame. Safety car out then for the third time. To your point, Paul, as well, about this punching everyone back together, you're absolutely right. We still have 14 cars on the lead lap. Now, by the end of the Brands Hatch race, we had only 3. So again, to the point we were making earlier on, longer lap, more safety cars, many more cars stay in contention to the end of the race. And so, yeah, Olympian GRD might not be thrilled at the prospect of losing some places here, but net time loss, I think this is still not going to be a bad thing for them, as long as Chris Devell stays out of trouble. It will be very easy to trip over people when it all kicks off again in 15 minutes.
And this is the problem, isn't it? As a driver, if you're going in there and you know that you are amongst drivers as quick or quicker than yourself, you often adopt a slightly cautious approach, a risk-averse attitude, shall we say. Do that in a pack full of drivers that are around you, that smell the blood in the water, that smell the caution upon your fingertips. And that's usually when things start to go very wrong indeed, isn't it? That's when it becomes incredibly dangerous. You start fighting a rearguard action, and before you know it, you're heading straight to the scene of whatever disappointment that comes your way. I have faith in Chris Devell, I have faith in the Olympian GRD #1 car that this will happen, but it's still there in the background that it's a risk factor. Going to be interesting, going to be fascinating, and if it wasn't for these things, Andy McEwen, ourselves and the good people watching at home would just get bored, wouldn't we? So we like a little bit of something to mix it on up.
No danger of that in Fun Cup, that's for sure. Right, I can see Jamie hovering with intent outside a garage down below me. Jamie, who have you got now?
Right, there you go. I knew you'd do that. I've actually bumped into Tim Wilden and Neil Plymmer. And Neil, what have you done?
He's back in the ideal car next race. I'm racing against him today, but he's back with me next race, so we're just prepping.
And how nice is it to have Timmy 2 laps back?
Oh, it's great. It's good. It's going to be good. We're having a good fun today.
And decent start for you guys. It's been going quite nicely, but a very, very busy first couple of stints, isn't it?
Last time you said that to me at Brands, throttle cable.
I know, I'm sorry.
We'll just see what happens over these next sessions. Yeah, Tim's had a bit of trouble, but we'll get there.
And Tim, 6 years ago you last jumped in one of these. Has it taken a while to get your head back around it all again?
I'd like to say it's like riding a bike. You don't forget, but it's so competitive out there at the moment that it's going to take me a couple of races to get back on the pace. But talking of throttle cables, that's what happened to us. So throttle cable went 8 laps down, so we haven't really got much to race for. It's just a case of going out, having a battle and having some fun, hopefully.
And from your point of view, how much has it changed since 2019?
It is so much more professional. All I can say is the quality of the drivers and the quality of the pit stops and the speed that everybody's doing. It's a really, really professional series now, which is good. It just means it's more challenging to come back into and try and be competitive.
And Neil, you got Tim joining you at Anglesey in the 146 car. Just like old times, won't it?
Yeah, it will be. Anglesey, that's our last race win.
It was, yeah.
That's our last race win. Yeah, so we'll see if we can copy that again. But yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We'll just see how this afternoon pans out first. Just had a safety car. So we're 6th at the moment, I think. So we'll see. We'll just see how. There's a long way to go yet.
All right, fantastic. Cheers, guys. Right, that's Tim Wilden and Neil Plimmer, who will be reuniting at Anglesey in a month's time for our double header round, which will be 2 3-hour races. I think we've got the 97 car back in. Let's have a quick wander down with have a chat with Pierre Renon now. We think it might either be a gear issue or a drive shaft that's just been towed in. Now I'm just going to. Okay, so I've just been told that the safety car lights are out, so it will be going green flag. So it's back to Andy McKeown and Paul Jeffrey.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, so we've got about 20 seconds or so before it all kicks off, and kick off it will, I think, here, Paul, because you look at that group of cars at the front of the field, the top 6 cars in the safety car queue are all lead lap cars. There are no back markers separating any of those top 6, and the drivers we've got in the cars, I think, are going to provide us with all the ingredients for a spectacular battle. We may only have a dozen minutes of this particular stint to go, but I think we're going to have some good racing here. The UVO car is Fabulous Randaccio. Behind in the 246 is Vlad Vasiliev. 3rd place, remember now, Morpheus Motorsport. That's Charlie... no, it's not actually. Sorry, it's Chris Hart, double stinting. So Chris Hart, Hart Senior, is in that 110 car. Olympian GRD is Chris Devell in 4th. GCI Racing in 5th is Ian Wood. And 6th position, we know it is not Neil Plimmer, therefore it must be Ben Pitch in that 146 car. Yeah, good to hear that Tim Wielden will be back in that car a little bit later in the season at Anglesey, the place where PLR Racing, running under a different name back then, claimed their most recent win in 2018. It's hard to believe it's been 7 years now since that team won a race. Here we go then, across the line they head. The race gets back underway with 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport leading the way. It is Chris Hart in 3rd, who sticks his nose out of line first, and Ian Wood in the GCI car looking to try and move forward as well. They head down the avenue towards Cascades once again, and is that side-by-side for 2nd? Not quite. Vasiliev, though, now, Paul, having to defend 2nd position, is not able to attack Fabulous Randaccio quite as hard as he might like.
He really isn't. That's a lot of defensive lines on the run down through Cascade. So Vasiliev under a lot of pressure. He seems to have broken that pressure almost immediately with that one defensive manoeuvre. And just look how it's yo-yoing from defence to attack. I say that one, Andy, but Vasiliev makes a little mistake and is vulnerable into shell aisles.
Let's see what happens then into the banked hairpin. We hold our breath. It is still Vlad Vasiliev in 2nd position for now. GCI Racing, by the way, are 4th. So Ian Wood got himself ahead of Chris Devell and brought with him Ben Pitch. So 2 places lost for Olympian GRD. This is exactly the point that Paul was making. Yes, Olympian are closer to the lead now than they were, but the cars behind them also caught up as well, so there's a chance for some track position to be lost here. Devell slips down to 6th position. The next car behind will be Greenheath, that car now in the hands of Paul Turner. Down towards the braking zone at Hizzies we go, through the right, through the left, and then over this slight crest into a slightly off-camber right-hander at Knickerbrook Corner, and certainly Fabulous Randaccio is not able to get away here. I do suspect that UVO car is not quite as quick as maybe it should be with that missing bodywork at the front, and as a result it's keeping this lead group very close together.
Yeah, UVO Hoffman have got to be a little bit disappointed that they couldn't rectify the issues under safety car conditions. But of course, that's how the cards fall for everybody. Greenheath as well, still carrying a little bit of damage and actually seeming to be struggling a little bit off the back of his shot. There we go. We see him just coming in behind the Demon Tweaks machine. And look at this one for second position.
Yep, Chris Hart then gets up the inside of Vlad Vasiliev. Morpheus Turent are into second place. And Chris Hart, it's like he's never been away. It's great to have him back in the Fun Cup. Oh, PLR are pitting. PLR, a late decision to pit, so this is an issue, I think, for Ben Pitch. This car has dived into the pit lane. It almost missed the pit lane entry, so a last-minute decision. The team were not ready for him. Outruns Neil Plymouth. What is the problem? They're looking at the front of the car. I'm looking at this out of the window. Please do interrupt me, Paul, if something happens on the screen, but there is major drama for PLR Racing. We just heard from Neil Plymouth, and I think they're getting ready to push that car where? Into the garage? Yep, that's going backwards into the garage. There it is on screen. So PLR Racing, what heartbreak from the top 6 to the pit garage, and their chance of a win surely slipping away.
Especially when it comes straight off the back of a long intervention behind the safety car. That's a real shame for the number 146 machine. Taking back onto action on track though. UVO Hoffman Racing 225 lead from the 110 Morpheus Turent car. But Morpheus Turent seemed more like Morpheus to try and find a way past at this moment.
Indeed so. Through the Britain chicane then, well, drama aplenty here. We are not even halfway through this second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, but plenty more storylines still to play out, I'm sure. UVO lead down the hill. It is Morpheus Turent in second position. Chris Hart then will be eager to get one over on his old sparring partner, Fabulous Randaccio. UVO had many a great battle for race wins and indeed championships with Chris Hart, back when he used to run in the Domino's liveried machine. And Chris Hart knows a thing or two about racing that UVO car, would love to get his own back for all the times that they pipped Chris's car to a race victory. All work going on down in the pit lane. This is not PLR, this is one of the other cars that's been in 257, I think, maybe, with work being done. Yes, it is 257. So engine cover, the crab shell comes off, and they're investigating something in the engine bay. You get a good look there at the engine situated behind the driver. Technically a mid-engined car, although it's basically the back of the car. That is some serious work going on down in the garages and on the track, where Chris Hart, Paul, is going for the lead.
Yep, to the inside into Old Hall, has the line, has the commanding position, and that's not fought too hard at all by UVO Hoffman. Again, strategic driving from these two at this moment in time. Fabulous Randaccio will know the car isn't quite as quick at this stage as perhaps it would be expected to be. And in fact, you can see that one, just in the choice of lines, a little bit deep, and then just can't quite get the car back to the apex, can the number 225. And I think Chris Hart now has a bit of an opportunity as he gives it up. It makes me completely stupid immediately. I have it happen regularly after I've finished speaking, but not mid-sentence, Andy. Come on.
Fabulous Randaccio waits for no one, Paul. He saw the opportunity, grabbed the lead back, and he's not going to relinquish this without a fight, it would seem. To be fair, he probably realises at this point that they're not going to get away from the cars behind, so you might as well be in the lead just in case we get another safety car period. Certainly Chris Hart didn't put much of a fight there, did he? So anyway, Fabulous back in front. Drive shaft issue, by the way, is the report on PLR. So PLR drive shaft issue, that's going to be a fairly lengthy stop in the pits. So sadly, that 7 and a bit year wait for a race win is going to extend a little bit further.
It's such a shame, isn't it, when you're running up there in the top 6 and having a really strong first half of this 4-hour race here at Oulton Park. But hopefully we see more of PLR, and as my grandmother always used to say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So sometimes adversity comes to you to give you the opportunity to rise above it in races in years and weeks and months to come. And there is a rather sad-looking PLR car, but a beautiful shot of the cockpit, Andy. Something that many people that I talk to about Fun Cup don't know. Central driving position in one of these things, which is, unless you've got a McLaren F1, pretty unique.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So central seating position, mid-engine, low engine mounting as well for better weight distribution. They're proper bits of kit, these, dressed up to look vaguely like a VW Beetle, but that's all deliberate because they know that this particular shape of body is going to provide this kind of racing. Slipstreaming side by side, another lead change, and Chris Hart goes back up the inside of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. But for how much longer? He did this a lap ago, and Fabulous Randaccio was back ahead by the time they got to Island Benmore. Well, this time he's on the inside into Cascades. It's side by side for the lead again. 2 corners, 2 lead changes. We're 2 hours into a 4-hour race, Paul, and this is a 4-way, 5-way battle for the race lead.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Chris Hart trying to have another look. That inside line is going to close off very quickly indeed. Will Randaccio give him the racing room? Yes, he does. Fabulous Randaccio slows down. BUVO Hoffman allows Chris Hart back into the lead.
And into third, Harry Mailer, the second Morpheus car, is right back in this now. Harry Mailer was 5th at the line. He is 3rd as they round the Shell hairpin. So it's a 5-car fight. There is Christopher 6th. He's still ahead of the slightly wounded Greenheath machine in 7th. And then in fairness, it's about 4 seconds back to Sheridage UK in 8th. So he's pretty safe at the moment, is Christopher in the Olympian GRD car, just at the back of the top half dozen. The leaders, though, head over Hilltop. It is Chris Hart who leads for Morpheus 2 Rent. Fabulous Randaccio in the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car in 2nd, but Harry Mailer in 3rd is the man on the attack, and he could well be in the lead before much longer.
Just look at the way he's positioning the car. Mailer on the brakes, really committed to the move. Looking one way, looking the other. Can't find a way past the 225 at this moment in time. But Mailer, very, very impressive at this mid-stage of the race to be so willing to hang it out there, Andy, to be so willing to take the chances. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, that's Randaccio on the outside at Druids. Now, places I wouldn't want to be. That's pretty high on the list, I'd say, and it's going to cost him, isn't it? Because Harry Mailer sees a chance to get to the inside, and once again, we're going to have these 2 Morpheus cars at the front of the field, I think. Harry Mailer to the inside of Randaccio, late on the brakes, completes the pass into Lodge Corner, and it is a Morpheus 1-2. Remember, they lost all that ground at the first round of pit stops for reasons we never really got to the bottom of, but they fought their way back to the front. 5 cars under a blanket, battling for the lead, and Mailer goes to the inside of his teammate. Harry Mailer for the race lead in 109, gets the job done in Old Hall Corner and moves up ahead of Chris Hart. This is fabulous racing, and the Morpheus car still running 1-2, but now in a different order. It's 109 back ahead of 110. It hasn't been that way for a little while in this race, and Harry Mailer now tries to get his head down with still potentially 12.5 minutes before he needs to pit. The pit window will open in 2.5 minutes, but it's open for 10, so he can stay in this car for a while, get his head down and try to establish some sort of dominance, as tough as that's going to be to do.
Incredible stuff then, and while those 3 at the front of the field swap positions seemingly at will, Vlad Vasiliev in 4th place is doing a grand job to hold on to that one for the Vape Club EDF team, just behind GCI Racing, also in the conversation. But look at Olympian GRD under all of the pressure in the world. So we've got 2 distinct battle packs at the head of the pack. This little gaggle that we see now of 5 cars, and then further back Olympian GRD, the cork in the bottle of the next pack.
Yeah, remember, one of the cars in that second pack is the Demon Tweaks car, which is multiple laps down, but it's still very quick. They're 22nd place, 4 laps off the lead, but they're every bit as quick as the lead lap cars. So, yeah, Cristobal can't even really afford to let them through, because that could knock him out of his rhythm and drop him down a little bit further. The leaders then head out of Knickerbrook, and Harry Mailer, in fairness, is doing something no one else has been able to do in this little stint of racing. He's just building a small gap at the front of the field. It's Chris Hart and Fabulous Randaccio battling over 2nd, and then these 2 for 4th position. That is Vlad Vasiliev just ahead of Ian Wood in the GCI Racing car, so they're sort of pairing off and allowing Harry Mailer just to start to get away.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant stuff. Looks like the pace deficit that we're seeing from the UVO Hoffman car winning race lead seems to have evaporated in the heat of battle somehow. It's marvellous how these things happen, doesn't it? I can't go any faster, boss. I can't go any faster. Quick, the car in front of me, 2 seconds a lap. So it does seem like the UVO Hoffman car has found a little bit more of the spark and the sparkle, the parts we're used to, and it's nailed on to the back of the 110, and oh dear, that's somebody in strife. That's the 158 recovering to the racetrack, which of course is the Team Summers car. Gary Summers, Darren Brown behind the wheel, and that should be Gary, I think, having a bit of an excursion.
Yeah, that was down at the Hislop chicane, but luckily didn't stall the car and managed to get himself going once again. He accelerates over Clay Hill as the lead pack heads towards Island Bend, and this for 2nd position. Chris Hart and Fabulous Randaccio still locked in combat as they round the quick left-hander at Ireland, hit the brakes into the banked hairpin at Shell, and re-emerge back the other side. The Race Logic car I just saw actually just ahead of this lead group has rejoined the circuit after quite a lengthy period in the pit lane. and PLR Racing heading out as well, Paul. So PLR Racing, that was a very quick fix to that drive shaft.
Yep, hopefully that's a fix that stays around for the rest of this race, but good work by the PLR mechanics. Always very impressive under difficult racing conditions to get that thing turned around. Juvio Hoffman in third position. Will they stay third position, Andy, by the time I finish and hand back over to you? Let's find out.
On this occasion, yes, but not for the want of trying for fabulous Randaccio. He was all over Chris Hart heading down the hill. We might have a change for fourth, though. I think Ian Wood was up alongside Vlad Vasiliev. No, Vlad, in fact, where is Ian Wood? There is Ian Wood. I think Ian Wood has had a little moment down at the Hislop chicane. He was challenging for fourth, and he's rejoined back now behind Olympian GRD. So Ian Wood in the GCI racing car, I think, has just been for a little spin.
Yeah, it might be a great time to jump down pit lane as pit window 3 has just opened, I think.
Yes,
I saw a little note at the top of the screen. So if you're Ian Wood, you're feeling a bit hot under the collar, car's not maybe as sparkling as it could be, and you're recovering from an incident, could be a good time to jump down pit lane. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on that one. And just look at the Andy. Every now and again, I drift out of the fact I'm doing a job and think I'm watching a motor race, listening to Andy McEwen commentate, and it really is difficult not to. It's been spectacular stuff as there's a move.
Oh, second place. Yep, Randaccio goes back through again. I've lost count now of how many times these two have traded position since the safety car. That was only 15 minutes ago, less than that maybe. That's about 5 or 6 times these two cars have swapped positions, and it's fabulous Randaccio back ahead. This time, of course, it's only for second place there. They're 1.8 seconds behind, or we're at the line, behind the leading Morpheus car, number 109. Here comes the next group, and there's been some changing here actually. Sherrodeyes have moved up into 5th place now, so Sherrodeyes, that car being driven by Peter Belshaw, they're slowly but surely moving into contention. We know his teammate Teddy Wilson is a rapid driver, he'll be getting in next, and Peter Belshaw might be about to hand that car over to him inside the top 5. It is Greenheath 6th and Olympian GRD, Paul, down to 7th, and had it not been for the moment for GCI Racing, that would be 8th. So yeah, Chris Devell losing quite a bit of ground. He's wide at Shell, and that is the GCI car right behind. And in fact, Signature RV, Axiometrics, that next group of cars, they're all for position. So Chris Devell, I suspect we'll see him this time, because he's gone past the pit lane window open board. He is permitted to come into the pit lane this time by, and I think he'll be quite glad to end his driving duties for the day.
Yep, absolutely. Chris has done a good job, of course. Not quite on the pace of his two teammates, but the job he's done has been very solid indeed. And of course, a team is made up of all of its moving parts, not just the fastest, quote-unquote, fastest driver. Everybody plays their part, and Chris Devell's done a very solid job indeed. Signature RV down in 9th position, Andy. We've not really spoken about the 557 car. That's been a relatively low-key but solid charge to the field as well.
Yes, they're into the top 10 for the first time of asking. You won't be shocked to hear me say that's because Marcus Clutton is coming towards the end of his first stint. So we know how rapid Marcus Clutton is. British GT race winner, multiple race winner in British GT. And one of the most underrated pro drivers in the country, I think, Marcus Clutton. Real shame that he doesn't necessarily get the credit that he deserves, I think. Right, pit stops coming in. The 110 car is in. This is Chris Hart at the end of a double stint for Chris Hart as well. Chris doesn't do as much racing these days as he used to do, so that will have taken it out of him, I'm sure. They've got a single churn of fuel going into that 110 car. Vlad Vasiliev brings the 246 in there, double fueling. That car will definitely be fueled to the end now. GCI Racing and Sherrodeyes in as well. Single churn for Sherrodeyes and a dry stop for GCI, so they're about to gain some time here, Paul.
Yeah, that's an interesting tactic then for GCI, so they'll need to stop for fuel again before we wave goodbye to you this afternoon for the Fun Cup action. Plenty of cars coming down the pit lane now, of course, because that 10-minute pit stop window has opened. Window number 3, of course, in this race. So we expect to see pit road getting very busy indeed. That's the Demon Tweeds car. It's nice to see them in pit lane, but without a problem attached to it as they get going again. So, in fact, actually, I think I saw somebody carrying a bit of bodywork out the way. It was directly below our commentary box. I didn't see it live, but maybe some running repairs to that machine have been done as well.
Well, wouldn't surprise me. There are 1 or 2 who have been in the wars over the course of the last couple of hours. We're into the second half of the race now, by the way, with the opening of the pit window. So halfway through, plenty more action still to come. So confirmation. Olympian. Oh yes, Olympian have been in. Of course they have. It was a dry stop for Olympian GRD. Remember, they double fueled last time, but they've taken no fuel this time, so they're going to jump a whole chunk of track position, and they've got Riley Phillips in the car, who's one of the fastest drivers in the championship, so that car all of a sudden, that's what always happens with Olympian GRD, they will never lead a lap in these races until about the final hour and a half. But once they hit the front, they're very difficult to shake off. The 106 car confirmed as doing a single churn of fuel. Thank you for Jamie and all of his pit lane updates. And might have a chance to hear from some of these drivers a little bit later on once the pit cycle has completed. We are an hour and 55 minutes from the checkered flag. The race leader is the 109 Morpheus Motorsport, Morpheus FNS car by 3.6 seconds now over UVO Hopkins Motorsport in second position. Neither of whom have come in to make their latest pit stop. Third is actually going to be Signature RV, Marcus Clutton ahead of Greenheath Axiometrics, all of whom owe us this third pit stop.
Fantastic, then we'll keep our eye out on pit lane. 1 hour 54 minutes and 22 seconds left of our race, 4-hour race here at Oulton Park. And I dare say, I think everybody watching at home will agree with Andy McEwen and myself, Paul Jeffrey. It's been something of a classic.
Yep, so far so good. So far according to the script, I would say,
yes,
for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Oulton Park. We are well used to this sort of action, and thoroughly enjoying what we are seeing so far. This is a look back at the latest little stint of racing. Since that third safety car period concluded, this is the sort of action that we've been enjoying, and it was all kicked off with this 5-car. It became a 5-car battle for the race lead. Chris Hart nipping up the inside of Fabulous Randaccio and getting the Morpheus number 110 car to the front of the field. Fabulous, though, wasn't content to sit there for long, reclaimed the lead down the Lakeside Straight. And then it all happened again down into Old Hall Corner at the end of the next lap. Chris Hart, an absolute carbon copy of the move that he'd made a lap earlier, although on this occasion, Fabulous only waited until the very next turn at Cascades to make the pass and was able to move back through into the race lead. Got to the inside line on the run through Cascades corner and moved to the front of the pack. That brought everyone else into contention. The 109 Morpheus car of Harry Mailer at the moment leads the race, spoiler alert, because he was in third at this point, but it didn't take him long to move his way to the front of the field, gave a bit of a bump draft to his teammate, and then took advantage of this side-by-side exchange at Druids to move ahead of Fabulous Randaccio, who tried his luck on the outside at Druids. That's not really a good place to be, though, and I think he sort of knew from that point on he was going to get hung out to dry. Through on the inside line goes the 109 car, and Harry Mailer then set about attacking his teammate for the race lead, which he was able to do before too much longer. Slotted into second place, picked up a slipstream along the start-finish straight, and then saw a gap on the inside at Old Hall Corner. Harry Mailer slipped through, and since then, in fairness, has sort of got his head down and pulled away from the pack behind with some really quick lap times, and he's stretching this latest stint out as far as he can because he wants to try and maximise his driver time and hopefully hand that car over with a good lead. They haven't necessarily had the fastest pit stops, that team, but we know that they are quick on track. Then Chris Hart and Fabulous Randaccio continued their ding-dong battle for second place. Randaccio moving back ahead just before the latest pit window opened. Chris Hart, one of the first cars, actually, certainly the first one in this lead group, to bail for the pit lane, and he'll be hoping maybe that getting that car out into some clean air might help gain a bit more time. Right, we've had more pit stop activity whilst we were looking through all of that. Axiometrics have been in, so too have Greenheath. Still no sign yet of the leading two.
No, they're holding out for as long as possible. Of course, as Andy's already mentioned, it's the longer you can leave it, the more open to opportunity and strategy you will be should another safety car intervention come our merry way. And safety car interventions have come our merry way many times. Is it 2 or 3 we've had now, Andy? I've lost count.
3
or 4,
so far.
Or 5 or 6. Name a number, pick a number, any number, and you'll be a winner.
What is the record, I hear you ask, for the most safety cars in an Oulton Park race? Well, hang on, we'll get to that in a moment, because the Demon Tweaks car might be about to add to this number of safety cars that we are going to experience, because that car is coasting down into Island Bend. This is the one that we suspect had that exhaust issue early on. I noticed just then it was sounding even worse this time, Paul, and it does now seem to be down, significantly down on power.
Yeah, real shame for them as Team Summers come in. Pit lane has the 158 that we're taking a look at now. 158, Gary Summers, Darren Brown behind the wheel. It'll be Darren that will jump into the car for this stint number 4 here at Oulton Park. And back to the Demon Tweets car, we made a slightly facetious comment that it's nice to see them in pit lane without any work being done a few moments ago. It looks like we spoke a wee bit too soon. big question is, they're quite a ways from the pit entry, and that car didn't look like something that was fond of moving under its own steam, did it not?
Yeah, had a lot of racetrack to cover, and quite a bit of that racetrack is uphill, so if it is coasting, it's not going to be able to coast all that far. And it stopped just before Shell, we're hearing from our director. Thank you for the info. In comes the 214C data car, also 246. The 246 is in. Now, hang on, 246 have already pitted, and they're going into the garage. 246 is in the garage. I thought that car looked slow, actually, as it went through on its outlap. The 246 car, the Vape Club with EDF machine, which was part of this lead battle, is going into the garage. Jamie is marching down there with intent in every step to find out what's going on. They've got the clamshell open at the back of the car. Is this a quick fix, or is it going into the garage? Oh, well, they haven't quite made the mind up, actually. It looked as though they were about to push it into the garage, but they are now tightening up the rear bodywork again, as if maybe it was a quick one.
Yep, that's got some urgency, hasn't it? Sorry to interrupt you there, Andy. It does look like that car is coming back out. The pit lane's clear behind them, so they've got a free rein to get that thing turned around. Race cars don't like moving in small circles, and this one doesn't like it likes moving at all. So I think, is that engine dead now?
Oh, I really hope not. If they can get it back out, then they'll still be on the lead lap, because it's such a long lap. If we get a safety car, which we might be about to get, they're still right in this, but they've got to get the car going. I don't think they can get it fired up. So having brought it in, the car now won't restart. In comes the race leading Morpheus car, by the way. UVO have gone through to do another lap, as they are permitted to do. The 109 car with a single churn of fuel going into it, so that's the latest pit stop for a front-running car. But this car has been in the pit lane quite a bit longer than it ought to have been.
Yeah, it's gotten that lap down now. That's what I was pointing out as we saw the UVO machine going past. So
they are yet to stop, though, Paul. Remember, UVO. So not the end of the world. And out it goes.
Oh, brilliant! Well done, team. That is good news. I'm very, very pleased to see that one. But how much have they lost? Which timing screen to believe?
Well, how much have they lost, and have they fixed the problem? That's the key, isn't it? It was a very quick service, whatever they did to it, but there it is. It seems to be running at speed now. Remember, it's the rapid Ted Bradbury in the car now, and it looks as though that car is running reasonably well. I believe this Demon Tweaks car is still stationary up at the next part of the circuit, so there'll be yellow flags out through Ireland and Shell. Yes, there are. You can see top left of the picture. And I anticipate after this safety car period, we likely will have a safety car interruption anyway. If that is the case, then that Vape Club car and team have dodged a major bullet.
Yeah, and let's hope they have for their benefits. They've been running very, very strongly indeed over the first 2 hours, 10 minutes and change. So we never like to see anybody suffering some kind of delays and dramas outside of their control. So hopefully Vape Club EDF can get back out there and start putting in the recovery drive, because it's an hour and 45 minutes an imminent safety car into. Oh dear.
Well, this has been a familiar sight, hasn't it? 220s off the road down at Cascades again.
Good job it's dry.
Yes, good job it's dry, and manages to carry on. And 210, we're hearing, was the reason for that dust cloud at Druids that we caught a glimpse of. So the 210 machine, which is the JPR for hire car, that's got John Martin back behind the wheel. I think 220 continues on its way. 210 I can see going past us now. It's all kicking off as we tick into the second half of the race. Pit stops are largely done. UVO, we believe, still owe us a stop, as do Signature RV. In fact, they're in now. There we go. Absolute nose to tail, actually. So Marcus Clutton had caught up to Fabulous Randaccio, and this more or less completes this round of pit stops. On your screen is the 109 car. In the pit lane, though, two of the cars that we expect it to emerge somewhere near those that have already pitted.
Yep, Farchini back behind the wheel, and my goodness me, that's poetry in motion, that, Andy. Even with the black stripes being left on pit lane as they accelerate out. Really, really sharp stop there for the UVO Hoffman team. And the Signature and Rare Vinyl cars are in pit lane as well. So Signature RV and Rare Vinyl TLR from second and third positions respectively.
Significantly, UVO did not fuel. It was a dry stop, whereas the 109 car, which has just gone past us, took a churn of fuel. Most teams actually took some fuel at that round of pit stops. Interestingly, Olympian GRD did not. Greenheath did not, and nor did UVO. Those are the three that have gained a chunk of time in that round of pit stops. Out of the pit lane goes the Signature RV car, just ahead of 109. Signature RV took a churn of fuel, I am hearing. 249 apparently has lost all of its gears, which doesn't sound great. Certainly not conducive to quick lap times. That's the car that stopped up at Island Bend. 246, I think I was hearing, might have been a gear selector issue as well, which hopefully they have rectified. I hope you're following all that. There will be a quiz at the end, Paul.
Oh, fantastic. Please come back to me 10 minutes after I leave the circuit. No. So, questions then. Let's talk fuel for a moment, because it's an ignitable combination. Put and punch. Thank you very much. I'm here all day. So, we've got, as you say, Olympian, Greenheath and UVO, no fuel on this stop. Does that mean then that these 3 cars will need to stop for fuel again, or can they eke it through? And does that put them at a disadvantage to the others around?
So, Olympian and Greenheath double fueled last time. I think they will need fuel at the next stop, but probably after that they'll be good to go. They'll need a churn probably at the next stop to get them home. UVO, I don't actually know whether it was a single or a double last time. I think it might have been a double like everybody else. So they're probably in the same... Oh, in fact, I'm looking at the wrong... It would help if I was looking at the right number, 225. Yes, they double fueled last time as well. So all 3 of those cars, leading cars anyway, that had a dry stop this time, had double fueled the last time around. So they could afford to not fuel this time, but they've kind of gone against that strategy that I said they might do, where they get all the refueling done now and then worry about it later on, or not worry about it later on. They're sort of going about that the other way around, aren't they? We're going to do some calculations here in the commentary box, try and wrap our heads around the strategy. Jamie is catching up with another driver in the pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I bumped into Stephen Lake, who's just jumped out of the 248 car. Welcome back.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, you know Fun Cup, always at the back. It's way more fun. There's no point being at the front. It's boring. You know better than last time.
And how have you found getting back in it again? Because it's been a good couple of years since you were last in the Olympian car.
I'm getting back in this one once more today, and then after that I think I might have a bug again, which is annoying because then I'm going to be buying stuff and spending money going racing. But I get to see you more again. Which is great. And last thing you said that, you bought a car. Yeah, I brought a car, and then I sold the car, and then I might buy another car.
So potentially a Mahiki Fun Cup team in the future?
Possibly, yes. I don't know, we might have another sponsor. So yeah, no, actually it won't be Mahiki, it's going to be something else. If I bring another car back, it's going to be something else.
But in all seriousness, it's stepped up another notch in the last couple of years, and it's getting tougher and tougher out there, isn't it?
I'm getting older, so yes, it's getting tougher. That's correct. Now, there's a lot of young kids in it that are very good and annoyingly very fast. So, yeah, it's exciting. It's good. It's good. I look at the grid. It's full of proper racers, proper drivers, a load of people having fun. So, yeah, it's exactly what it is, Fun Cup.
And you paired up with Tim, who's obviously done this for a while, and also Ryan, who's in his first ever Fun Cup race. How's all that been going?
It's good. Ryan's getting faster every lap he goes out, so I'm really happy for him. Tim, yeah, he's come back after a while and he's getting into it. He's quick, so it's good fun. But before this weekend, we didn't know each other really. So yeah, he's in at the deep end, rolling a good laugh, smiling and laughing about it. It's a shame we had a bit of an issue on lap 4 or 5, but Timmy's known for that, so it's not his fault. We just had a mechanical. But yeah, we're having a bit of fun now as pressure's off, so we can circulate and enjoy it.
Well, it's great to have you back, mate, and hopefully see you back for some more.
See you soon, gorgeous.
Thanks.
Love you.
He doesn't really.
He was talking to me. I'm personally offended. Well, who says there's no love and affection in motorsport? That's nice to see. Right then, 9.8 seconds is your lead margin. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport back to, guess who? Olympian GRD. Well, it's Olympian time, this, isn't it, really? We're an hour and 40 from the flag. Time for Riley Phillips to start doing his thing. He is... well, actually, on the last lap, wasn't the fastest car on track, but he's certainly among the fastest cars on track. Was a tenth of a second quicker than Farkini Diot, who is back in the UVO Hoffman's car out in front. Then come the pair of Morpheus cars. It's the 110 car, the 2 Reading machine, with Charlie Hart at the wheel, that's running the better placed of the 2. Fourth position then is the 109 car, the sister car, driven by Steve Walton. And the top 5 completed by 557. Marcus Clutton's handed that signature RV car over to Steve Ruston. 6th position for GCI Racing. That should be Craig Butterworth now. Yes, it is in the 111. There it goes through your screen. In fact, I think they're ahead of signature RV now. It's going to change for 5th position. Greenheath number 14 or 7th. That car driven by Gary Bate. 8th position for Axiometrics, the orange number 103 car in the hands of John Perrott, who started the car. Sherrodize UK at 9th, but that now is Teddy Wilson at the wheel, so I'd expect that car to move forward. And the top 10 completed by a car that's been in the top 10, I think, pretty much all race, the 169 Rare Vinyl car, that now being driven by Matt Larby. And off goes GCI, Craig Butterworth, having moved up into that 5th position, very nearly throwing it away, as the safety car is scrambled for a 4th time.
Your statistics, Andy, shall never be spoken of on air again with such confidence and such vigour at the start of the show. We've broken. So the average is 3.
Average is 3. The record, 7. For a 4-hour race. That's the second most we've ever had in a Fun Cup race. That was 2018, a race that was won by Mack Racing, who no longer compete in the championship. After 4 hours of racing and 7 safety cars, the winning margin was just under 0.2 of a second between the top 2 cars at the end of the race. And the field incredibly evenly matched over the course of the race distance, and that 0.2 of a second winning margin, only the 7th closest finish in the history of the championship, would you believe? So incredibly close at the end of the race, and I anticipate we might well have the same thing going on, Paul, later on this afternoon.
So then, dear viewer, the big question to you all watching on the BRSCC YouTube channel, nice and live. Obviously, don't do this if you're watching on demand, but if you're watching live, how many safety car interventions do you think we're going to have? Andy said the 7 is the record. We're on number 4 already. We've still got an hour and 39 minutes. Where basically things start getting a bit excitable in the last hour and 39 minutes. This is when every minute that ticks down on that clock close to 0, everybody gets a percentage more excitable in their manoeuvres. So let us know in the chat, folks, what you think. How many safety cars do you think there'll be? What's your prediction? I reckon, Andy, we're on 4. I feel like another 2's very much in the offing. We're cooking for one. It's getting to bonkers time now.
Well, yes, exactly. I forget now when those 7 safety car periods were back in 2018, but it has a similar feel to that race. I remember it being quite a chaotic one at times.
Andy McEwen, Mr. I've done 80 Fun Cup races, doesn't remember the exact minute a safety car was called multiple years ago.
They do all start merging into one after a while, Paul, I will be completely honest.
They do today.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, I know there was a relatively late safety car which sort of exaggerated that close finish, but still, it's a stat I love about Fun Cup though. A 0.2 of a second winning margin at the end of a 4-hour race.
Yes.
Only the 7th closest finish the championship's ever produced. It's just absolutely bonkers. The closest, 52 thousandths of a second at Zandvoort back in 2019, and the second closest was 85 thousandths of a second at Donington in 2015. 3 of these races decided by less than a 10th of a second, which is the sort of statistic that a 15-minute sprint race championship would be fairly proud of.
Right, Mr. Paul Rose, if you're listening, I'm going to slash your marketing budget completely down the ground. You need one poster that clearly says, bold writing, 0.2 of a second is only our 7th closest finish. That's all you need to do. No other words or images are necessary. It's incredible. I mean, Jamie mentioned it down on pit lane. The championship's going from strength to strength. We've spoke about it on and off air. I've spoken about it with a number of people this morning in the paddock. It's rare you get this in any walk of life, and it's even rarer in motorsport, that almost universally, every single person thinks this is an environment that is getting stronger and more engaging and more exciting and more. It's a championship that's got a real. I don't know how to articulate this, which is scary as a commentator because I spend a living articulating things, but it's got a real positive energy and flow and vibe around it, this paddock, that you don't bump, well, I certainly don't bump into that particularly often, so it's refreshing and delicious to see.
The word you could use, I suppose, Paul, is fun.
Yeah, and that's why you've been here since the beginning. Love that, love that.
That is the whole ethos. I mean, it's certainly a big part of the ethos of Fun Cup racing. Yes, it's competitive. Yes, we get some top-line professional drivers coming in to do it these days. Yes, the on-track action is as fierce, if not fiercer, than most other championships out there. But at all times, they never lose sight of the fact it's supposed to be fun. And I think in motorsport, I've got on this soapbox several times over the years, so forgive me for doing it again, Paul, but I think in motorsport, we so often lose sight of that. This is an incredibly fun way of spending your weekend, be it as a driver, as a marshal, as a team member, as a spectator, whatever your role within the motorsport community is. We do it because it's fun, and I think it's very easy at top-line professional motorsport, certainly, to sort of lose sight of that. The amount of times I speak to drivers who have just got out of a car, they've been in a GT3 car for an hour, driving around Oulton Park, something I would absolutely dream of doing. They get out of the car, they finish second, they've got a face like a smack backside, and they're in a foul mood because they finished second and they made a mistake and they dropped 0.3, and woe is me. You are living the dream out there, and I think that's something in Fun Cup that we definitely don't lose sight of.
Oh, my friend, you and I have got a podcast in the making for that one. But before we talk about that anymore, I do believe that Jamie Peters-Ennis is down on pit lane with another interview for us. Jamie, over to you.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down at Rare Vinyl TLR with Rob Croydon. Rob, nice to see you back, and new teammate for this year.
Indeed, yeah. Teamed up with Matt. We actually raced together against each other at Donington, and we got on well. We didn't kill each other. So we'd been talking last season, and an opportunity for 169 came up for this season. And, we took it. And we've done a bit of testing. We missed Brands Hatch. Car's been good. It's running reliably. A couple of learnings today, I think, in terms of how the tyres work. It's a new tyre for this season. I don't think we're quite in the sweet spot of those. But it's noticeable, just the second stint, the car was already coming to us. It was pretty horrible in the first stint. Already it feels like it's coming to us and possibly drifting from other people. So the end of the race might be interesting. But it was a nice start, I thought, anyway. At least I got my bit of glory at the beginning.
Absolutely, and I know Matt's been itching to come and do this because I've been on at him for when we were taking part in an esports series when he beat me, unfortunately. But no, I know he's been really keen to do this. But one thing to ask Rob, you've driven quite a few of these cars on the grid. How does the 169 compare? Because as we say, no two cars are the same.
I think it's spot on, to be fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think we were much quicker yesterday than we were today, and I think we know why. If we'd have had yesterday's pace today, we'd have been running around at the front. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the car. I just think we need to just fine-tune it. But the thing with the JPR cars, without trying to promote JPR, is they're straight. When you get in them, they're straight, they're set up, and they just run, which is nice.
And thoughts for the rest of the race? So it's going quite nicely, currently in the top 10 and doing well within the Masters category as well.
Yeah, the Masters is not something. I mean, if I wasn't racing against Paul Turner in the Masters, I probably wouldn't bother, but it's fun as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, it feels a bit strange, given how long I've been racing, to now be classed as a Master. I'm 56 now. Was in my 20s when I started with Lark. To me, racing it's about racing. It doesn't matter how old you are, you just want to be the best. I understand why the championship has a Masters category, because there's some really quick young guys here. But as far as I'm concerned, I measure myself against the young guys and not against the old guys.
Fantastic. It was great to see you back, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's Rob Croydon from Rare Vinyl TLR as the unstand safety car lights are out, so it's back to Andy McEwen and Paul Jeffrey.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, they will be soon, I think, because I'm hearing that the Demon Tweaks car has been moved out of the way up at Island Bend. So, again, good work, really good work by the Oulton Park Marshals. And we are ready to go again then. Just over an hour and a half to go. And still no closer to discovering who the winner of this race is going to be, although I do suspect the car to watch in the immediate future, Paul, is going to be that second place car, Riley Phillips, at the wheel of the Olympian GRD car for the first time in this race. And yet again, as at Brands Hatch, it's fallen into his lap.
Andy, to quote Paul Weller, the more I know, the more I see, the more I know, the more I know, the less I understand. There has been a lot of drama on track, and in fact, we're on green flag late racing again, even more exciting.
And Riley Phillips is in the lead of the race. That didn't take very long, did it? So Riley Phillips nips to the inside of the UVO Hoffman's car and takes over the race lead. So wasting absolutely no time to hit the front. And we have yet another lead change. And this is the first time the Olympian GRD car has hit the front, so it took them 63 laps on this occasion. I am in the process of going back over the 112 races that have come before this to work out what the record for that is, who's gone from the back to the front the quickest, because it's always been that front cup rule that you win a race, you start the next one at the back. And years ago, Fabulous Randaccio asked me to try and figure that out. So I know Olympian GRD probably hold that record now because they've had plenty of practice of doing it. They are at the front, then UVO in second, Morpheus Torrent in third position. And again, most of these cars at the front of the Q pool are lead lap cars. This is all for position.
Yeah, this is fabulous stuff. There's no back markers really, or a significant number of back markers at least, interfering with this particular battle. So what you see on your screen, give or take, is what's happening in the race. Was that a little mistake that we saw just going through the top of the shot. We'll come back to that one, hopefully. I can't quite be certain. In fact, no, everybody's in position, so forget that one. Now it's the warm-up phase again. Have the safety car restart, a couple of laps of weaving and bobbing and weaving. Then we're back to racing temperature and speed.
Indeed so, out of Knickerbrook they go. I've said all of these cars are on the lead lap, by the way. That wasn't quite true. The white, pink and green car, that 246 Vape Club car, is actually showing us a lap down, unfortunately. So after their issues in the pit lane where they came in and they couldn't get the car fired back up, they did just drop off the lead lap. They're the first car off the lead lap. And who was in that 246 now? Is it Vlad back in again? No, it's Ted Bradbury. If anyone's capable of going after Riley Phillips and getting a lap back, it is probably Ted Bradbury. On the inside, meanwhile, goes Charlie Hart into second position, and he moves up ahead of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car into second. Now, slight difference in this race compared to Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. By the point that Olympian GRD hit the lead, quite a lot of the quick cars had dropped out of the race. They'd had issues, mechanical or incidents on track. So actually, a lot of their opposition weren't really there to take the fight to them. We'll get back to that in a moment. That's the second Demon Tweaks car off at Lodge, and they tangled with another car which has just dug its way out of the gravel trap. That 207's pointing the wrong way. I think it might have been the 98 car, BERT Burt, which had tangled with them. 207 executes a nice U-turn, rattles over the curb, and continues on their way. To my point about Brands Hatch though, this time around, okay, there has been a bit of attrition, but we've got far more cars on the lead lap, and the likes of the Morpheus cars, GCI Racing, Sherrodies, they'd all dropped out of contention by this point at Brands Hatch. I don't actually think Olympian GRD will have this all their own way.
Oh no, absolutely. There's still very, very much more of a race to go. Yes, Olympian have very strong drivers, and very strong drivers still to get in the car. But as you say, Andy, a lot of the meat and potatoes at the top end of the championship is very much there, very much in good condition, and still under racing action, as here once again there seems to be a little bit of shuffling needed to be doing further down the pack, and not always on the same lap, which makes it slightly dubious. They sneak through. You and I both breathed in at the same time to help with that manoeuvre.
Yes, well, I've seen that go wrong enough times over the years, but they got it back in line. This is Signature RV ahead of Sherrodies. Now, Sherrodies are 7th. Signature RV were in the top 5, but they've dropped a lap somewhere through that pit stop cycle, so that's a bit of a shame for the car. Marcus Clutton was driving very strongly early. Ignore me. Signature RV are inside the top 5. Well, they were at the start of the lap anyway. They are now behind Sherrodies UK. Apologies, it's the heat getting to me, I think. They are still on the lead lap, but they have dropped down towards the tail end of the top 10, if you see my point.
We're singing their praises earlier, and it has been a really good opening half and a bit of the race for Signature RV. They're doing good work, as you're pointing out the window, Andy, at what?
We've had a lead change. Riley Phillips is not having it all his own way. Charlie Hart's gone through. There's a car off at Britain's, I think that is. 62 off the road. That is Balfe Motorsport, Sean Balfe at the wheel, and he's been off at Britain's. I think he might have headbutted the tyres there, but luckily the car's still running.
And another stalwart for the GT scene in the United Kingdom, of course. Balfe Motorsports and Sean Balfe, very, very famous back in the day, of course. I don't know if I can mention other brands, so I won't do, but there's certain cars that are iconic with that name, shall we say, from motorsports of yesteryear. And again, great to have that name racing in the Fun Cup for this round as well.
And young Thomas now coming up through the Ginetta racing scene as well, and doing good things, so good to have him on board. But yeah, this is a turn up for the books then, isn't it? Charlie Hart wanting to prove a point, I think, and prove that Riley Phillips is no longer the fastest man in the Fun Cup paddock. Charlie is absolutely abusing that 110 car over the curbs. 62, by the way, has not yet rejoined the circuit, so it's still stranded trackside at Britain's. I sense a 5th safety car period coming, I wonder. 207 limping back after its spin at Lodge a lap ago. But yeah, interesting to see someone taking the fight to Riley Phillips. I can't stress enough, Paul, how rare this is.
Yeah, this is really impressive from Charlie Hart. It's been a fabulous, fabulous race from that team. How they've executed all the way through, even the farther gains in the car, still very quick. But just the pace of Charlie, the audacity of Charlie as well, because you say going against Riley, an established name, a known quantity, as a relatively young man, to go in there and put it to them is impressive. But there was the comeback.
As the safety car scrambled, Paul.
Yes.
For a 5th time. So it was a challenge for them. I don't think Riley got him, did he? I think he was up the inside, but didn't quite get the move made. 5th safety car of the race then is scrambled. And we're 5 minutes and 45 seconds away from a pit window opening. This, meanwhile, is a very smoky Demon Tweaks car in the pit lane. This is the one that had the spin. And was then subsequently going slowly. I think a whole catalogue of issues now sort of making their way toward the 207 car.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Both Demon Tweets cars, very different liveries, same sponsor of course. Both Demon Tweets cars have had, I think it's fair to say even more than their fair share of dramas, some self-inflicted, some less so, over the course of this race. But safety car conditions once again, so the spreadsheet is updated again. The averages are all changing. It's really knocking things for 6. 5 now, this one, isn't it, Andy? Safety car intervention. I will say though, credit to the marshals here at Oulton Park. They've been very quick in getting these incidents turned around and us back under racing conditions. But safety car, we are in. And who has been the big winners and the big losers from that little scuffle of racing action that we've seen? Signature RV, as you mentioned, from 5th down to 8th position. So they'll not be particularly satisfied about that one. An Olympian GRD turned up with the books. 2nd place. On-track overtakes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Charlie Hart is, well, he'll be a bit disappointed about this safety car. I think he was probably rubbing his hands with glee at the prospect of a toe-to-toe battle with Riley Phillips in the Olympian GRD car. Riley, though, has been really sort of hampered by these safety cars. He's had 2 now within his stint, so hasn't really been able to do what he's so good at, which is get his head down and break the rest of the field and pull off a distance into the front. This 5th safety car of the day, unfortunately, is really affecting his ability to maximise his potential. And yeah, he's not going to be best pleased at this because, of course, by the time the safety car's back in, likely the stint will be over. Now, he might choose to extend a little bit, but if you're given an opportunity, Paul, to pit behind the safety car, you've kind of got to go for it, haven't you? You save so much time.
Oh yeah, it's an absolute no-brainer. You need to make that move if the opportunity presents itself. Speaking of fortune, good and bad, Hart's got to go out to Vape Club with EDF Motorsports as well. Be the first car that's not on the lead lap. This safety car would have been a gift from above for them. But look at the riding contention as, there we go, we can see the stranded machine at the side of the road with no real sign of any kind of quick stretch scenario in that place. This may be a little while longer yet. We'll have to get a vehicle on the racing surface, of course, try and pick that car up. So this could very easily sneak under our safety car window time frame, couldn't it? Or certainly kissing up against it.
Yeah, well, remember, the board will go out in about 3 minutes. So that won't be this time by the pits. It will probably be next time by the pits, but then they've got to do a whole other lap as well. So we're really realistically looking at 2.5 laps at safety car speed before anybody can pit. Will they get that car out of the way in 2.5 laps? That's going to be touch and go, isn't it? If they're really speedy with it, they might be able to do it. The trouble is that's the furthest point away from where all of the recovery vehicles are parked down at Cascade, so they've got to get quite a long way around the circuit. They can't go wrong direction, of course. They've got to go all the way down the Lakeside Straight through Ireland, Shell, and then position themselves at the Britain chicane. And that might just take them into that pit stop window, as you quite rightly say. The 5th safety car period of the race then, this is, Paul, the 9th time we've had at least 5 safety cars at Oulton Park, so not uncommon really for us to hit 5.
I feel less special.
Well, but what I will caveat that with is we've still got an hour and 20 minutes to go. There's a very good chance we might hit 6 or 7 before the end of the race, the way things are going. It's a shame because we want to see the race play out as naturally as possible, but it is keeping everyone close together. And another driver I would say has definitely benefited from this, apologies if you've mentioned him, is Ted Bradbury, because that EDF car is now only 3 positions, if you like, away from unlapping itself.
So, I have a question for you then, Andy. If, and if is a big word, F1 spelled backwards, go to Murray Walker, if we don't go under green flag conditions before the pit window opens, is it intelligent for the likes of UVO Hoffman and who's the other car with damage now? I can't remember.
Greenheath.
Greenheath, yes. Is it intelligent to get that damage fixed in this scenario? You lose track position, but as you say, under a safety car, it's in effect a free start.
Greenheath, it's a bit of a no-brainer, I think, really, because they only have about 4 or 5 cars behind them on the lead lap. So yes, I would suspect they might. UVO will really not want to relinquish this trap position, and remember, we've got fuel to factor into all of this as well. UVO did they take fuel last time? I forget now. 225. UVO need fuel as well. You can't do anything else to the car whilst you're refueling, and they're limited on the amount of people that are able to help with the pit stop. So throwing in a bit of bodywork repair or change to that pit stop is going to add even more time to it. If it was a dry stop, maybe there's more of an argument, but I think they'll probably just carry on the way they are for now. It's not losing them a huge amount of time. It's not like the whole front split has gone. The Greenheath car is definitely in a worse state than the UVO car. So I think we might well see a split strategy on that one.
The inner sports fan in me would absolutely dearly love to see our top three drivers with no excuses about pace whatsoever just go at it hammer and tongs, but we'll find out as we can see a few team members and drivers are loitering with intent in pit lane. So I think, Andy, when we do get that board and to go past said board on our first available opportunity to visit pit road, I think it's looking like potentially it's going to get very busy indeed with people flooding in. And that's another question. I'm full of questions. Me, none of them are interesting. Clearly, we're going to be a little while on the safety car conditions. So, do you come in first stab or do you hold on for the second go? That's an interesting choice.
You've got to get in because just in case they restart the race. Although I have seen this in the past. Julian Floyd, our race director, if the safety car is out when the pit window opens, he will occasionally choose to leave it out until the pit window closes, even if the track is ready to go, to take away, to take away that potential disadvantage to those that stay out. I mean, my argument is it's obvious that you pit when the safety car's out, so if you choose not to, then that's on you. But I mean, you know, it's trying to make it as fair as possible for everyone. What we don't really want, Paul, we've got 24 cars still running. We don't really want them all diving into the pit lane at the same time. So by keeping the safety car out, it means that those who are perhaps multiple laps down and well out of contention, they can hang on, pit a bit later and not lose touch with the rest of the pack. Right, now I've finished that long-winded point. Let's take this opportunity before anyone comes off the pit lane to take a quick ad break. We'll be back with more racing though from Oulton Park in just a couple of minutes' time.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Red Gate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. very fair. You know, they'll leave you enough room, but there's some really quick guys. You know, you get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at, and then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody. As you can see, our latest recovery work is almost completed with British chicane. Another big heartfelt thank you to all of the marshals who at various points around the circuit have had some work to do today. And the Britain's chicane marshals this time having the car to recover, that being number 62 Balfe Motorsport car. It was Sean Balfe at the wheel when it went off the road at Britain's, and we did a recovery. So what the cause of that off was, we don't know, but we do know the end result, which was that the safety car has been required for a 5th time in this race. We are into our penultimate pit window with just under an hour and a quarter to go. The track is almost clear. It depends how quickly they can get that truck off the road, but I suspect we are probably going to have another lap behind the safety car, Paul, and if that's the case, pit lane I think is about to become a lot busier than the track.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting for all of these drivers, because obviously you can see out of our commentary box window it's looking very busy on pit lane indeed. This is going to be crucial times. Mistakes in these confined conditions, hot temperatures, lots of cars, lots of activity, very easy to make a mistake even for the best of the best, Andy. So this is going to be a really important time for a lot of our drivers, and I dare say there'll be some war wounds and stories of woe at the end of this. Definitely so. There are quite a few cars that have not had a particularly trouble-free run to this point, and we still have over an hour of the race to go. I'm almost certain the safety car won't be in this time because the recovery truck is still not off the road. It will pull into that access road that I referred to earlier on the exit of Knickerbrook, but the safety car's already at Lodge Corner, so lights still on and pit stop's about to kick off. You know, Donington Park's my local, and we sit at the old hairpin normally, and I've convinced my son when the truck carrying the vehicles that are damaged on the back always spins off halfway down the train of curves and pulls off, and he thinks it's a real car. He used to convince him when he was a youngster every time, so you've given away the secrets now, Andy, by saying he's pulled off there. As right on cue, sir, every single car on track comes down pit lane. Yes, you know how I said we didn't really want 24 of them in at the same time. This is why we've got single fuel for Olympian and for Uvia. I'm seeing this out of the window. GCI are single fueling as well. Where are the other lead lap cars? Axiometrics at the top of the pit lane there. Dronic stopping by the looks of it. So Axiometrics are going to gain out of all of this. But there, centre of shot, you've got the black and gold Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport car. Not far behind is the blue Olympian GRD machine. Which of those cars gets out first? I think it will be Olympian. That car's being pushed back and now accelerates down the pit lane. Ahead of it is 246. Now, we were discussing on off-air then, Paul Jeffrey, that they might make a bit of a punt here and not refuel that 246 car. Remember, I said they were just fractionally off the lead lap, but they double fueled last time. So 246, the main club with EDF car, is back on the lead lap now, courtesy of not refueling. And I reckon they'll probably give them a wave around, so this could play them right back into contention. Yeah, these are the dice that you need to roll in these kind of races, isn't it? Sometimes things can just change on a heartbeat, and then your entire outlook, the entire prospects of your race look entirely different indeed. By the way, the Uvia Hoffman car that we saw had to be held in stationary position for a few moments longer than they would have ideally liked to allow the roll of traffic. And again, sometimes it's also placement on pit lane as well, Andy. If you're at the end of the garage, you're not getting held up by anybody. That can work to the tune of tens of seconds. No, indeed so. I didn't get this confirmed. I'm hoping Jamie could do so. I reckon at least one of the Morpheus cars got out ahead of Olympian and Uvio as well. So I wonder whether they've dry stopped too. Try and get Jamie to confirm that for me. I couldn't keep my eyes on all of them, but Olympian and Uvio, as it happens, were situated right below the commentary box window. So the first two cars in the queue, I believe I'm right in saying, did not stop. The third place car did,
and has now got itself back onto the lead lap, and I think it's the 4th car in line, which is one of the Morpheus cars, which I reckon has picked up the lead of the race here. I think it's 109, but don't quote me on that. Try and get a look at it shortly, and then Olympian look a couple of cars further back. So I reckon Morpheus, Olympian, Uvio is going to be your order at the very front of the field. The 210 car, I think I'm right in saying, was laps down, was it not? Yes, they're 6 laps down. So I think the first of those lead lap cars is the 109 Morpheus Motorsport. No, maybe 110. Maybe it is 110. That is 4th in the queue. I suspect it probably is. We'll get a proper look at it here as it weaves around. Yes, 110. So I think 110 leads. I think Olympian GRD number 1 is 2nd. I think Uvio a 3rd. And I reckon that Sherrodize, the black and yellow car, that's up into 4th place. They have, with every round of pit stops, Paul, they've moved themselves one step closer to the front.
Yeah, and that's the kind of attitude that I like. We spoke about this earlier in the broadcast, didn't we? The whole... Your endurance team, your endurance drivers have a low-profile race where nobody notices you until the very last moment, and that's what the Sherrodize car is doing very nicely indeed, although it does have the fastest lap of the race so far, so that's low-key as well. But a great performance from team as the pitfall window is closed. Only a couple of cars not been in yet, Andy, so we'll clear those out of the way and touch wood, of which there is none nearby. We'll be into racing action again very soon.
What I'm intrigued to see is whether Julian Floyd in race control decides to wave by the cars at the front of the field that have got themselves ahead of the race leaders, because the safety car is no longer being followed immediately by the race leading car. It's being followed by a couple of cars that didn't stop and then a couple that did but have managed to leapfrog the leader. If they do, that very much plays that Vape Club car back into it. Both of the Morpheus cars, by the way, single fueled, Jamie is telling me, so they did take fuel. 103 did as well. I missed that. I thought they'd dry stopped. So it looks like everyone took fuel. Odd then that Morpheus, who at the first round of pit stops lost about 10 seconds in the pit lane, that time around they seem to gain quite a chunk, and I wonder how much of that, Paul, was because they're right at pit out, whereas Olympian and Uvio are at pit in, so they get into their pit box easier, but then on the way down the pit lane to exit onto the track, they've got to go past all of that carnage and commotion, whereas Morpheus were well clear of it.
I can definitely say for Uvio, we saw that car down, ready to go, but it had to be held for a handful of seconds, 2-3 seconds at the most, but it was still held and unable to access their box as quickly as they would like. So there we go, a couple of cars peeling off then from the front of the pack. That is the 240 and the 210 machine, which is nice. It clears up a little bit of the inconsistencies at the front of our field, and hopefully, Andy, we should pretty much be in a go position within the next minute or so.
Interesting nugget from Jamie. It does happen occasionally. I'm joking, Jamie, of course. Uvio double fueled. I didn't spot that, so that also explains why they lost a bit of time. We'll try and get that clarified just in case, because I thought I only saw one, but Jamie tells me it was 2 churns that went into the Uvio car. If that's the case, Paul, they definitely won't need any more fuel to get to the end. So Uvio, who remember didn't fuel last time, so the first stop they didn't fuel, second stop they doubled, third stop they didn't fuel, fourth stop they doubled. I'm not great at maths and sequences, but I reckon that means the 5th stop, probably they won't need to refuel, whereas others might need a splash and dash. So that is an interesting development if that's the case. They could be in a slightly better position fuel-wise than some of those they're racing.
That's fascinating. That also could be interesting to see if that's what's impacted their pace a little bit over the course of this race, or if that's just the natural running order of things. But if Uvio Hoffman have indeed done so, as we're hearing from down on pit lane, that's going to put them in a very enviable position indeed. 1 hour 6 minutes 59 seconds left on the clock. Can you believe, folks, it's been nearly 3 hours of racing action? No, it's not. It's been about an hour of racing action, lots of safety car. But it has been, when we have been under dream though, Andy, the racing's been absolutely fantastic. I am slightly more in love with this championship than I was last time I came at Brands Hatch, and I didn't think that would be possible. It's been great so far.
I always say to people, you only have to watch one Fun Cup race to realise that you're a fan of it. I think you have to watch one Fun Cup race at Oulton Park to really fall in love with it. This has been the venue for most of the really epic Fun Cup races over the years, and this is why. Yes, safety cars are a bit frustrating in some ways, but they certainly do help to keep the racing a little bit more competitive. Not that we tend to struggle with that in Fun Cup, and we've had some incredibly close finishes in races that haven't been safety car affected, but Oulton Park just seems to bring out the best in this championship, and it is doing again today.
You see, I love a safety car. As a driver, as a spectator, as a commentator, whatever. I love a safety car because it mixes things up. It adds another flavour into the mix. And yes, you can have too much flavour in the mix, of course you can, but it adds a little bit more spice, a little bit more variety, a little bit more jeopardy. And jeopardy's your best friend. In motor racing, jeopardy's your best friend. It can come and it can strike you down, but it can also give you opportunities. So the more safety car interventions, the more outside of the quote-unquote normal, the better it is for me as far as I'm concerned, because it just gives our drivers and teams more challenges to overcome.
And it sets us up for a thrilling run to the flag.
Oh,
we
yes.
have just in excess of an hour still to go in the second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It is car 110 that leads the way now then, with Charlie Hart back at the wheel. So his father double stinted in the middle of the race. Charlie's double stinting now, so Chris will take it to the flag. That's interesting then. So Charlie Hart staying in the 110 car. Olympian GRD a second. That, remember, is Simon Rudd at the wheel once again. Third for UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, that car with fabulous Randaccio taking it through the penultimate stint of the race. And in fourth position, creeping into this, is Peter Belshaw in the Sherrodice UK car. GCI Racing a fifth, that's the 111 machine of Ian Wood. Sixth place for Signature RV, number 557. That is the car being driven by John Whitehouse. Seventh, is 103 Axiometrics, Chris Wetherall. Eighth position for number 214, Seed Data. That car driven now by Matt Hogg. Ninth for number 109. So the 109 car lost a chunk of time there, didn't it? The 109 machine, which is the one being driven now by Harry Mailer again, but this is his final stint in the car, has dropped a long way down the order, and the top 10 completed by number 14, Greenheath, with Paul Turner at the wheel. That's your top 10. We have got 11 cars on the lead lap, the last of those being the 169 Rare Vinyl car, which is in the hands of Rob Croydon. So 11 cars on the lead lap, technically 12, because that Vape Club with EDF car is on the lead lap. It is the first car in the safety car queue. It is the last car on the lead lap, and they're desperately hoping, and perhaps desperately engaging in conversation with race control about the idea of there being a wave round here, because obviously they've elected to keep the safety car out a bit longer. If there was a possibility of waving that car around, I don't think Vape Club with EDF would complain.
No, I think sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. But no, jokes aside, of course, for Vape Club EDF, it's been one of those, hasn't it, where they've always been sat on the line between it could turn amazing or go absolutely wrong. At this moment in time, the side of the coin they're on, the negative side, they're going to want that wave around. That changes the complexion of their race entirely. Problem being, Andy, if that doesn't happen, and we do eventually go green and they're the head of the pack, watch them drop like a stone as they get out of everybody's way and probably can't even get out their own way in that scenario. It's uncomfortable, isn't it?
Except they won't get out of the way because they don't have to.
Very true.
The blue flag rules in Fun Cup are not simply get out of the way at all costs. If you're as quick as the leaders, you can run with them, and they will. I'm absolutely sure they will. It's going to be an interesting situation. This is Vlad Vasiliev in the car. Desperately want to try and hang on, because if we get another safety car in quick succession, and let's face it, that's been the theme of the race really. I think the longest period of green flag we've had was just over an hour, but generally 30 minutes or so at a time between safety cars. If they can stay ahead of the leaders for that 20-30 minutes, catch a safety car, they're right back in it, and they've got Ted Bradbury going in the car for the final stint, who we know will go for it and has the pace to move forward. So there's no reason for Vlad Vasiliev to move out of the way here, and I don't think he's going to. Is that a Fun Cup car ahead of the safety car? It is, and I think that's the 246, Paul. Is it? Oh, come on, I can't wait for it to get closer. It is, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's the 246. They've been given a wave around, and they might have just been given an invitation back to the party.
Yep, that is absolutely fantastic news for that team, and you could have gone either way. Now they've got to get a bit of a lick of pace on, because we'll be going green not too long from now, so they definitely need to get a bit of a move on to close up to the back of the train. But you're absolutely right. This is how things can change on a singular decision, isn't it? That has opened the door for this car to be a competitive proposition for the last hour of this race. Absolutely. They've been in the top 5 purely on pace for a lot of this race. It's going to be a disruptor, I think, in the big running order.
The rest of the field are only at Hilltop. I think Vlad's got time to catch them, you know. I think he should just about tag on to the back of the queue. He's going across the line now, so he's almost exactly half a lap behind the back of the safety car queue, maybe less than that actually, so I think he'll get there. And then, of course, yes, he'll have a lot of lap cars to get past, but at least he's going to be, within 20 seconds or so of the lead, whereas he was nearly a full lap adrift of the lead before that wave round. A green flag lap round here is about 2 minutes, to give you an idea of how much time that's just saved him. So that is your leader, the 110 car. It is Charlie Hart, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, who is behind the wheel. The next car in line is PLR Racing, but they are laps down after their drive shaft issue. It was, wasn't it, earlier on? And so PLR Racing, it is, for what it's worth, Ben Pitch in the car, but I don't think he'll get too involved with that lead group. Charlie Hart, Simon Rudd in second, Fabulous Randaccio in third, and Peter Belshaw in fourth. That's a really nice mix of old and new as far as Fun Cup drivers are concerned. You've got the likes of Charlie Hart, who's not been here doing Fun Cup racing for that long, and then a few real Fun Cup veterans filling his mirrors. This could be an entertaining scrap with another 20 minutes or so to go before the final pit window.
Yep, it's going to be fabulous. So do not adjust your sets. Do not go anywhere. If you're going to make a drink, make it very quickly indeed, because we'll be going racing again in a few moments' time. And as Andy's just said, and I concur wholeheartedly, I think we're in for quite the cracking final hour of racing. 1 hour left to go. Can you believe it? It's what we call bonkers time. It's a professional term now, isn't it, when you come to the final hour of racing? That's the known way of saying it. This is when people start to get in a position to execute their plans. This is the delivery phase now, where you're setting yourself up for a great final end of the race.
Interestingly, safety car staying out. I was sort of gearing up for a restart there, but they've decided to do another lap. Is that maybe because the 246 hasn't caught up? Well, it's not a million miles back, it's at Druids. I suspect that's not that far away from the back of the pack, so maybe there's still a bit of clear-up work going on around the track. Race Control will use this potentially as an opportunity to send marshals out, not only at the Britain's chicane where the issue was, but also to do a bit of sweeping and track clearance everywhere else. So whilst they're doing whatever they're doing, let's take a look back, shall we, at some of the recent activity in this second round of the championship. Well, in fact, we're going to go all the way back to the start of the race, which was just over 3 hours ago. And, well, a lot of the same players, to be fair, at the front of the field then, as we've got now, 3 hours into the race. It was the 169 car that led them into Old Hall Corner. Bonamy Grimes in the orange, white and blue number 200 Red River Sport car charged through from 5th on the grid to 3rd as they all made their way through the first corner, thankfully, keeping it relatively clean. It wouldn't be long, though, before there was a little bit of drama. And our first of what's so far has been 5 appearances of the safety car, and it would all centre around that green and blue 220 car, Team FFS, who have had a few troubles over the course of the 3 hours so far. They were running inside the top 10 on the opening lap or two of the race, as some of those further back, including our winners at Brands Hatch, Olympian GRD, were busy trying to dig their way through the order. Of course, Olympian starting from the back because they were the most recent winners in the championship. It was a clean run through the first half a lap or so as the sun shone and glinted off the bodywork of the Fun Cup cars in the glorious Cheshire countryside. The 169 car led. Race Logic was up there in second position, but they had a lengthy spell in the pit lane midway through the race, which has unfortunately taken them out of contention for a really good result. This was the Race Logic car under threat for second place. The 109 Morpheus car was moving through the order pretty quickly. It was Harry Mailer at the wheel. And Harry Mailer, one of the quicker drivers on track. The sister 110 car, though, was getting in all sorts of trouble down at the Hislop chicane. The 110 machine was started by young Charlie Hart. He had that bounce over the grass, and then a lap later, up at Druids Corner, was involved in yet another skirmish. He was battling for, I think it was 5th position at the time, got to the inside of the Red River Sport, lent on Bonamy Grimes into Druids. Bonamy got sideways, and in catching the slide, clattered into the side of the 220 car. That broke the suspension on the left rear corner of the 220. The Red River Sport car has been crabbing ever since as well. And unfortunately, with the 220 FFS car stranded at the side of the road, that was their not day done. The car is back out on circuit now, some 47 laps down, but it was stranded in the middle of the road, not able to get back to the pit lane under its own steam. And that brought about that first safety car period of the race. After the race resumed, there was some good battling going on, and the 110 car of Charlie Hart, undeterred by his skirmish that he'd had up at Druids Corner, was moving forward, here getting up the inside of the Demon Tweaks car, that the Balfe Motorsport machine that was in the hands of Thomas Balfe for the Sorry, beg your pardon. No, that was Demon Tweak's Jason Minshaw for the opening part of the race. And that brought through the UVO car, which set off after the race leaders once again. The Morpheus 110 car was charging its way through the order, and as the race settled down, we were to have several more safety car periods to come, the most recent of which has just concluded. The lights out on the safety car, it peels into the pit lane, and the 110 car of Charlie Hart is back out in front. Something's never changed. He charged to the front in the opening stint of the race. He is still in front now, although he has not been there. That car has not been there throughout the entire middle part of the race. Race back underway then. We've got 15.5 minutes before the final pit window opens, and already drivers jockeying for position in the midfield as they try and find a bit of clear air and move forwards. Keep an eye on that 246 car, remember, which has been given a lifeline with that wave around, and also watch for Simon Rudd. He's very wide there in the Olympian GRD car exiting Cascades corner. As he charges after the race leader, he's using every inch of the Oulton Park circuit to try and stick with Charlie Hart.
Yes, fabulous stuff on the front of the field. UVO Hoffman, number 225, in third position, scything their way through the traffic as well. So that car currently with, third position on track at this moment in time. Desperate to make their way through, Andy, in these early stages, because for UVO, they see an opportunity as well. While Olympian GRD are fighting with Morpheus to rent, they're holding each other up. This is an opportunity for UVO Hoffman, who've arguably not quite had the pace of Olympic GRD, to really get in amongst them and take a chance. As speak of the devil, GRD look to the inside, and Olympian can't quite find a way past.
Simon Rudd looking racy though, but you'll have to work a bit harder than that, I suspect, to put off a former Ginetta Junior race winner. Charlie Hart is well used to having people ducking and diving in his mirrors. They were often his teammates actually last year in his stint at R Racing. A big moment there for Ben Pitch as well in the PLR car, which interestingly moved right out of the way of the UVO car, but hasn't made life quite as easy for Peter Belshaw in the Sherrodize UK machine. Peter forced to go to the outside into Druid's corner, does go through, but that lost him just a little bit of ground over the middle part of the lap and allows the leading three to make a little bit of a break. So 110 leads the way, Morpheus to Rent's Charlie Hart, Simon Rudd second. It is Fabulous Randaccio in the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car in third. That is your battle for the lead as they come through to complete now, lap number 74.
Really, really good stuff. 53 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock, and again, just look at the body language of our front two cars. Three cars, Randaccio not interested as things stand, keeping a watching brief. The Olympian GRD machine, though, looking one way and then the other. Further back down the pike, there's a bit of squabbling mid-pack as well. And this is brilliant stuff. Even cars that have been delayed, Andy, even cars that have been down pit lane and lost multiple laps, they're still getting stuck in and having an absolutely fabulous time as well.
Yeah, Race Logic were involved in that. Greenheath, of course, trying to come back through the order as well. They're down in 10th position at the moment. They never did fix that front bodywork on the Greenheath car, so electing to just run with the damage for now. They're tucked in behind Axiometrics though, which means they've got past Seed Data. Yes, they have. Seed Data though, the 214 car, that's running pretty well at the moment. The Bank Devlin and Matt Hogg car just inside the top 10. And Ireland Bend they go towards Shell in the distance of the leading three, accelerating towards the Britain chicane. This is the battle over 7th position really. Signature RV is the sort of Gulf liveried orange and blue car at the front of the queue. 557, who's in that now? It is John Whitehouse. Now, if John Whitehouse can keep that car in contention, and that's not necessarily the way to do it, he will be handing over to Marcus Clutton in about 12 minutes' time and give Marcus Clutton a sniff of the race lead battle, and he'll be right there.
If you've got a sump left.
Yes.
That's the only problem, as we go very heavily over the curbs, and now we're very vulnerable indeed in the Signature RV car. Axiometrics finds the way outside line. We don't see that one very often, in a successful way at least, but it does pull it off very nicely, does Axiometrics, up in a 7th. And the Seed Data car very much next on the list of people interested in climbing over the back of that Signature RV.
Indeed so. There, meanwhile, goes GCI Racing. They're just ahead of the 109 Morpheus FNS car, so the 109 car is also going well, as you'd expect, with Harry Mailer in it. Stop-go penalty reported for the car that's just lost the lead of the race. Charlie Hart, Jamie tells me, has been handed a stop-go penalty. This must be for a pit stop infringement, and yes, it's on the timing screen. Car 110 has a stop-go penalty just as Olympian GRD take the lead away from them, and that is major drama this late in the race. You're you're not guaranteed that you're going to have any opportunity to get back into it. Having served that penalty without a safety car, they may well be more or less out of contention. That's such a shame, but those are the kind of mistakes that can cost you.
Yeah, exactly. This is the kind of mistakes that you make, that experience helps you mitigate, that taking more time, more years, more races under your belt helps you try and get around these. But Charlie Hart, he'll know that he's got that penalty upcoming, but he's not going to be deterred whatsoever. Olympian GRD, your race leader, Charlie Hart, more Fiesta Rent in second position. Penalty upcoming, 3 laps in which to serve it though, Andy. The inner sensible person in me says, get down pit lane now and get it done. The racer in me says, you're going to want to pass Olympian first, just to prove a point before you say goodbye for the day.
That's it, isn't it? Although actually they might be about to lose second place. Here comes Randaccio to the inside, so Randaccio goes through into second. Suddenly Charlie Hart seems to have lost all incentive to push, really, doesn't he? Saw that message on the LED board across the start line, I'm sure, and realised the penalty was coming. So in a way, when Fabulous Randaccio came knocking, there was no point closing the door in his face. Through the Hislop chicane then comes the leading quartet, because don't forget, the Sherrodice UK car of Peter Belshaw is still very much a part of this. It's been a long time since Sherrodice UK won a Fun Cup race, and they are positioning themselves maybe to break that run here this afternoon. Over Clay Hill they go, and towards Druids Corner. Will we see that 110 car peel in at the end of the lap? I wonder. They're down to third. Their chances of reclaiming the race lead anytime soon seem to be dwindling, so I tend to agree with you, Paul. I think the sooner the better for that penalty.
Yep, real shame to lose that car from contention, of course, with 49, 15 minutes left on the clock. They were definitely looking like being a player for the race victory in this one. There's still opportunity, of course. We're not a million miles away from equaling the record for safety car interventions, so there is still a possibility. But there we go, Charlie Hart elects to peel off to the right-hand side of the circuit. Hopefully he'll hit his marks as he comes down to the pit lane speed limit. He's going to serve that stop and go in a disappointing time. That will be, won't it? Real shame. And there you go, you can hear the popping and banging. Hart's back on his merry way again. It was a brief stop, Andy, but oh my dearie me, was it a costly one.
Yes, it was indeed. It was a pretty tasty 3-wide racing going on just ahead of them, actually, as they rejoin the circuit. We're seeing 92 on screen here, 92, which is running adrift of the rest of the pack for some reason. This is the 22 GT car. Yeah, they are crabbing. They've had an issue earlier on. Were they cause of a safety car? We've seen them off the road anyway at some point, I seem to recall. So I think that car's handling maybe is not quite as it was at the start of the weekend. They continue on their way as this continues to kick off as well. It is Greenheath versus Rare Vinyl TLR. This for 9th position, and Greenheath defend that position successfully on the inside line into Island Bend. They're all going to arrive in shot as one. There they go. Greenheath ahead of the Rare Vinyl car race. Logic's in that group as well, and right at the back of it, Vlad Vasiliev, not necessarily making the progress through the pack that he might have hoped, but he is still very much a part of that battle. Right, leaders at the Hislop chicane. Sherrodice, of course, now go 3rd position. 2018 the last time Sherrodice UK won a race. Interestingly, about the same time that PLR Racing last won a race as well, and Peter Belshaw would very much love to break that winless streak. They won 3 races that year, including doing the double over at Zandvoort when we had a trip over to Holland. They won also in 2018 at Anglesey, one of the 2 races there. It's been a while since Sherrodice won, and this is probably the closest they've been to a win since then.
I will say they're very much in contention though, Andy, because look how quickly they've closed the gap. We had the Morpheus machine in the middle of that pack. That one's been removed, and now they're almost as one, as we see Greenheath coming under massive pressure. Signature RV have lost a little bit of space as well, I think, there, so maybe Greenheath, Signature RV have had a bit of something happening on track, but you can certainly see that Greenheath are under pressure immediately. That's the Rare Vinyl TLR car. Oh, goodness me, that's close.
That was a big moment. That was the 249 Demon Tweaks car almost getting it wrong into Lodge, and that's set up now a 3-wide moment. It wasn't, sorry, it was 248, not 249. They're 3 wide past the pits. 220 getting involved in all of this as well. Are they going to sort it out into Old Hall Corner? Yes, they do. The Seed Data car was trapped in the middle, and they did really well, in fairness, to get through that without any major contact. That also opens the door for Vlad Vasiliev to keep picking his way, one car after another, through the train to try and give Ted Bradbury a fighting chance, fighting for a win when the final round of pit stops comes in just under 7 minutes' time. Ongoing battle here for 7th as we take a look back at a replay. This was the moment for the 248 car. Team Disruptive, again, very nearly living up to their name.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few times that car's been in some strife. Look at that one. Locks the rear axle. Good car control, actually. Very limited a very limited time loss considering the drama, and then a 3 wide up the hill and over the line as well, just for good measure, just to add the value to you.
That was a proper motocross move, that wasn't it? Backing it into the corner, blocking the road and just parking it on the apex, which he did fairly successfully, I have to say. Out of the Britain chicane comes this midfield gaggle, which is that signature RV car still in the top 10 though, wouldn't count them out of this just yet as they drop down the hill. There's a big cloud of dust as they do so, and the 210 machine coming back to the inside. Who's in 210? Nigel Greensall, of course it is. Nigel, I think, is a couple of laps down now in the 210. 19th place, 6 laps off the lead, but that's never stopped Nigel before. He will try and go as quickly as he possibly can, really irrespective of where they're running in the order. So towards Druids comes this gaggle. 110, of course, is Charlie Hart trying to pick his way back through. So Charlie at the start of the lap was 10th. I think he's gained at least 2 positions since then. Needs to get to the front of that group quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? We're running out of time now. It's no longer a long game. It's a 45-minute race. You need to make your moves. You need to make them quickly. Get yourself in position and see how you're going to attack. And I think you're exactly right, Andy. It needs to be relatively imminent that the movers and shakers get themselves at the front of the field now.
The good news for him, I suppose, is that the leaders are not settling down and working together to pull a gap. They are knocking lumps out of each other. Olympian have lost second place now. Sherrodise UK's Peter Belshaw is into second position, I saw as they came across the line, and was harrying the UVO Hoffman's motorsport car that leads the way. So in fact, Olympian, who were leading, down to third. So we've got a proper Fun Cup scrap going on at the front of the field. The thing is, we daren't take our eyes off this midfield battle, which makes its way down through Cascades. We've got cars on all sorts of different laps here, but sharing the same bit of tarmac and fighting for track position, including the 220 car, which is stone dead last in this race. 7 laps behind anybody else, 47 laps off the lead, and still able to get stuck into a good battle as we head towards the closing stages of the race. Through Shell goes the 110 car, which is now almost into 7th place. Rare Vinyl TLR is the car just ahead of them. Then they'll be into 7th. This, though, is what I wanted to see. The lead gaggle pull, all 4 of them latched together, and it's UVO back to the front.
You could throw a blanket over our top 4 in this race with 3 hours and 15 minutes in the clock. Our top 4, like the opening lap of a touring car race. Absolutely superb stuff. But UVO, Hoffman, doing the job. Doing a fabulous job, it has to be said, at the front of the field. And that car's found a bit more pace as this race unfolds, which is absolutely ideal for them.
Well, yeah, absolutely. They're coming strong when it really counts, and they're keeping that Olympian GRD car at bay at the moment. Remember, UVO, we think, might be at a fuel advantage here as well, so this could be shaping up very nicely for the UVO Hoffman's car, which defends the lead into Lodge. Peter Belshaw looked to the outside. That's not going to work, and so he opens the door for Olympian GRD. Simon Rudd is there. He's getting a shove from the 109 car behind. They almost bang wheels as they cross the line. They're all going to be together when they arrive at Old Hall Corner. Simon Rudd sees a gap up the middle. He's into second. He's going for the lead. Tries around the outside of UVO. That's not going to work. Through comes the 109 car, and they might now challenge for second as they head down the avenue. This is terrific racing. The top 4 covered by a quarter of a second as they cross the line, and they're just about as close as they drop through Cascades once again. This the 80th lap of the race, and it's Peter Belshaw who gets shuffled out of the pack there, down to 4th. Here comes the challenge, though, from the 109. They were 4th at the line. They're going for the lead down the Lakeside Straight.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Will they find a gap, though? Oh, will UVO Hoffman have the line covered at the front of the field? He covered somebody else, has a lot of grass covered, and Andy is...
Well, that was 246. Were they the car that's been off? There's no yellow flag, so whoever it was that went off has rejoined. I wonder if it was Vlad Vasiliev in the 246. We'll try and get a glimpse of that in a moment or two. For now, though, we focus on the lead battle, which turns through the Britain chicane. It is, remember, Harry Mailer in second place. The leader's made a mistake, and this is Mailer's opportunity. Harry Mailer in the 109 car that he'll hand over to Steve Walton at the final round of pit stops is all over the back of the UVO car, which defends the lead into Hislops and successfully defends the lead into Hislops for the time being. Harry Mailer, though, knows that this might be his last chance to try and get a lap led in this race. He's probably got about 12 minutes before he comes in and hands over to Steve Walton, and this is the opportunity. A better run out of Knickerbrook, pulls to the right-hand side of the road. That is the inside line for Druids when we get there. Has he got the move made already? He might have done, and Simon Rudd tries to come with him as well. Simon Rudd for second. No, there's absolutely no way Randaccio was letting that Olympian GRD car through, because he knows that could be the car ultimately. They're battling for the win.
Sensational stuff from Simon Rudd, though, to not leave that nose in there too long. A little bit of a snatch break from our race leader. No harm, no foul. Olympian URD to the outside line. It's more a posturing move. It's not for pursuit. position, and look behind, the Sherrodice car almost collects the pair of them. Andy, this wants to carry on forever, please. Oh my good lord.
Oh, a big chop across the nose of Simon Rudd's Olympian car. I think there might be an issue developing with the brakes on that 109 car. It was smoking again and sideways into Old Hall Corner. Maybe that's just the way Harry Mailer drives it. Simon Rudd ducking and diving behind the UVO car, goes to the right-hand side of the road through Denton's. That's the outside for Cascade. This is where these two cars tangled last year. They kept it clean this time, but that was visions of the final lap of the season from a year ago when these two cars were battling for a championship. This time it's only second place they're fighting over, but they were almost as close as they were in October. UVO, though, once again keep the Olympian GRD car behind them. All of this squabbling, though, plays into the hands of one person and one person only, and that person is Harry Mailer. If ever he was going to have an opportunity to get away, this is it.
Yep, absolutely. He needs to go while the going is good. Peter Belshaw for Sherrodice UK at the 251 in 4th position. Keeping a watching brief. That car was in the conversation a moment ago. It's dropped a couple of lengths back now. Quite frankly for Peter, that's probably the best place to be as things stand, because it definitely looks like there's more than just a race they're fighting over in 2nd and 3rd position. This is two cars that have been together more than once in this championship, and they really don't want to give bragging rights to the other.
Yeah, it's not just a battle for second, it's a grudge match, isn't it, between UVO and Olympian GRD. These are, let's face it, coming into the season, they're the two championship favourites. They were the top two last year, they were the top two the year before. We always expect these two cars to be doing battle, and given how many races Olympian GRD have won over the last couple of seasons, UVO know if they've got a chance to beat them and get some points away from them, they've got to take it. They can't just, play nice and let Olympian get the win this week because they might be able to beat them next time. That's not really how it works. Offer's gone Signature RV, by the way, at Britain's, but they've managed to rejoin the circuit. It is side by side again for second. Simon Rudd to the outside of Fabulous Randaccio. UVO will force the wide, I'm sure. Yep, he shows Simon Rudd the edge of the road, and as they come past the pits this time, it will be to complete lap number 81, and crucially, they will see the pit lane open board. So the final pit window is open. I wonder whether maybe Olympia might decide to pit early and just get out of this mess.
And that's not a bad call at all, because there is Peter Belshaw doing... I hate that when the nose is up the inside for longer than you expect, will he, won't he? But Belshaw trying every trick in the book to get involved in this one, perhaps quite not the same pace as the cars in front, but you're absolutely right, Andy. If you're Olympian, you know you've got the pace, you've got the pedigree, get out of the fight, take the risk away, take the sting out of the fire, and then maybe that will pay you back a little bit later on. Sounds easy in the commentary box though, doesn't it? We'll try doing that on pit wall. A little bit different indeed.
Well, exactly. Now, fuel-wise, remember, we know UVO took two turns last time around. I believe Olympian GRD, Morpheus 109 and Sherrodice all took just one churn. Is that going to be the decisive factor? Could that give UVO a bit of a lead when all is said and done, or have the other teams just done a better job of saving fuel up to that point? Because some of those teams have been taking fuel more regularly than UVO. It's going to be a fascinating final round of stops. For now, it's a fascinating battle for the lead, and a big move up the inside. Off goes the leader at his lobs, and Fabulous only just got the car stopped. Simon Rudd has an opportunity to move into the lead of the race. 109 rejoins the circuit at Knickerbrook, having taken the shortcut. That was very close to disaster indeed, and I think that was absolutely the right thing for Harry Mailer to do, because I'm not convinced Randaccio was making the corner.
No, it didn't look like it, did it? And I think that's great for Mailer to stay out of trouble, but Simon Rudd now in the Olympian car in 3rd position has a choice. 5 moments ago, Andy, definitely come down pit lane. A little bit different possibly on this occasion, but look at that one. Fabulous Randaccio goes very defensive very early indeed, and Simon Rudd and Olympian have a decision pointers. Let's have a look what happened again.
Here's the replay. Randaccio had a run over the hill. I can tell you Olympian are pitting. We'll keep one eye on that and one eye on the replay. This was the move. UVO launched to the inside. I think a little bit too late on the brakes. He actually kicked up the dirt. Only just made the chicane himself there, did Fabulous Randaccio. And he was very lucky to avoid contact. Whilst this is going on, Olympian GRD are in. They are not taking fuel. So they did not need any fuel to get to the flag. And that is another one of their signature rapid pit stops. GCI Racing are in as well. They too are not taking any fuel. That was pretty perfect for Olympian GRD, and I think they're going to get out of the pit lane into some nice clean air as well. I think that was a smart call.
Yep, time and track position are definitely favourable for Olympian GRD on this occasion, so we'll find out how it washes out, and a few moments' time, so don't go anywhere, stay tuned for that one. But that could have been the kind of result, that's the kind of move, Andy, that champions are made of. While we're saying that one though, Morpheus NFS in the 109 FNS, go fastest lap of the race so far, so they're on a charge as well as our new race leader.
246 is in, by the way, to plug Ted Bradbury in. That's that vehicle with EDF machine, but they're having to take fuel because remember they dry stopped last time to get back on the lead lap, so they're really hedging their bets on a safety car now, which the way this lead group is going might not be beyond the realms of possibility. A back marker, that's the 92 nearly turning into the Uvio car, and that's really scuppered Peter Belshaw's run through the Hislop chicane because he couldn't get past the lapped car. The lap car did absolutely nothing wrong, had to turn into the corner at some point, but that now means that Peter Belshaw is a little adrift of the top two.
Absolutely, so we'll keep watching this one as it happens, and hopefully we'll find out if anybody comes down pit lane in a few moments' time. But that's a launch to the inside, and does he get it done? Yes, very nicely indeed. It looked a bit dramatic at first, but he had to make the move, Andy, because the time you waste is time you're never going to find again. Is there? That's a suspicious snatch break, isn't it? Or is it a snatch break?
Well, I'm not convinced it is. It's happening every time under braking into Lodge, or into Lodge corner, maybe not in the braking zone. In comes Sherrodize, by the way, to Peter Belshaw to hand over to Teddy Wilson. Again, not a huge surprise to see him in early, although Peter I continue to be massively impressed by what a Sherrodize is going to do on fuel. They've got a churn waiting, I think I can see. Yeah, they're going to pull in front of the man carrying the churn of fuel, so one churn of fuel required for 251. So again, advantage continues to lie from a fuel perspective with Olympian GRD. It's all going to hinge on what the 109 and 225 cars need to do themselves.
Well, that's why Belshaw was so quick to get past, or so aggressive, should I say, to get past that back marker, knowing that he's immediately got to come in and serve a stop. And mark my words, folks, despite how busy it is on pit lane during a stop, during a driver change, to those drivers in that team, it'll feel like forever when they're in the heat of the battle. So, 35 minutes. Andy, we predicted we'd not really know who's in contention until about 20 minutes to go. Looks like we're on course for that one. What a race.
Yeah, whatever happens over the next 5 minutes is going to be absolutely crucial. If any one of those leading teams can seize an advantage over the rest of them through this pit cycle, that could prove telling. This is the lead battle, by the way. They're in traffic again now. That's the 210 car doing its best to stay out of the way. To the inside goes Harry Mailer, and Fabulous Randaccio again makes sure that he goes with him, not to let the leading two get separated by a back marker. We saw the time that cost Peter Belshaw a lap ago down here, and Fabulous Randaccio would not let that happen to the Uvio car, which sits in the wheel track, sits in the slipstream over Clay Hill. When do they pit? That's the other question. Do they stretch this right to the end of the stint, or do they maybe come in early and try and get a bit of an undercut on the other car? Right now, Randaccio in the slipstream will be feeling the benefit of that from a lap time perspective, but if he thinks he's quicker than the 109, maybe it's worth coming in a lap earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. There we go. Look, there is the smoke again. That's what, the third, fourth lap in a row that we've seen this one now. That could be a problem that's developing. We'll keep our eyes on that one. But to answer your question, Andy, no pit stops. Not yet. And I think that's about right. Play it to the end of the pit stop window now. It seems to be the decision of choice. But again, look, more smoke from our race deal. That's not getting better, is it?
And it's happening into every braking zone now as well. Now, it could just be that there's some bodywork that's been dislodged. There's been a bit of door banging, let's face it, between this leading group. But it's even under acceleration there, isn't it, through Denton's? That's not under braking. So hopefully it's just a tyre rub, because it's not a major one if that's the case, but it will have caught the attention of the team, I'm sure.
Just do what I did on my way down here for a 90-mile journey to circuit. Engine warning light came on. Ignore it. Pretend it never happened. Smoke coming from your car. Ignore it. Pretend it's not a problem. I'm sure it'll resolve itself. And I hope it doesn't become an issue, because it's a very gutting way to find yourself so deep into the races. A few more of our drivers coming for their final stop. Last time we'll see them in pit lane today, all being well.
That is 22 GT Racing in Greenheath, just accelerating out into the pit exit behind them. Having made their final pit stop. Greenheath, remember, still very much a lead lap car in contention for a decent result if they can stay out of trouble. I don't think Greenheath have to fuel that time either. Out of the pit lane they go.
And they've been carrying that damage for so long as well. It's in fact, if I remember correctly, Greenheath carried damage last time I was at the Fun Cup as well, so maybe that's just the livery.
They're just too tight to go and buy a new splitter on Paul Road, that's all.
It's the same car as last time and everything, yeah.
Quite possibly. Right then, we are, getting towards the end of the pit window. 2 minutes, so 2 more laps probably before we're going to have to see the leaders come in. They could even stretch it to a 3rd lap if they really wanted to. What I'm interested to see is the relative pace between these leading 2 though, and Riley Phillips, who remember is out in the Olympian GRD car. His most recent lap was a 2 minute 0.2, almost exactly matched by the leaders, so they're not losing any time to Olympian right now. They may as well stay out, I suppose. Through Lodge they go. Fabulous gets a little bit balked by a back marker there, so the gap is bigger than it has been between these 2 as they cross the timing line for the 85th time.
85 laps in the book. Oh, hello, what's happening there?
110 slowed and gave the lead to Uvio. What was that all about?
And that was a very deliberate slow and release, wasn't it? That wasn't a problem. That was a very deliberate move.
I wonder if they've done that because they took that shortcut at the chicane, remember, when Fabulous launched up the inside. Maybe they've done that just to avoid any potential penalty. If they did, that's a smart move because, look, they're right back on him, and Harry Mailer may be back in the lead by the end of the Lakeside Straight.
Very, very intelligent racecraft if that's the case. I like that one. Always better to protect yourself from the inevitable as Andy. This one artificially now because they've done a swap save, but it's very, very close indeed. Look at Randascio controlling the car.
Yeah, this is interesting, and I'll tell you what, on the previous lap, they were quicker than Riley Phillips in the Olympian car fractionally as well, so it's all going to come down to time spent in the pit lane here, and I think that's why Harry Mailer, he had an opportunity there if he wanted to get up the inside into Ireland and reclaim the lead. I don't think he's got any intention of doing that because he knows that will lose them time, and I think that's why he so deliberately got out of the way so that they didn't then go side by side through Old Hall Corner. Both of these drivers know that they are in a battle with a car that is a 1/3 of a lap behind them, really. Oh, I thought Harry was going to make a liar out of me there, but he does duck back behind the UVO machine at Hislops. But yeah, they are racing the Olympian GRD car. They can't afford to give away a 1/10 of a second to the charging Riley Phillips.
Absolutely not. So one, if not both of these cars really could do with peeling off down the pit lane at the conclusion of this lap just to avoid exactly what we're seeing now is the squabble between the 2 of them. They are for the race lead, of course, but when the window is closed and everybody's made their stop, things will change. And Andy, for my money, it's got to be this lap. It's got to be now. That's the sensible call.
Well, Farchini is out on the pit apron, which he wasn't before. Here comes Mailer to the inside. He's going to try and reclaim that lead, so I was talking absolute rubbish when I said they were working together. Clearly, Harry feels he's quicker. I don't think it matters, though. I think Fabulous is coming in this time anyway. Does he peel to the right? Yes, he does. So the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, the first to blink out of these 2. Where will this car rejoin in relation to Olympian GRD? That is the big question. UVO are in. There is no fuel. It's a dry stop. It was a dry stop for Olympian, remember. This has got to be a quick driver change. Oh, Fabulous has left his helmet hooked up to the inside of the car. He head in his hands. He knew that cost them a couple of seconds there, and that might cost them the lead. Out goes the UVO car. Here on the screen is Olympian GRD. This is going to be very, very close indeed. UVO has got to get up to speed. I think Olympian will go through. Yes, they will. Olympian GRD are ahead of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car by maybe a couple of seconds or so, and that could have been the couple of seconds that Fabulous lost because he didn't unhook the helmet.
Yeah, that does look very much like leaving a comms situation in the car gap between the 2. So Fabulous Randaccio, you don't see mistakes very often. No. You certainly don't see them on pit lane, but that was most definitely a mistake, and it may have been a very costly mistake indeed. 28 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. The 225 has to get up to speed, has to get warmed back up again. Oh, Andy, we've seen it all, but have you seen it by decided on pit lane when you don't unplug your headset?
Well, yeah, that's a rare one, isn't it? Especially for a team as accomplished as UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. The remaining question to be answered then, and we'll get an answer in about a minute's time, is how long is the Morpheus stop going to be? 109. Do they need fuel? They have been single fueling basically all through the race. So they've not had any single stop where they've double fueled and taken a big hit in the pit lane to fill the tank. Does that mean they're going to need a drop more to get them to the flag? If it does, then it's advantage Olympian GRD. The blue and black car in your screen is the highest placed car to have made its final pit stop. They've got a couple of seconds in hand now over the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car of Farchini Diot behind, but we still have one more car from that lead group that has to make its final pit stop, and that is going to be the decisive moment in this race. They're heading through Deersley now. They're in the pit lane. 109 is in the pit entry. This is the key moment. Olympian, in fairness here, are getting held up in traffic, Paul. The 210 car not jumping out of the way. Might this be enough for 109 to retain the lead? They're heading to their pit bay now. Is there fuel waiting? I'm not convinced there is. So I think this is going to be a dry stop. Yes, it is. No fuel required. Is it going to be enough, Paul?
I'll tell you something. The way that they attack the pit entry line suggests that these are people who think it is, but only by the finest of margins. That was a beautiful entry into pit lane. I don't think it's going to be enough though, Andy, not by a long chalk.
That's not the first time that we've seen their dry stops have been costing them, haven't they? That first pit stop of the day, which they didn't take fuel in, it's the only other time actually they haven't taken fuel, and they lost about 10 seconds then. They've lost about the same now. They only now are released from the pit lane. The leaders have been and gone. They're down at Cascades already, so I reckon over 10 seconds lost, and that takes them out of the fight, I think. Barring, of course, a safety car period, which is always sort of hovering over as that possibility. 109 then now in the hands of Steve Walton to the flag. This, I believe, will be your race-leading car. Olympian GRD, Riley Phillips with Farkini Diop behind. Exactly the battle that we had here when we were last at Oulton Park in October. And you'll remember how that one ended.
Exactly the battle every time I check in on the Fun Cup, it seems I'm perennially in Groundhog Day with these cars and teams, and the level they race at, it's not surprising at all. The level of performance, not just from these teams, but throughout the entire field has been sensational. Now the big question for me though is, do Olympian GRD have the pace to stay ahead of UVO Hoffman? Do UVO Hoffman have the pace to get up there, but the appetite to attack? Andy, I'd suggest so, because that large gap looks like a slightly less large gap, bordering on being slightly small.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. We'll get a proper look at it at the end of this lap, but if Farkini gets a whiff of that slipstream, he'll be on him, because the slipstream is worth almost a second a lap around a place like this. It's a surprisingly high average speed around Oulton Park. We often think of Oulton as being very tight and technical, and the chicanes really slowing things down, but a lot of this track is flat chat down past the pits, down the avenue, down Lakeside, the run out of Knickerbrook through Druids. It's all high-speed stuff. So if Farkini can get within that slipstream range, which I'd say he's flirting with now, the rest of the gap will evaporate quite quickly. I think we've got a real battle on our hands here, and Farkini keen, I suspect, to reverse the result that we had here at the end of last season. Let's see the lap times then. Olympian a 2 minutes 0.5, UVO 2 minutes 1.1. In fairness, they were actually slightly slower, but only 1.4 seconds between them. More than close enough to make a race of this.
Oh, Andy, you know as well as I do. When you're racing against the clock, is one thing, lap times count, strategy, pit stops, yada, yada, yada. When it's the final 24 minutes and you can see each other, everything else is completely irrelevant. It's just making the dot bigger or smaller in your wing mirror or windshield, respectively. And I think Farkini Diot as well would be more than up for the challenge on this occasion, because this could be a really big win, but early into the season as well. This is a real booster to take a victory this early. They'll carry throughout the rest of the calendar year.
If we ever dare take our eyes off this lead battle, by the way, there's a four-way scrap for third going on. Sherrodise have got themselves to the front of that group. That, remember, is Teddy Wilson in the Sherrodise car. He was quicker than the leader last time around. GCI Racing were in fourth position, the 111 car driven by Craig Butterworth, and then the two Morpheus machines, 109 driven by Steve Walton and 110 by Chris Hart. Those four were tied together by a very short piece of string as they came past the pits, so third place could be where it's at. It's some 19 seconds behind the lead, but that is actually the slightly more competitive battle right now, because Riley Phillips does seem to be getting himself into the groove a bit more. Farkini slipping away slightly on this lap, and Riley Phillips just needs to keep pumping in some qualifying laps here, and it could well be another victory for Olympian GRD.
Yeah, this is what you spoke about earlier, isn't it, Andy? Riley going out there, banging in the competitive and consistent lap times and just breaking the back of the opposition. And it's a time-honoured thing to do in motor racing. It's been proven in battle time and time again. You can get 3 or 4 laps straight off with a good shot at a high level. It often destabilises and dispirits the competition. So Riley doing a superb job in first position for car number 1. Farkini Diot in the 225 in second place. It's not over yet. There's still possibilities of safety car, but even then, the UVO Hoffman machine, if they do finish second, I think they'll be quite satisfied, frankly, with that one. All the trials and tribulations, the damage they've been carrying, it's still a very impressive performance in third place, nonetheless. In Sherrodise, still have that fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 59.160, although Andy last time, 59.592. So they're not a million miles away from the ultimate pace overall, which is impressive this late.
And within 3/10 of the lap record. It's funny you mentioned that, because that's exactly the stat I was just looking up. 2020, Harry Mailer set the lap record around here at Oulton Park, which was a 1 minute 58.880. Stop go penalty for PLR Racing, by the way. No notification as exactly what that's for, but either way, PLR will have to come into the pit lane. A race that promised much for the local squad, but fortunately is not going to deliver a particularly healthy result. The lead gap 2.5 seconds then. Olympian GRD back to UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. It's that third place battle I'm quite keen to take a look at if we get half a chance. Sherrodire's GCI, Morpheus, the two-rent car ahead of the FNS machine now. Sherrodire's UK continuing to pump in really quick lap times, a full second quicker than the leader that time. They haven't quite got time at that rate to catch the leading two, but they're going to give it a good go. And if we were to get a late safety car, I think Teddy Wilson would very much be the man to watch. But as it happens, he finds himself at the front of a big group of cars, just not at the front of the field overall. Smogman's a bit wide there in the background out of Druid's corner. As we get towards that part of the race where drivers are getting tired, tyres are starting to wear, track conditions maybe aren't all that great, and mistakes can start to happen. There goes the race leader, Olympian GRD. There is our second placed car, the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. That's definitely a bigger gap than it was. And about 18 seconds or so back from these two is that fight for third position. Olympian, though, looking good.
Yeah, fabulous performance then from Olympian and UVO Hoffman and Sherrodire's as well. On to the Sherrodire's conversation. They can say they're running a lot of high pace. Yes, I think we've run out of time for that to become a three-way fight for the victory, but they've got to run the high pace because look how close 4th, 5th and 6th positions are behind. They are, despite being one of the quickest cars on the racetrack, very, very vulnerable to any kind of outside interference or unexpected circumstance. So Sherrodire's been a while since they've been on the podium. They'll be very, very happy with that performance, but they'll be desperate to hold on and consolidate what's been a really strong stint, not even stint, sorry, strong race across both Peter Belshaw and Teddy Wilson, who's behind the wheel now.
Yeah, Teddy's been rapid, but Peter has been very competitive as well. And I noted this at Brands Hatch last time out. Maybe Sherrodire's are in for a full season as well, so they're notching up a decent amount of points here today. They were, where did they end up at Brands Hatch? They did have some late issues, I seem to recall. I think they dropped out of the top 10 in the end. Yeah, they were 20th in the end, so that can count as a drop score. You get one dropped score, so one of the 10 races you don't have to count towards your final score. So if they can keep the podium finishes going, Sherrodire's UK have proven today, I think, that they could be contenders for race wins before the season is over.
Yeah.
And that could well build towards a championship challenge. The problem is, though, as it has been for a few years now, really, Paul, this number one car, they just can't, they cannot knock them down. It seems that through all of the drama, all of the strategy, all of the great racing, Olympian GRD just seem to find themselves at the front of the field more often than not. They won last year 6 races out of a 10-race championship, 4 in a row through the middle part of the season, and the year before that they were 4 times a winner as well. So that's something like 60-odd, 70% of the races over the last 2 years that Olympian GRD car has won. And when you're winning with that level of consistency, it's kind of demoralising really to the rest of the field.
And success breeds success. Motorsport's a confidence game. It is fully a confidence game. So when you have these victories and it becomes normal, it becomes expected, everybody tries to better their last performance, so they up their game a little bit more, and the bar just keeps getting set higher and higher and higher. What will break Olympian GRD is when they start to rest on their laurels, and then they'll get found out very quickly. The field will catch straight back up again. But for now, they're doing an absolutely sensational job. They deserve to be, though. There's no luck there.
No.
That is pure class execution.
They played the strategy well, as was the case at Brands Hatch. A safety car coming out just in the second half of the race is always a good thing for Olympian because it brings them back. They're usually 20 or so seconds back from the lead. A safety car, just as Simon and Riley start to do their stints in the second half of the race, brings them right back into it, which is exactly what happened this afternoon. But even without that, you just get the feeling this car would always be in contention. Interestingly, Riley there weaving around as he came over Hilltop. He'd run over some bodywork that was in the road at the Britain chicane and just wanted to make sure that he hadn't picked up any bits of that bodywork or picked up any damage indeed to the tyres in particular, but everything seems okay.
Well, while we have a momentary lull in proceedings, let's have a quick pick up on Vape Club EDF, number 246. Let's cast our minds back, people, if you will. They managed to get the wave around in the safety car, so rejoin the race leading lap at the back of the pack, of course, bit of traffic to work their way through. 9th position. I think they maybe would have been hoping for a bit more than that one, Andy, when the wave round, when the get out of jail free card was cashed in. 9th and 44 seconds off of the back of the pack is not where the pace deserves, I think it's fair to say, for that team and car.
Yeah, it was that gear selection issue, wasn't it, earlier on that they had that just cost them just over a lap. And actually, it wasn't even that. It was the fact they couldn't, I guess, get the car into gear to get it out of the pit lane. They'd sort of resolved the issue, but then the car sat stationary in the pit lane for about 20 seconds or so, and that was enough to knock them a lap down. And that ultimately is what cost them. We've seen some good teamwork today from the Morpheus cars. That wasn't the best example of it, as they nearly tangled into Lodge Corner. 110, I think, was moving back ahead of 109. The position had changed hands earlier in the lap, and then goes back in the other direction. The 110 machine being driven at this stage by Chris Hart, who's back ahead of Steve Walton. The two teammates busy battling here over 5th position. They've got about 3 seconds in hand over Axiometrics. They are the orange and black car at the top of the hill, so they can't afford to lose too much time squabbling. Axiometrics are lapping at the moment about the same pace, if not slightly quicker than these two.
Well, the problem is you can sometimes be a little bit too cute and a little bit too clever with your teammate and then trip up over each other or bring other people into contention. So both of these drivers need to start thinking very hard indeed what the next 15 or the final 15 minutes of this race is going to look like, because as you say, with Axiometrics keeping a very firm, shall we say, watching brief just behind, they could be under threat at some stage. Oh, what's happening here?
Hello. Slow car.
Oh dear.
Is that 97 again, or is it 257? They've got similar liveries, I think, about 257. Or is it, no, it might be 62. 62, it's the Valve car. Another one of the red and white cars going quite slowly. Is it just staying out of the way? Seems to have picked up pace again now, heading over the hill. But I think your mind went to the same place mine did there. That car looked like it was grinding to a halt, but I think has got just enough power at least to get back to the pit lane if there is an issue.
Let's keep everything crossed for the Balf Motorsport machine, because one thing we do not want, or do we? I don't know, depends on what mood I'm in. With 15 minutes to go, isn't a safety car intervention. Might not be a bad thing, actually, that one. Motorsport gods, give us another safety car, just for the final throw of the dice for these drivers. If you're Olympian GRD, you absolutely don't want that one. But if you're UVO Hoffman, 5.5 seconds now, Andy, in arrears in second. Some kind of outside assistance by the fortune gods would be useful for that car right about now.
Yeah, well, on average, over the years here at Oulton Park, the last safety car tends to come out about 25 to 30 laps away from the end. We're well past that now, obviously, but we have had some. The latest that we've had a safety car out in an Oulton Park race, I hear you asking, was 4 laps from the end, so we're not far away from that. It has happened on, I think I'm right in saying, 4 occasions that we've had a safety car within the last 10 laps at Oulton Park. So, you know, 4 out of 24 races, or however many it is here at Oulton. It's relatively low percentage, but not unheard of. It's certainly not impossible. So, who knows? Here comes the Axiometrics car to the inside of the 109. That is for 6th position, so looks as though 103 is going to go through. Greg Evans picking up another position, and the other Morpheus car is not far ahead, although mind you, he's not got the first move made yet. He's on the outside at Shell, gets shuffled over to the edge of the road, and the 103 car will have to try again to get that move made. But the way he's caught up to these Morpheus cars, it looks like the Axiometrics machine is the quicker of this group, and could actually knock both of the Morpheus cars out of the top 5. It seems strange to think that neither of them will end up with the top 5 at the end, given what a major part they played in this race.
Yeah, could not agree more, and this is the shuffling that they were doing between themselves 2-3 laps ago. We were talking about that one, how it's going to cost them in the long picture, and you're absolutely right, Andy. I don't even need to look at the timing tower, just look at the body language. The orange Axiometrics machine looks significantly more alive at this stage of the race than the Morpheus FNS car ahead of them. Feeling of a little bit more of the inevitable about this one. It's going to be the where and not the if, isn't it, for this particular pass? And already the outside line has been trialled unsuccessfully, but the switchback hasn't. That is very, very nice. Axiometrics to the inside. It's a mere formality now for the run down into the hairpin, but that was some very cute racing.
And the Race Logic car will come through as well now. So Greg Evans in the Axiometrics car picks up 6th place, now sets off after the 110 to try and break into the top 5 before the checkered flag. There is a chance here, Paul, that we could have a change for 2nd place, I think, before the end of this race, because Farchini is losing quite a bit of speed. In fact, he's not going any slower than the race leader. He was 3/100th slower than the leader last time around. Teddy Wilson, though, was 2 seconds quicker than them, over 2 seconds quicker than the race leader. 12 minutes to go, 2 minutes a lap, so that's what, 6 laps to go at 2 seconds a lap. He could get there, couldn't he?
Game on in a 4-hour race where, theorising, it's going to come down to the final lap. Absolutely brilliant, but it's got to be inch-perfect qualification laps from now to Chequer to even entertain that possibility.
Well, yeah, because I was calculating second place, but you know what? He could win, couldn't he? Because if he takes 2 seconds a lap and he has 6 laps remaining, if he can keep taking 2 seconds a lap.
It's an ask.
It's a big ask, but the rate that he's closed over the last couple of laps, it could just happen. I can genuinely tell you that stranger things have happened in Fun Cup over the years, so watch this space, everyone. We could be in for a grandstand finish. Teddy Wilson lapping consistently in the low 1 minute 59s and the leaders in the low 2 minute 1s. So there he goes, the black and yellow car through Druid's Corner, just ahead of the troubled FFS car, which is no longer last in this race, by the way. 97, an official retirement, are now at the bottom of the timing screen. And in fact, with a couple of other cars in the pit lane, FFS could still pick up another place or two before the flag. There, though, is your second place car. The leader's gone through. Better lap that time for Riley Phillips, a 2 minute 0.87. Uvio a 2 minutes 1.3. But there is Teddy Wilson. He's in the same shot now, and that was a 59.3, 1.5 seconds quicker than the leader, 2 whole seconds faster than Uvio. So he's got consistently 2 seconds a lap in hand over the second place car. A win might be a stretch, but second is definitely a realistic possibility.
Absolutely outstanding stuff. I'd be asking questions as team manager as to why this pace has come out now and not 3.5 hours ago. But this is truly, truly monumental pace at this moment in time from our third place car. So, yes, again, I've said it once already this broadcast, but hey ho, let's do it again. In for a penny, in for a pound. Catching's one thing, passing is an entirely different prospect indeed. Can Sherrodise do it though? Only 10 minutes to find out, sir.
Passing is indeed a different prospect, especially when the man you're tasked with overtaking is Farkini Diot. We saw this last year. Just ask Riley Phillips how that went. Farkini is not a man known for being bashful about throwing a block or a late defensive move. He will make that the widest Fun Cup car on the circuit, that is for sure. And that, realistically, is what will probably prevent the Sherrodise car from going after the leader. No matter how quickly Teddy Wilson's capable of going now, he's got to get past that Uvio car in order to have any shot at catching the race leader, and I just don't think that's going to happen. But second place, this could be a real grandstand finish for. We've got just under 9.5 minutes to go, and there is Teddy Wilson continuing to take chunks of time out of the second place car. He can see him, and as a driver, Paul, that's so important. He can see that car in the distance. There is no other traffic around them. It's a straight fight, and when you know that neither of you are being helped or hindered by traffic, and you're still getting closer, that's a great feeling.
It is, and I tell you now, that's worth tenths of a second a lap to the chasing driver, because it just gives you that target. It gives you something visual, something physical, something proper to focus on. It's not theoretical, it's not lap times, it's not delivering to the plan. It's seeing something small get big and then go past it, and that is a wonderful place, as you say, Andy, for a driver, but it's a powerful place as the chaser. Now the defender has the opposite problem.
New fastest lap of the race, Teddy Wilson, a 1:59.1.
Good Lord.
Another 2 seconds quicker than the race leader. He's less than 9 seconds off the lead, Paul.
I really would be saying, where's this pace come from and why wasn't he here earlier? But Teddy Wilson is a man with a bit very firmly between his teeth. 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Who would have thought a 4-hour race I'd be begging for another 15?
You're not the only one. Sherrodise UK are definitely going to be having the same sort of thoughts. I reckon Peter Belshaw can be found currently bribing the man with the checkered flag to hand it over and not end this race in 8 minutes' time. This is going to be a real nail-biter. Through shall they go. Well, how quickly can he get past Farkini? Because I do think he will get past Farkini.
Yes.
I think he's 2 seconds a lap quicker. There's no way, really, that even Farkini can keep him behind for long. Is there an argument to say Farkini could do with letting him go? Because there might still be a chance that Teddy could chase after the race leader. He's picking up a slipstream now from the Uvio car as well. That will be gifting him a little bit more lap time. They drop down into the Hislop chicane. It's now measured not in seconds, but lengths, really, as they turn through Hislop's 2 or 3 car lengths between them.
Yeah, there's basically just a bit of enthusiasm. It's the difference between making it way past and making it not. You made a very interesting point, though, for Farkini. Car's been closing 2 seconds a lap. There's no point fighting it. You're not going to hold them back for 7 minutes, but if you let them go, they may get involved with the Olympian GRD car up front. Will Farkini think that way? Let's find out.
No, because he closes the door into Druids and makes life very difficult for Teddy Wilson. So there's your answer. He's going to defend as if his life depends on it. It might not matter, though. Teddy's got such a pace advantage. He's to the inside line into Lodge. I think he's got an overlap, and this is Teddy Wilson about to put the Sherrodice UK car into second position. Would you believe it? So Sherrodice goes second. That will have cost them some time, but they've got just under 7 minutes to go. And that's going to be 4 laps, isn't it? They've got 4 laps left of the Oulton Park circuit to gain 7.5 seconds on the leader. They've been taking 2 seconds a lap out of them. They could get there if Farkini leaves them alone.
Yep, gaining 7.5 seconds worth of gap in about 6.5 minutes sounds unusual, but Andy, I think this is on. This is most definitely on. Between these, the pace is electric. Can he keep that pace up, though? Can he hold it to the flag is the big question. And will Olympian GRD crack under the pressure?
He's got to shake off Farkini first, though, because Farkini will snap back at him if he gets half a chance. To be fair, though, he pulled a few lengths there through Cascade, so Farkini not close enough to attack into Ireland. The blue light flashing as well, which tells us there is traffic on the horizon. Could that have a part to play in all of this? We've got 6 minutes to go. The leader we saw going through, it's a sizable margin, but even with that battle on the previous lap, Paul, Teddy was 1.5 seconds quicker than the leader. Even with the side-by-side run through the final 2 corners, there's no doubt about it, he is quicker. It is going to be awfully close as to whether he can get there by the flag. Over hilltop they go, down towards the Hislop chicane. I think he's done the first part of the job, which is he's keeping Farkini at arm's length. He's just got to ignore that black and gold car behind him, focus on the leader, focus on hitting his marks, and just keep doing what he's been doing.
Yeah, he knows he's got the pace in clean air. Will the cards fall his way in terms of traffic? Will he close up soon enough to be able to launch an attack as well? Because we're talking about closing the gap, Andy. Once you get behind the car, you've got to do something about it as well. And with 5 minutes, 12 seconds left on the clock, the Sherrodice UK car hunting, as you mentioned earlier, for a first win in a very long time indeed. And look at that, the same camera shot.
Yeah.
And we're all in it. Olympian GRD are not sailing to the flag on this one at all.
We've only had 1 last lap change for the lead here at Oulton Park. It came last year when Olympian got past Uvio on the final lap of the final race of the season. Could we be shaping up for the same thing again? It's another 2 seconds taken out of the leader. The gap is it's about 5.5 seconds, 5.6 from Olympian back to Sherrodice, and they will have 3 more laps to go, 4.5 minutes, but that will be 3 full laps of the Oulton Park International Circuit. It's going to be another last lap fight for the victory here. Teddy Wilson metronomically taking 2 seconds out of the leader. And look, he's got rid of Farkini. There's nothing Uvio can do to keep up.
3 minutes ago, we said this was going to be a big ask. 3 minutes later, I think it's inevitability. This is really, don't go anywhere, folks. Really, really, really do not give up on this one. I am grateful I'm not leaving the commentary box to do the post-race interviews. So I guarantee it won't be the same as when I've left the box. This is going down to the absolute wire.
The pressure that both drivers are under, especially Teddy Wilson, because he's the one who's got to do the chasing. He cannot afford to make a mistake. The one mistake and that's it. If he loses half a second, then any chance of winning this race has gone. He's got to get there as quickly as he can. Like I said about half an hour or so ago, when you get within a second of the lead car, that last second evaporates quite quickly because of the power of the slipstream. So that's his first target. Get within a second or so, pick up the slipstream, and from there it's game on. This looks like it's been a better lap for Riley Phillips. To the eye, though, we don't get sector times in Fun Cup. We'll only get the lap time when they come across the line in about 20 seconds or so. But to the eye, I don't think it's come down by quite as much this time.
No, I agree with you. It seems as though you can physically see the gap shrinking over the course of the last few minutes. It looks like it's kind of stabilised a little bit now. There could be to do with traffic, it could be to do with the balance of the cars. We'll find out, though, as we come up the hill. I'm going to break the time in a few moments' time. Riley Phillips will be the first to do so, Andy. And the lap time will be...
Well, let's see.
Dun, dun, dun.
Drum roll, please. It is, a 2 minute 0.1. That's the best lap he's done by quite a way for quite a while. It's still a second slower than Wilson. It's the fastest lap of the race for Wilson, but that's not enough. 1 second a lap isn't enough. He needs to get back to that 2 second advantage. And the demoralising thing there for Teddy is he can do no more. That was his best lap of the race. It's Phillips who's responding.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this may be stabilising a little bit. But Teddy Wilson, he's been going quicker for longer than those around him. He's comfortable on this envelope, isn't he? He's comfortable on this edge. Whereas Olympian GRD, they're having to up their game to respond. That's a very different reaction than being the one doing the chasing. It ain't over with 2 minutes of a 4-hour race left to go, and that's why we love Fun Cup.
In fairness, the Olympian GRD car is capable of this pace because their best lap is a 59.2, so only a tenth slower than Teddy Wilson is doing. I'm not sure who was in the car at the time they set that lap time, but the car can do it. It's just whether Riley Phillips can unlock that pace now. He's also got a back marker to overhaul in the relatively near future. He's a lap and a half from home and a second consecutive Oulton Park victory. A third win on the bounce in the championship for Olympian GRD, if you take into account the last couple of races of last year. But are they going to be able to hang on? It's the 98 car, isn't it, that needs to be put a lap down. Where and when does Riley Phillips catch it? Well, this is good. He's getting a slipstream from the back marker up the hill. If he clears it before Druids, this is going to be a big advantage, I think, to the race leader.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like the Sherrodise car as kind of the sting in the tail's been taken out somewhat now. I think, oh goodness me, be very careful there, gentlemen, as you work your way through. Let's not end it like that one, please. But I do think the Sherrodise car now, Andy, and yeah, that fight is unfortunately withering on the vine a little bit now, isn't it?
Yeah, and as I made the point, it's not because Teddy Wilson's given up or got slower or lost pace. He's still going literally quicker than he's been at any point in this race, but you just get the feeling Riley Phillips was just managing the situation.
Yeah.
He was driving as fast as he needed to, and now he's consistently doing low 2-minute zeros. A 58.9 for Teddy Wilson. That is within a tenth of a second of the lap record that he's going now. He's 3.5 seconds back, another 5 minutes, and he might just have got there.
So 4 hours and 5 minutes will be the new race time of the Fun Cup going forward, please. It's not long enough, 4 hours. More, sir. Please, may I have some more? However this one ends, Andy, whoever takes the checkered flag, I think everybody, all the top three in particular, can be deeply impressed and proud of their performance. It's been sensational, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and could this be a sign that we've got a changing of the guard? Because Sherrodise UK, Peter Belshaw for a long time was raced alongside Phil Keane, who of course is a star of British GT racing and international GT racing as well. That's changing for this year. It's he and Teddy Wilson for the whole season, and Teddy really proving today why Peter Belshaw's made that decision to go with Teddy as his sort of pro driver, if you like, for the 2025 season. This is a great example of what Teddy is capable of doing. For a couple of years now, we've all sort of semi-jokingly said that Riley Phillips is the fastest driver in Fun Cup, and he's put in plenty of performances that back that up. He's got a real challenger now in the shape of Teddy Wilson, and if Teddy is in this car for the rest of the season with Peter, which we believe he is, then Olympian GRD could have some serious competition as well.
Absolutely, and that's going to be the fascinating storyline, isn't it? You can be quick on your day, but how often does your day come? That's what Teddy Wilson is going to have to prove over the course of this season. It's nearly over, Andy. I'll send it over to you now for the final few moments of what's been an epic race.
Well, you'd expect nothing less from the Fun Cup, would you? Especially here at its spiritual home at Oulton Park. For Olympian GRD, though, once again, they are going to claim a win. It is going to be actually their third win in a row. They won the last race of the year here at Oulton Park in October. They won at Brands Hatch less than a month ago, and they extend their championship lead with another race win in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and that one means a lot to Riley Phillips. He knew he was under the pressure there in the closing stages. Teddy Wilson less than 2 seconds adrift. It was those last 2 or 3 laps, wasn't it, where Riley upped the pace that just made them hold on to the race victory by only 1.8 seconds. There is a car there stationary. I saw that car slowing on the final lap, stationary to the side of the road at the Exeter Druids, but it's well out of harm's way. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, 13 seconds nearly off the lead in the end. They really faded in the closing stages. GCI Racing a fourth, and a charging final stint, it must be said, for Greg Evans. Oh, hello, that's a Morpheus car. Is that 109 or is it 110?
It's before the flag as well.
It's at Clay Hill, isn't it?
Oh, no.
And 246 limping home. Oh, our car's running out of fuel, Paul, I wonder. I said that this is not uncommon, or not unheard of. Anyway, it's not common, but it's not unheard of in Fun Cup. I wonder if we've got some fuel calculations that have gone awry.
It is the Morpheus to rent car then that is struggling, and FNS as well, because Vape Club, EDF, have just crossed the line in 7th.
And they were crawling as well. Yeah. In fact, they've stopped just past the timing line, so they had just enough to get to the line. That is remarkable. 3 of the top 10 cars slowing on the final lap, and one of them ends up gaining 2 places.
See, this is another reason I love Fun Cup, because I've just been going bonkers on air saying the last 3 minutes of a 4-hour race and it's happening. And he says, no, sit down, chill out, Paul, because actually it's about 10 seconds after the flag it carries on as well. Brilliant stuff. And who is that makes it over the line. So Greenheath come up in 10th position as well. They've had a bit of an up and down race and eventually get that top 10. But for the Morpheus team, for the FNS and for the other car as well, terrible fortune at the end.
Well, yes, I mean, I wonder if it was fuel. I'm not sure. That teams might be able to tell us, but either way, they were very lucky, really, to get the cars to the flag. The 109 cars made it. Did 110, was it the 110? Yes, 110 came through in 11th position as well, and manages to get to the flag. That was a remarkable last lap turn of events, it must be said, but by just under 1.8 seconds, it is Olympian GRD who claim another race victory. The 22nd closest finish in Fun Cup Championship history, Paul. Again, not many championships, endurance racing championships certainly, can boast those sort of numbers after the car gets Ted Bradbury. Well, it was a good job, well done for Ted, really, to end up in 7th place, but he'll be a bit frustrated at the way that the car coasted across the line. He didn't get his winning moment.
He didn't, but as long as it coasted over the line and not a Nigel Mansell pushing it over the line and then passing out for good measure. So Bradbury, great performance, showed lots of pace. Team was really effective today, and they'll be relatively pleased with salvaging that position.
So, Team Olympian GRD claimed the victory by just under 1.8 seconds from Sherrodice UK. That's the 8th closest Oulton Park finish in Fun Cup. I mean, it's ridiculous. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport in 3rd, GCI Racing 4th, and Axiometrics in 5th. 6th position for Signature RV. Vape Club with EDF Motorsport 7th. 8th for Morpheus' 109 car, which slowed at the end. Rare Vinyl TLR were 9th and Greenheath in 10th. Morpheus Motorsport to Rent were 11th after they stopped on the final lap. One of 3 cars to run into issues on the final lap of the race. Seed Data, Red River Sport and BERT, or BERT as I'm going to call them from now on, in 14th. Race Ventura were 15th ahead of Team Summers. PLR, who struggled along and eventually retired the car to the pit lane. Then it was the JPR 210 car ahead of 22 GT Racing and Team Disruptive in 20th place. Race Logic 21st, FF Corsa 22nd, then it was Fast Track, Team Valve, Demon Tweaks second car, the 207 car, actually beating the 249 machine with the Team FFS 220 in between them in 26th place. Renom Racing in the end were the last car. They weren't running for much of the race, 63 laps down when they retired. And they are still classified, though, in 28th position. Right then, let's head down to the Olympian GRD garage, shall we, and hear from a very happy Chris Devell and Simon Rudd.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, another absolute barnstormer of a race. And Chris, I'm going to say it, you've done it again.
We have, but it was by the finest of margins today, and it didn't look certain until until we crossed the line.
How concerned were you of Teddy hunting you down? I mean, he was taking 2 seconds a lap out of you.
Yeah, I wasn't too concerned at the beginning, particularly when we had Uvio between him and us, and I thought Uvio would put up a good battle. But it was very obvious that he was going to be catching us. We gave Riley a bit of a hurry up. He picked his pace up a bit, and it was just enough to keep in front. We didn't want to have a last lap battle like we often end up having.
And Simon, your stints were as busy as ever, and your final stint, you elected to come in a little bit earlier purely to get out of that battle because you didn't want to get involved in unnecessary incidents, did you?
No, we didn't. I would have loved to have stayed out there with the racing, but you know, we made the right call, and you know, it's all about winning, you know. And I've really enjoyed it. It's probably the best stint that I've had in Fun Cup. It was clean, it was fast. You had Harry and Fab and whoever was in the 251. So yeah, no, it was really good fun.
Anglesey next. It's a circuit again. You've had strong results, but it's also a bit new as well, and it's twice the amount of work we're going to have to do.
Yeah, it's good fun. That it's the 3 hours, so the strategy changes. We had 2 wins. That's what started off our run last year, and we won them quite comfortably. I don't think it will be as comfortable as that this year, but yeah, we'll see.
Right, boys, go and celebrate, and congrats.
Thank you very much.
Mate.
Thank you.
All right, there's Chris Devell and Simon Rudd from Olympian GRD. It's been a long day. So I'm going to sign off from down here in the pit lane and passing the baton back over to Paul Jeffrey for the remainder of the afternoon. So from down here, it's goodbye from me, and we'll see you at Anglesey on the 7th of June.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody. We've just about had time to catch our breath after a sensational second round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The podium ceremonies ongoing down behind the race control building, but we turn our attention back to the track because we've still got racing to come. 3 more races left here today. And the 3 series that started our day a little bit earlier on in the morning will once again take centre stage, starting with the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup. Millie Hart and Thorburn Aston engaged in a fascinating battle for the win this morning. They share row 1 again, with Aidan Hassan and Simon Waterfall row 2. Danny Wilkinson, can he bounce back from the mechanical issues he had in race 1? He starts 5th ahead of the top Compact Cup competitor and race 1 winner Conor Grady. Gareth Claydon and Adam Wright are on row 4. Row 5, Max Noble and Joe Doble, with Joe's father Mike starting next alongside Ethan Woods on row 6. 7th row, Peter Smith and Paul Massell, with Keith Towers and Rod Langham on row 8. Row 9, Richard Sutherland and Matt Kendall. And the 10th row, Christopher Stretton and Javier Ross, with Alex Corkwell, Tim Seaford, Martin Corkwell, Dan Mountford and Aaron Tippler, hopefully at the back of the field. Well, race 1 within the 1 Series Super Cup was a great battle. Millie Hart led all the way, but under constant pressure from Thorburn Aston, who will be determined to try and get the lead away from Millie at the start of this race. In the Compact Cup, Conor Grady came through after a disappointing qualifying effort to claim in the end a fairly comfortable win over a great 4-way battle for second. Let's see what happens then. The lights go out now and away we go, as was the case in race 1. It's a good start for Simon Waterfall, not such a good start from Aston, so I think Millie Hart will hold on to the lead on the inside line. Will she? There's a bit of leaning, but yes, Millie Hart manages to hang on to the advantage. That was Danny Harrison peeking to the inside for 4th position, and around he goes. Does he? Oh, he's lost it. Danny Harrison back into the pack out of Old Hall Corner, and that is going to be a sizable incident on the avenue, and that will be a race stoppage almost for certain as the rest of the field make their way down the hill at Cascade. But Danny Harrison got sideways, the car spat back into the pack, and unfortunately others piled in. There is the scene, so Harrison's car going no further. I think that's Claydon. Oh, and the 27 machine as well, 27 of Adam Wright. So 2 of our front runners in the Compact Cup involved in that one, and that is a real shame, Paul.
Yep, that's a real shame for our front runners. We missed much of the action, of course, from the dirt that was kicked up from cars off a racetrack, but it has taken a good proportion of our field out. We're still under green flag conditions, of course, but expect that to change, I would imagine, Andy, very soon indeed, because there's a whole lot of clean-up work needs to be done. And unfortunately, you put a car that looks like a touring car and loads them together, and you ask them to go through a few corners, and these usually happen.
Look at Conor Grady. He must have been caught up in all of that because he's lost a whole load of places. He's mid-grid now in the Compact Cup. Now remember, he was the next car behind Danny Wilkinson, who was the first one to get sideways. So as Danny came back into the pack, Conor probably had to take to the grass to avoid. So Conor Grady, for the second race in a row, finds himself with a lot of work to do to get back into contention.
Be interesting to see if the car is clean or how much damage is on that BMW. We saw him a little bit in the long shot just trying to gather the car back together again. But this is a BMW Compact Cup, so you never know. He probably needs gathering back together anyway. But it will be interesting to see if Grady's in strife, as there is the 22 recovering to the racetrack.
And a red flag is out. Red flag's out, Paul. That's not a huge surprise to see. So Aaron Tippler then rejoins, but, well, not good to have a red flag, of course it's not. However, for Conor Grady, this is not the worst news, because we will go back to the original grid positions when we go racing once again. And he, of course, started on the Compact Cup pole. He is not at the front of the Compact Cup field at the moment, but will be able to reclaim that position. Of course, before that, though, there is a lot of clean-up work to be done on the exit of Old Hall Corner, and at least 3 cars, I think, that need to be recovered, and they're badly damaged as well. So drivers need to be attended to first, make sure they're okay. Only when it's been established that that is the case can the clean-up operation begin. The cars that need to be recovered will be loaded onto flatbed trucks and carted back into the paddock area. But there you can see the remains of the 2 cars, at least 2 cars, Danny Wilkinson's 1 Series and Adam Wright's BMW Compact. That's a lot of damage to Adam Wright's car, isn't it?
That's a heck of a lot of damage to the front of that car. The wheel's still attached, it looks like, but that's not going to be an easy snatch, I don't think, for that BMW. The problem, of course, we have, Andy, is we've still got a bit of racing to go, and we have a curfew that we shall not pass.
Yes.
So, do we have time? Yes. How much time do we have? Debatable, to see this one through. Before we do come back onto that, 'cause I've got a feeling we've got time to pick through this. Another fabulous start from Millie Hart.
Yes.
I, honestly, apart from the research coming into this one, don't know much about this championship at all, because it's my first time in. One thing I've seen from Millie, get rid of that front splitter, no problem whatsoever. I've seen that many a time around where we live, but it's good that Conor Grady's back on the track again. Obviously, looking at from our vantage spot, that looks like the bumper is detached slightly, but not damaged through incident contact, more from probably going off track a little bit. So hopefully Conor can get that one up and running again in the very near future, and we'll be all fair and well to go racing once again.
Indeed so. Well, there is the recovery operation ongoing on the avenue. I think there are only 2 cars that require recovery, so I think there are only 2 cars that need to be moved. Apologies, by the way, if you just lost pictures momentarily. We did too. You're not on your own, but we are back with you now, I believe. A couple of technical gremlins creeping in, but we are back bringing you pictures of the recovery operation on the avenue, and the 27 car being hoiked away. Amazing, actually, Paul. I will say a minor miracle. There are only 2 cars that need to be recovered. I'll be honest, when I saw Danny Wilkinson's car snap sideways and then snap back into the pack, I feared the worst.
I've got to admit the same thing. It is never exciting to see a car facing the wrong direction, then a pile of smoke, and then nothing. So yes, I think we were very, very fortunate that the vast majority of the field made it through, which is, from an entirely selfish point of view, it's very, very nice because these are great racers. These are great cars, and I'm very excited to see the racing, so I'm pleased about that one. But it's quite the recovery. It's quite the repair and clean-up job, Andy.
Yes, going to take a bit longer then to get this race restarted. Whilst we are waiting for that, I believe we can head down to the podium area where Jamie Peters-Ennis is midway through conducting the Fun Cup podium presentation.
Our team of the day, sponsored by Graphics Lab. Now, this team was a new team into Fun Cup, started at Brands Hatch, and team of the day goes to John Relton and Angus Goff, and that's Team BERT. Bert! Make your way onto the top, guys. Can we give John an extra round of applause? Because 2 weeks ago, he did the London Marathon in under 3.5 hours, supporting the St John's Ambulance as well. Well done, guys. Right, moving on to the Masters podium. In third place was the Rare Vinyl TLR team. That's Matt Larby and Rob Croydon. Well done, guys, as they get the Bottle of Bubbles trophy and Hankook hat from Safi as they make their way onto the podium. Second place was Signature RV. That's Steve Ruston, John Whitehouse and Marcus Clutton. Well done, guys, as they get the Hankook hat, bottles of fizz and trophies from Safi. And your winners of the Masters class, following on their success from Brands Hatch, finishing 5th overall, it was Axiometrics. That's Greg Evans, Chris Wetherall and John Perrott. Well done, guys, as they get the bottles of bubbles, nice big trophy, and the Hankook hats. Okay, gather together, guys, for the photo. Okay, is James organising everybody on the podium? Okay. Gather in, guys, hold your trophies up. Okay, put your hands together for our Masters podium. Right, guys, 3, 2, 1, you know what to do. Well done, guys. Right, as we get the podium ready for our overall top 3, and what a race that was, going down to less than 2 seconds after 4 hours. We're just having more trophies. Chris Wetherall photo bombing as usual. Right, well done, guys. Okay, so moving on to our overall podium. In third place was Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. That's Fabulous and Farkini. Well done, guys, as they get the Hankook hats, bottle of fizz, and a nice big trophy from Safi. In second place, just missing out by just under 2 seconds, and a welcome back to the podium for Sherrodice UK. That's Pete Belshaw and Teddy Wilson. And your winners, making it 2 wins on the bounce, was Olympian GRD, Chris Devell, Riley Phillips and Simon Rudds. Well done, guys. Okay, gather together, guys, for the photos. Hold your trophies aloft for James, so we can get the photos. Okay. All looking forward. Right, someone wants to... There's always one. Right. Guys, don't run away too far. We'll have a quick chat afterwards. So I'm just going to dive it. Pete, do you want to go back on? Just go back on the podium very quickly. We'll have a quick chat once James has finished his photos.
Excellent job by Jamie Peters-Ennis down at the podium area, and we'll have him back with us again for our next Fun Cup event in a number of weeks' time. For now, though, we've got cars on the move once again. Brilliant job by the marshals over at Old Hall Corner, along the Avenue and Cascades, really, all working together to get that incident dealt with, and we are already back up and running. Then we'll have a restarted race for this Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship in a moment or two. This race is going to be shortened now down to 10 minutes. It's a 10-minute restart. We're also hearing that the remaining two races are going to be shortened by 2 minutes each. So 13 minutes for the City Car Cup and 18 minutes for the Fiesta ST240s, pending, obviously, any further delays, which we very much hope we can avoid. In each class here, Paul, really, we have drivers on pole position who I think have very mixed feelings, very different feelings about this restart. For Millie Hart, she's probably thinking, why? Why did I have to do this? I've had two perfect starts. Surely I can't make it a hat-trick. Conor Grady in the Compact Cup, though, thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed, because that first one did not go to plan. He was buried deep in the field and now finds himself up back at the front of the Compact Cup grid once again.
Frankly, Andy, my heart goes out to whoever pays for the clutch, because another race start is yet more wear and tear on these cars. But it gives us an opportunity again to see these beautiful machines in action. It was a fantastic race this morning. I have no doubt, should we get past the first three corners, it's going to be a fantastic race again this afternoon. And for the final time, take a look at those cars on that grid. How pretty is that?
I have already forgotten that Conor Grady is not on the grid. I was assuming we'd covered this. Of course we haven't, because it was whilst we were watching the podium. Conor Grady's car has been pulled into the pit lane. So take back everything I just said about Conor Grady. He's in the pit lane because, remember, they had to work on that right front corner. The stewards had noticed this. It might have even been when the pictures went down, actually. So apologies if you weren't aware of this. But yes, the Conor Grady car, not on pole position, actually in the pit lane. And it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. There is a team member leaning very casually on the car outside the pit garages. So we'll wait and see whether Conor Grady ends up on the road. The rest of them, though, about to get underway, and it is Millie Hart who gets an okay start, but I'll be honest, that's her weakest start so far, and Thorburn Aston is fully alongside her on the outside line towards Old Hall Corner. Can Thorburn Aston sweep round the outside to the lead? I think he has. Yes, he has. Millie Hart might even lose second place to Simon Waterfall as they head down the avenue for the first time. So, as we feared might be the case, that third start, not really what Millie Hart needed. She is third as we arrive down at Cascades Corner. In the Compact Cup, meanwhile, it's a pair of Dobles towards the front of the field, sandwiching, I think, Gareth Claydon maybe, who was in second place. No, it might not have been Gareth, actually. We'll pick that out in a moment or two, but the leaders, certainly one of the Dobles, probably that will be Joe, at the front of the Compact Cup field. Round Island Bend they go for the first time, and towards the braking zone at the Shell hairpin, where we will wait and see what sort of lead Thorburn Aston's built up. There he goes, out of Shell. Not a huge one over Simon Waterfall in second position. And then it is, actually, Aidan Hassan third. So Millie Hart has fallen all the way down to fourth position. That's a shame. Saw how strong her defensive driving was in race one, Paul. Now we're about to see how well she can overtake.
We are indeed. There's all sorts of dramas in the Compact Cup class. A little bit further on back, everybody manages to gather it together, though the cars, of course, are a little bit on the cold side compared to full racing conditions. But as you say, for Millie, that wasn't the best start. It was a decent launch off the line. She was certainly super committed down into Old Hall, but unfortunately Tight line, narrow, compromised on your exit, and for a run down a cascade. She was vulnerable to attack from behind. But at the front of the field, though, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for our race-leading group of cars. A clean start, some fresh air, stretch your legs.
Conor Grady, by the way, I can tell you his car is being pushed back to the paddock, so it's going no further. Conor Grady then out of the race. And that is a big, big shame for our Compact Cup race winner from earlier on in the day. Here's the leading group. The good news is, even though they're in a very different order now than they were in for race one, it looks like being an even closer race, actually. Thorburn Aston not getting away out in front. You've got in second position Simon Waterfall, third place Aidan Hassan, and fourth position Millie Hart. Then the gap back to the Compact Cup leaders. It is Joe Doble ahead of Max Noble at the front of that field. That was the car I couldn't identify. And Ethan Woods showing in third position, actually, so not Mike Doble as I thought it was part way round the lap, although I would say, yes, there are some drivers' names not appearing on that timing tower, so I think it is Mike Doble who is up in third position in the class. And we'll just let the timing screen sort itself out. And
Mike Doble was definitely there. He
yes.
seems to have disappeared on the timing screens on both my screens. So I'm not quite sure what's happening.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, he's there, though, isn't he? I can see I'm not seeing things. He's there in third place. So, anyway, we'll let the timing screen sort itself. Oh, someone on the grass out of Ireland. That's not a good place to be on the grass. The marshal is not jumping for a yellow flag, though. That's good news.
Yeah, when the dust did continue further into the corner, that did paint a rather unsavoury picture. But I think everybody's made their way through. For Thorburn Aston, this was exactly the opposite of what happened in race number one. He got it clear at the start. He's got that breathing space, and Aston, we know's fast. We've seen how quick he's been, but look at the gap he's building so early in this session.
Yeah, Simon Waterfall is going after him. Simon, we've seen racing MX-5s with the club in the past, but making the move over into the BMW 1 Series Super Cup. Aidan Hassan, who's come out of Civic Cup Racing, so front-wheel drive tin tops into a rear-wheel drive tin top in the shape of the BMW, with Millie Hart keeping a watching brief in fourth position. Through Druids Corner they come, and then we see the gap back to the Compact Cup Brigade. Joe Doble still ahead with Max Noble, and Mike Doble is now showing on the timing tower in third position. Ethan Woods and Pete Smith completing the top five. So can Thorburn Aston get away? That's the question, really, isn't it? In the first half of this lap, Paul, I would have said the answer was yes. By the time we get to the line, though, Simon Waterfall's starting to come back to him.
Yep, starts to paint a very different picture indeed, doesn't it? Waterfall, of course, had the BMW sandwich dramas of race number one and had a hearty shunt to the front of that car. So perhaps he's not really had race stint with a car perfectly straight at this moment in time. So it's our first real test of what speed is underneath the number 24 machine. Aidan Hassan doing a good job as changes, and Mike Doble drops down the order now. Or does he? We'll find out.
I suspect he's got a dodgy transponder, which is a commentator's worst nightmare, because if you're not paying attention, which we're sometimes guilty of, it can catch you out. But what I can tell you is that Millie Hart is keen to get back into a class podium here, isn't she? She's closing in on Aidan Hassan. Takes a slightly wide line to Island Bend, but Millie Hart, who we know should be a bit quicker than Aidan, needs to try and get through, because the leaders for now are not that far up the road.
No, absolutely. And the sooner you can make that move, the sooner you've got opportunity for further progression. Although a shortened race distance, only 4 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. That is Millie Hart's machine that we're taking a look at in the middle of this pack. And it's certainly not for want of trying, is it, from all of these drivers? There's plenty of racetrack being used, shall we say, to minimise the distance.
What I like about these cars, though, is they seem to ride the curbs quite well. I always think that's quite important in a tin top category, that they can ride the curbs and they move around a little bit, and it's nice to see. I've not really seen a lot of these 1 Series cars. The events that we did have them running at last year, I wasn't really at many of them. They were running as a subclass within a different series back in 2024. Now they joined the BMW Compact Cup, and yeah, they are proper little racing cars, these. Looking forward to getting, hopefully, a much bigger grid of them as we go through the rest of the season. And hopefully having them as part of the Compact Cup as well now will maybe tempt some of the Compact Cup drivers to make that natural transition over into the 1 Series. It's sort of the logical next step for the Compact Cup to take. I suppose it won't be called the Compact Cup anymore, but you know what I mean. The drivers who have competed in that series, I'm sure will be looking with interest at the 1 Series. That was Martin Corkwell off down at Hislops. The leaders, though, across the line, and it's all about this battle for second place.
It really is. Last time across the line, it was Thorburn Aston, quickest driver, a 2-minute 1.560. As that stands, that's the quickest lap of the race, and a good good second up on the chasing pack. So Aston really got his foot down in his early, well, coming to the dying stages now, Andy. It's when you've been talking in a 4-hour race, these 15 minutes don't go very fast. They'll go very fast, don't they? But Aston make it up for this morning's slightly more disappointing result with quite some aplomb.
Interestingly, his fastest lap that he just set, a 2:01.56, is fractionally slower than the fastest lap from race 1, set by Millie Hart. It is a bit warmer now than it was earlier on, even though it's got a bit more overcast. It's still very warm, quite humid, actually, quite muggy when you step outside, I noticed just now. Hopefully that's not a sign of weather coming in later this evening. But yeah, Thorben Aston, all within a few hundreds of Millie Hart's side, but Millie at the moment will still hold the lap record for these cars around Oulton Park. This the battle for second, Simon Waterfall and Aidan Hassan, and they're dropping Millie slightly now, aren't they?
They are indeed, and this is what Millie needs these two to squabble. Maybe even there's a bit of strategic driving there to give. Oh dear, that is not parking up for some shopping. That is accident damage. What is the number on that car?
It's the 22 again. It's Tippler again, isn't it? Where is that? Is my question. It's down the avenue again.
That's an unhappy man.
Yeah, he's got it wrong out of Old Hall Corner again and found the barriers, I think. He gets out of the car, but that car is in a dangerous position. So will they choose to call the race early or just cover that under yellow flags? We'll wait and see. Millie Hart there understeering her way through Druids. And, well, how different a race this has been for Millie Hart. When you're out in front and you're in that lead battle, sometimes it's easier for drivers to bring their A game, isn't it? When you get shuffled back in the pack, I'm not saying that she's given up, far from it, but you get knocked out of your rhythm. It's quite difficult then to operate at that same level.
That is exactly the kind of point I was just about to make. It looked like, for being a little bit sort of cliched, but it was a bit of poetry in motion from Millie in race 1, wasn't it? Very smooth, unruffled, really neat, really fast, really precise, and she just doesn't look as comfortable. The car doesn't look as comfortable finding the absolute ragged edge in this race. And still 4th position. There's the double waved yellow flag. That's very interesting place for that car.
Well, and the bumper is on the track, on the kink at Denton, so the drivers at the front of the field had to really dodge round that then. I don't think they were expecting that car to be, that bit of car anyway, to be in the middle of the road. But anyway, the race continues on, and Millie, yeah, she's not happy with that car, is she? Maybe it's just setup. Maybe in the warmer conditions they've just missed the setup slightly. They're still learning these cars, remember?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a night and day difference from everything about the body language of the car. It just screams a driver that's not particularly happy at this moment in time. Still 4th position, though, still there if pieces need to be picked on up. And Thorben Aston, look at that, 2.3 seconds now, Andy. That's a real dominant drive at the front of the pack.
And we'll be on the final lap here as well, so towards his lops they go for the last time. Aidan Hassan's closing in all of a sudden on Simon Waterfall for second as they drop down into the Hislop chicane. Paul suddenly remembered that he's not just here to sit down and watch racing, he's got some interviews to go to in a moment. I thought you were falling off your chair then, Paul. Over Clay Hill comes the second place battle, and are we going to see a late challenge then from Aidan Hassan in the closing stages? I don't think he's quite close enough really into Druids Corner, and I reckon this should be the order in which they finish this second race. But good stuff from Thorben Aston, all of the job done on that restart really. He didn't manage to get the lead on the initial start to the race, but second time around he left no opportunity for Millie Hart or indeed anyone else to come at him, and he will exit Lodge Corner, head for the timing line, see the checkered flag and win the second race of the day in the Nankang Tyres BMW Super Cup here at Oulton Park. Simon Waterfall second, Aidan Hassan third and Millie Hart fourth. Again, really close between those leading 4, 2.7 seconds between first and 4th position. Very close indeed. That's exactly the level of competition we want to see from that category. In the Compact Cup, it is Joe Doble the winner, it is Max Noble in second, and it's Mike Doble who comes home a podium finisher in third and gets the win in the Masters class. And then I think it will be Ethan Woods ahead of Pete Smith. Yes, it is. The blue 777 car ahead of the blue, white and orange number 31. And the rest of them streaming through behind. Good battle here. Keith Towers, long-time Compact Cup racer, comes through. And Keith just ahead of Rod Langham, Javier Ross and Richard Sutherland, whose car I think started from the pit lane. It was certainly being wheeled down the pit lane just before the race restart. As the checkered flag waved for the last few stragglers, reflect on an entertaining pair of races for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup. Thorben Aston will be delighted to have got a race victory. Simon Waterfall coming home in second place will be well, equally as happy, I'd have thought, to have found himself into second place. And we'll be looking now for the top step of the podium at the next round of the championship. Good to see that it's running to championship status in 2025, the 1 Series Super Cup. This then is your provisional result, and it is a victory for Thorburn Aston. Simon Waterfall second, Aidan Hassan third, and fourth place in the 1 Series for Millie Hart. It was then Joe Doble, the winner in the Compact Cup. Max Noble and Mike Doble complete the podium. Ethan Woods and Pete Smith round out the top 5, ahead of Paul Marcel, Pete Towers, Rob Lang, Xavier Ross and Richard Sutherland at the back of the top 10 in the Compact Cups. And then it was Scott Kendall in 15th place. In the end, just 19 cars managing to run at the checkered flag. It was a losing race. Certainly that incident at the restart, at the initial start, sorry, was not ideal. Matt Kendall there 15th, Chris Stretton 16th, Alex Corkwell 17th, and Martin Corkwell in 18th. Tim Seaton 19th. We saw, fortunately, Aaron Tippler retiring with what looks like a fairly hefty shunt on the run down towards Cascades. So, more recovery work for the marshals to do, but they'll have that done as soon as they possibly can. We'll then be good to go racing. We've got 2 more races still to come. As I said, they will both be shortened by 2 minutes to try and make sure that we get through them. Although, in fairness, we're almost back on time now. The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is next, and the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship will complete our day's racing here in the Oulton Park sunshine. So drivers head back around to the Parc Fermé area. I mentioned that next round of the championship for the BMWs. It will be in June at the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Then we will have some races at Snetterton in July, Silverstone's National Circuit in August, Croft on the 6th and 7th of September, and it all finishes on the International Circuit at Silverstone on the 11th and 12th of October. So the recovery crews go to work, getting that 22 car out of the way. That is going to take a few minutes, so whilst I'm saying that we're back on time, the recovery effort is going to delay us by a few more minutes. The Fiestas are ready and raring to go down in the assembly area for their second race of the day. And the BMWs head down into Parc Fermé to be joined by Paul Jeffrey, ready to chat with our podium finishers. Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Welcome back to Parc Fermé once again after a thrilling, if slightly delayed, race here in the BMWs. As you can see, we've already got a bit of a crowd of drivers, so let's head on over and see if we can have a quick word with our race victor in what has been, I'm sure you will agree, a very enjoyable drive indeed. Congratulations. How was that one then? Did you enjoy your race? Tell me all about what happened.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was a bit lonely after the restart, but no, the start of the race was quite busy. I don't know what happened with the red flag. I think everyone's all right, but no, it was nice. Got actually a decent start after the restart, so finally worked that out. Mossy will be happy, but yeah.
After which restart? After which start we're referring to. So, we saw some great racing. It's a bit shorter. Does that change the dynamic of this one when you have a slightly shorter race length, or is it always go as fast and see what happens?
Go fast and see what happens.
I like that mentality. That's very good. Congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. We're quite short on time, so we're going to have a little wander down here, see if we can find some more drivers. But we've got some very excited looking drivers here. Gentlemen, no swearing please, you're on live television. Tell me then, tell me, you two have been celebrating. How was that? Did we enjoy it?
Great racing, nice and clean, all good fun out there, really nice.
How about yourself? Was that as enjoyable as the facial expression suggests?
Yeah, well, I would have preferred the first race, let's say, to continue, because I think I was about 5th or 6th, but we got going again, it was clean, and these guys were just reeling me in, so it was a bit of lap management, tyre management, and I don't know where I finished, 6th, 7th in the compacts, but really happy the race went well. So the car went well. It's been good. Been a really good weekend. I'm just pleased we missed out on all the fun at the front of the first start. I managed to avoid the carnage at the first turn on the first start. So
The thing is, well, I've got you, and I know you're hyped up because you've just got out of the race car. The reason is what we do is so we put smiles on faces, either for drivers or fans at home. Why are these just so good, and why will these not die? They keep going and getting better almost.
if you've ever been in one and driven one, you'll understand that. They are absolutely tremendous fun to drive. They're tight racing as well, which is what it's all about.
Absolutely fantastic. And final words from yourself?
Yeah, I came into the championship when it was very early. Had a few years off after the COVID thing. They're great cars. They're almost bulletproof. They're great fun to drive. Lots of very close competitive racing. It's all about the driver, and there's some really top-class drivers.
Absolutely brilliant. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Very, very well done indeed. And you look like a man who's very cheerful. Talk to me about that motor race. How did that go?
Absolutely outstanding. Like, we've built this car, well, it was a road car at Christmas.
Oh, really? A road car at Christmas? Wow.
So we built two in like 12, 13 weeks. Just Josh Bromley at Bromley Motorsport, just sponsors, Go Print and Eaton, and Levitt Business Services. We couldn't be on the grid without them, and this is my first ever podium.
I saw a few borderline tears in the eyes, shall we say there. Yeah. You're in a position now where, sadly, myself included, and 99% watching at home will never have a motor racing podium. Without swearing, just how good does that feel?
Absolutely fantastic, without the swear words.
Absolutely wonderfully put. Brilliant job, well done. Congratulations. Enjoy the moment. And these are the moments that we live for. Come on, we're never going to do that one, or you guys might, but I certainly am not. And to see how much that means, to see the passion, the emotion. Road car at Christmas, and now it's a race car. I'm sure we'll all cut our right arm off to have a go in. You want to follow me down? In fact, saying that, well, I think we're running out of time, actually, because there's more motor racing. So, Andy, back over to you, and I'll make my way to the commentary box.
Thank you, Paul. Good to hear from the drivers down in the assembly area there. We are preparing for our penultimate race of the day. The assembly area is empty, which is good news. It means cars have been released onto the circuit, and they'll very shortly be coming around to line up in the grid positions. It is the second race of the day for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Now, those of you who joined us for their first race earlier on today will have seen the very dramatic way in which that race ended. A red flag incident after a pretty enormous accident for John Cooper down at the end of the Lakeside Straight. The latest update I've been given is that John's been taken to hospital for precautionary checks following that incident in race one. John, if you're watching, then everyone here at Oulton Park is wishing you the very best, and we hope to have you back in the paddock again in the very near future. But yeah, John Cooper taken to hospital for precautionary checks is the update that we've been given. That is a relief to us all. So we move on then to our second race. This is the way in which they will line up. It is Gary Miller who ended up being declared the winner of that race earlier on today, with George Foxlow for company on row 1. David Nye and Alistair Kellett together on row 2. Kellett, remember, didn't have a great race earlier on, the reigning champion. Still looking for that first victory of the year. Connor Blackburn and Sean Reynolds share row number 3. Fourth row, Zach Lucas, one to watch as well. He made a really good start in the race earlier on, then gets shuffled back in a tangle with Kellett at the hairpin. He has got Jason O'Connell on the fourth row with him. Luke Moore and Maggie Webster, complete the top 10. Then Daniel Robinson and Joseph Knight with Christopher Blackburn and Harry Walsh on row 7. Row 8 for James Pope and Simon Horrobin, with Morgan Kidd, who had a big off actually on the run to the British chicane. Didn't hit anything, but bounced all the way down the grass, lining up next. Although actually that's not the grid that we've got. Oh yes it is. Yes it is. James Pope, Simon Horrobin, Morgan Kidd and Freddie Hunter Johnson at the back of the field. So 18 cars then set to take this second race of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And there's the cars round Lodge Corner once again. Prepare for another race full of action in short 20 minutes, as we said. But Paul Jeffrey hoping for another good race, hopefully one that remains clean to the checkered flag.
Yes, fingers crossed. There's some very excitable drivers down there in the Parc Fermé area, and I mentioned it, I think, on the live, and I don't know if you could hear the pictures, or hear the words from the pictures even. That's what we do. It's motion. Put smiles on faces of drivers, fans and commentators alike, and absolutely love to see it. And these Fiestas should be no less spectacular.
No, I tend to agree with you. A fascinating grid we've got here as well. Gary Miller, obviously race 1 winner, starts on pole. George Foxlow and David Nye are next. Now, David Nye has been a front runner in this championship in the past. George Foxlow, though, fresh out of the junior category, starts on the front row of the grid. He set the fastest lap of the race earlier on today, so he is going to be a genuine contender for a win here, I suspect. And, of course, a couple of quick cars coming from further back, in particular, Alistair Kellett from the outside of row 2 and Zach Lucas from the inside of row number 4. There are definitely a few contenders here for drivers who could maybe undo some bad results from this morning and maybe find themselves on the podium in race number 2. The revs are starting to rise, that means the red lights are on, and when they go out for away in racing, that happens now. Good even start actually for both front row starters. Great start for the Gulf livery car of Connor Blackburn. He's on the inside into Old Hall Court. It's Gary Miller who holds on to the lead. It will be George Foxlow who stays second. There's a cloud of dust, there are cars on the grass, there are yellow flags, and once again carnage reigns on the exit of Old Hall Corner. That's Foxlow off the road, still trying to bounce his way back onto the circuit, which he's managed to do. Miller leads, Kellett is second, so Alistair Kellett came through all of that drama to be second on the run down the Lakeside Straight. And what about Zach Lucas? Well, there he goes on the inside of David Nye, so Kellett and Lucas both moving forward, and George Foxlow very fortunate to still be in the race after a big scary moment out of Old Hall Corner.
Fantastic start for Alistair Kellett. That's the kind of start that wins championships, and that's why he's the reigning champion. Beautiful stuff up in a second position. That puts him in a wonderful place to attack your race leader that you can see on screen there. That is the red car that leads this race. That's the car that was absolutely at the sharp end all the way through race 1 earlier today. Big question is, there's some fresh air in front of it. Can it go? Or will it need to defend?
Well, I suspect with the reigning champion behind you, yes,
yeah,
defensive driving is probably in your near future if you're Gary Miller here. He turns his way through the Hislop chicane towards Knickerbrook Corner. And Gary Miller with a slender advantage over Alistair Kellett. Connor Blackburn third, Zach Lucas up to 4. So Lucas has had a really good opening 2/3 of a lap or so. And as they head up through towards Druids Corner once again, we'll wait and see what sort of order they're in at the end of the lap. It looks to me like it's the 89 car that's there in 5th position. Meanwhile, Gary Miller, well, actually, it's the battle for second, isn't it? Connor Blackburn defending from Zach Lucas and trying to have a pop at Alistair Kellett.
Yeah, that is. I was waving at the screen frantically, then I thought it was an attack for the lead, but you're absolutely right. It is more in the defensive position for second place, and that's really, really good. That opens the door for Gary Miller to push hard just in 4th position, with that Blackburn having a look to the inside in the hold all. Side by side we go, a little bit of a kiss. It's touring cars, rubbing is racing, as they say, and up and through into 3rd. Robust, elbows out-esque, but it was effective.
Yeah, he was sort of technically defending 3rd, although Lucas had his nose ahead at the line. So yeah, in a way, he did reclaim 3rd position. Now he's off the road, so he's going to hand 3rd place straight back over to Zach Lucas. He keeps his foot in it, but loses some momentum. Another car off at Old Hall Corner. On the exit of Old Hall Corner, and that car I think might have found the fence, has it? Hard to tell actually whether that's mechanical or accident damage that's leading to the smoke, but that could require a safety car. Yeah, we're hearing reports it might be an engine failure. Can't see a number. It does look suspiciously like well, no, I won't speculate because it might not have been Joseph Knight, but remember Joseph Knight had an engine failure in qualifying and ended his session very smokily, and I think that car's got a similar livery to it. Anyway, leaders over Hilltop, and it's Gary Miller versus Alistair Kellett. This was the championship battle really last year. We just need Zach Lucas to inject himself into the battle, and then it's an absolute rerun of the battles we enjoyed in 2024.
I have a feeling, my friend, if you hold on for a few moments' time, that will exactly be the way it is on the racetrack. But Alistair Kellett showing all the pace that we know he's got, of course, has closed that gap down to Gary Miller very nicely indeed. Now, just a couple of car lengths away. Slippery surface flag is out by race control. No doubt that is for some kind of spillage and leakage that we saw as the beginning to the end result we saw on our screen a few moments ago. Hopefully into Old Hall, everybody can see that and stays on the grey stuff.
Yes.
You don't look very
Not
hopeful.
really looking forward to the next run through Old Hall Corner because I thought I saw some oil on the track on the exit of the corner, and if I can see it with my eyesight, then it must be quite a lot. Let's see. Hold your breath, everyone. Leaders are about to arrive at Old Hall Corner. It might be a little bit slicker than it was the last time they went through that first turn. They'll see the flags, they'll see the boards, but what they won't necessarily know is how much or little grip they have when they turn in. There's a move being made there by Foxlow, sideways for the car ahead, and for Foxlow, that's the oil. There are cars on the gravel, with a car stationary at the side of the road. I really don't like this, but I think they've all just about survived it and make their way down through Cascades once again. Another sketchy moment then, dodged through Old Hall Corner, and Gary Miller and Alistair Kellett continue their battle.
Yep, we can count ourselves very lucky on that one. Everybody survives through Old Hall. We've got no drivers that we have lost since the start of the previous lap. Oh, speak of the devil, I'm proving an immediate liar. There we go, that is one car. Thankfully, Andy, taking itself very far away from the scene of the crime, so hopefully they'll be back up and running again without any further problems. And that is, of course, Freddie Hunter-Johnson, as Andy points to his screen. Thank you very much. Alistair Kellett now has decided to engage killer mode and find a way past.
Yeah, forcing Gary Miller to defend through the British chicane there, which I thought might have slowed Gary down on corner exit. That wasn't really the case, was it? He had a good run over the hill. Zach Lucas is almost with them now in third, and Zach Lucas desperate to try and bounce back from that disappointment in race one. That's not the way to do it though, Zach. He was all over the dirt there through the Hislop chicane, and any ground he had gained on this lap has well and truly disappeared once again. Towards Clay Hill we go. There's a yellow light there at the top of Clay Hill. Oh, safety car. Safety car is coming out. And, well, not a moment too soon, some would say, with the oil on the track at Old Hall Corner. And this will neutralise the race for now. It had already been shortened, of course, to 18 minutes. And now, with 12 and a quarter minutes to go, the safety car heads onto the track.
And I think Gary Miller will be counting his lucky stars for this safety car intervention, because it was not looking comfortable for the driver of car number 4. Yes, he has the fastest lap towards his name, but it was definitely Alistair Kellett in the ascendancy before this safety car intervention. Now, what don't I like more than oil on track is concrete and dust on track, and I dare say that's where we're going. It's iconic imagery, but I'm sure it has absolutely no benefit to grip whatsoever. And our drivers did well to make their way through there on the last occasion, it has to be said. But quite what we're going to do for 11 minutes and 40 seconds to get racing again, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, because it's a fair amount of oil. It all depends where the engine went. I think it was as the car turned into Old Hall, so it's a fairly short strip of tarmac that needs cement dust laying down, and it will start to burn off anyway, the oil. So, yeah, hopefully, once they've got the car out of the way, we'll be sort of largely good to go. But that is not going to be the work of a moment, as you've quite rightly said. We've also picked up a back marker, I think, just behind the safety car. Don't know whether we'll have a Fun Cup style wave around here, or whether they might just say, well, do you know what, it's a sprint race, deal with it.
Or we could do what Formula 1 does and just take 14 laps to decide and then 17 laps for it to sort itself out, and basically it'll be curfew time and game over for us, an easy shift. But no, we don't do silly things like that over here. We get the racing going quick and sharp, and there we go, perfectly on cue, wave round. That's how you do it, folks, well done.
Maggie Webster, that was being waved by, so Maggie Webster will, having lost some ground somewhere, now have a chance to close back in on the back of the pack. And, yeah, that means that we once again have the leader now, the next car behind the safety car. That leader is Gary Miller, Alistair Kellett in second position, with Zach Lucas and Connor Blackburn third and fourth. Kellett leading the Masters category as well. Sean Reynolds is second in the Masters class, fifth overall, ahead of George Foxlow with David Nye. David Nye's slipped down the order, hasn't he? Started third, only seventh at the moment, ahead of Jason Connell and Dan Robinson. Another former junior racer with Joseph Knight, another junior racer in 10th position. It's nice to see that Fiesta racing progression is still very much a thing. Drivers coming out of the Fiesta Junior Championship still see the Fiesta Seniors, as they're sort of known, as a viable next step, especially I think with the introduction of the ST240 a few years ago. We've waxed lyrical about this already today, Paul. They are proper little touring cars, and a lot of Fiesta Junior drivers will very much see themselves climbing further up that touring car ladder.
Oh, absolutely. It's, as we said before in race one, you've mentioned earlier, it's a proper little touring car. It's a great destination venue to go anyway in the ST240s if you want to go there, but it's also a fabulous learning tool, and we often associate young drivers with the learning, but obviously more experienced and older drivers that are plying the trade in different parts of motorsport. These cars, they teach you the racecraft, they teach you how to deal with front-wheel drive, they teach you with the turbo that you brought up very well last time, and it shows you how to do close, tight pack racing where time is not your friend, where your back is against it for time, to charge your way through in a clean and consistent way, because you scratch it, you pay for it. So it is genuinely an absolutely fabulous class, and I've quite quickly become a bit of a fan of this one. I need to watch more, I must say. Really, really strong class and a great place to go motor racing, young or old, experienced or new.
Well, if you want to watch more of the
Yes,
Airtech
please.
Motorsports Fiesta ST240 Championship, Anglesey is the next date to book into your diary, the 7th and 8th of June. Then they're at Snetterton in July, Silverstone in August, Donington in September, and this year, once again, they're part of the Formula Ford Festival package at Brands Hatch at the end of the year, the 25th and 26th of October. That sort of alternates year on year between it being Mazdas and Fiestas as the main support categories to the festival. We're back with the all blue oval theme this year, so the Fiesta, ST240s and Junior Championships will be there for that Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival event, along with the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge, and so all three of the BRSCC's Fiesta Championships will be there, the Fixed Wheel Production Cup and the Silver Lake DS3 Cup as well. So that's a date for your diaries at the end of the year. It's 167 days away, so the BRSCC website tells us, but it's never too soon to get the festival in your diary. Have you been to the Formula Ford Festival before, Paul?
Don't do this to me live on air, Andy. For the
He's not a real fan, everyone.
Come on, man. I would very much like to have done, but I've not had the opportunity yet to head down there and enjoy it.
It took me about 8 years or so to get there, and it was only when the event started getting live streamed that I had a chance to go there. If you get the chance, though, the weather is grim. You will drown at some point during the day, and you'll lose all feeling in your fingertips, but it's well worth being there because the quality of racing at the Formula Ford Festival is second to none. Every year these days it seems to get better and better.
It's a bit like Le Mans, isn't it? It's a rite of passage for motorsport fans that you have to go and soak up the atmosphere of that one. The Nürburgring 24 hours, the Le Mans 24, and then of course the Formula Ford Festival. So yes, it's high on my diary of things to do, but you know, Andy, as well as I, when you work in this business, you're that busy working in this business, you don't actually have any time to enjoy as a spectator anymore. Long time ago those days, trackside, unfortunately, although I very strongly wish to get back there soon.
It's funny, whenever we actually have the luxury of being in a commentary box that has a view of the circuit, which we do here today, admittedly only a bit of it, but the start-finish area, I often find myself looking out of the window and then looking at the screen and then looking out of the window and thinking, oh yeah, these are the same cars. I'm actually out the track. It would be quite nice just to kick back and watch this race, but we have a very privileged job in being able to describe the action to the viewers at home.
I, of course, enjoy the BRSCC broadcast, so I've become very used to your voice there, and I have zoned out a few times today. I must admit, when you feel that you're on television, and then you'll go, and so, Paul, no. So it has been a very, very enjoyable day, and a big thanks from my point as well for BRSCC for bringing me in for this one. It's been an absolute pleasure, Mr. McEwen, to join you for only the second time in our careers that they pass. So it's been nice to slightly less sunnier climes. It has, or sunnier actually. It was very cold where we were last time, and it's great to be back for a fabulous day of racing.
Not the first time I've been told people zone out when I talk about Paul, and I'm sure it won't be the last. But no, you're more than welcome. Very happy to have you here, and hopefully not the last time you get to sample the delights of the BRSCC. It is one of the top clubs in the United Kingdom. It's package of racing series and championships is, I would say, the most competitive out there. And if I were a paying fan, and I'm not just saying this because Paul McCurley is loitering with intent over my shoulder, if I were a paying punter and I was going to spend my 20 quid or whatever it is for a ticket to a club race event, I'd be looking for the nearest BRSCC event, I have to say, because you're guaranteed good racing, big grids, it's a friendly open paddock as well, and it's a great place to come and spend a weekend.
It really is, and I love this one-day format. We spoke about it, we touched upon this many hours ago at the start of the show. It's a one-day format, it's quick, so quick in fact that you, as commentators, rarely get time for the loo or a beverage or anything else. But it's very, very quick turnaround, lots of action. If you're trackside, you've got a small family or whatever, and the kids are hard to keep entertained, these are the kind of things to go to because it's boom, boom, boom. Great motor racing all the way through.
Speaking of, let's get some more, shall we? We've got 4 3/4 minutes to go in this second Fiesta ST240 race of the day, and it's Gary Miller with a narrow advantage over Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas in third position. And Lucas, for me, is the man that really looks like he's on the charge. Through that cement dust they go, not too much of it in fairness down, just on the apex, but it's not an extensive section of track that needed to be treated, and all cars seem to be keeping themselves more or less in the straight line. That is not the race leader, that is Maggie Webster, watching her mirrors, I suspect, to get out of the way of this baying pack of Fiesta drivers led by Gary Miller. But Kellett, for me, looks like a man who's quite keen to not win #1 of the season.
Fully agree on that one. Before the red safety car intervention, we were saying Kellett was on his toes significantly more than Gary Miller, and it seems like he's absolutely picked off where he left off. When we see our leaders again, don't be surprised if they are the longest Ford Fiesta in the whole wide world, because they will be glued together almost as one. And there we go, Gary Miller still has that race lead. The air of inevitability descends upon this fight.
Yeah, well, partly because Zach Lucas has sort of got his act together now, hasn't he? This is the closest he's been to the front all day, and he knows this is a golden opportunity to get some points away from Kellett and Miller, who are just ahead. So, yeah, I think Zach Lucas in third place, him being within the sort of striking range on Kellett is distracting our reigning champion slightly. That being said, he closes right in on Gary Miller through Knickerbrook, much quicker through the right-hander there for the second place man, but then he got a face full of Fiesta. There was nowhere to go with that momentum, and Gary Miller manages to hang on to the lead. They head up past the water tower, through the left-hand kink before Druids. This roller coaster section of track through the double apex right-hander. Miller is a bit wide of the apex, but so is Kellett, actually. Kellett almost off the road completely. Zach Lucas not really close enough to capitalise on that. He may live to regret that. Down to Lodge they head then, still in the same positions, but a couple of mistakes creeping in amongst this leading group.
Yep, absolutely. When pressure starts to kick in, that's when you really need to find out who gets turned into a diamond and who gets crushed under the weight of expectation. So far, so good for Gary Miller, though. He stemmed the flow, stemmed the tide of the attack from behind from Kellett. So Kellett now, he's still in launch position, but look at Zach Lucas. Zach is going for the launch.
Yeah, Alistair Kellett took a tight line into Old Hall, caught that oil and got a snap of oversteer. That's opened the door for Lucas quite easily. So Lucas then goes to second, sends the car into Cascades. He's missed the apex though. Oh, is there a run through on the inside for Kellett? Oh, another squeeze, and Kellett sensibly backs out of that one. And so Zach Lucas moves to second position. Kellett actually now comes back at him on the outside line into Island Bend. That would be a very brave move. The back of Lucas's car is bouncing around, but I think Kellett might have done it. He's got the inside line for the Shell hairpin. We wait with bated breath to see what order they find themselves in, but I reckon Alistair Kellett might just have got that place back.
Yeah, that is superb stuff, Alistair Kellett, if that's the case. And yes, it is. Fabulous, fabulous and brave around the outside, but also Zach Lucas showing clever and intelligent racecraft, not fighting a losing battle, gave each other the racing room they commanded. Alistair Kellett, though, it's not going like the script said it should, Andy.
No, it really isn't. I don't remember him really having to work this hard for a race win last year. The racing was close, don't get me wrong. He wasn't disappearing off into the distance. He had to do a bit of overtaking along the way. But for it to now be race 5 of the season, and he's still desperately trying to get that first win and not finding it easy at all to do, that shows that the level of competition has definitely taken a stride forward in 2025. Kellett, though, will have learned, you would imagine, from that little moment that he had a lap ago at Old Hall Corner. He might not take such a tight line this time into the first right-hander. Meanwhile, it's George Foxlow right over the grass at Druids. That was ridiculous. How did he save that? George Foxlow completely off the road on the inside at Druids Corner. The car completely airborne. And not only did he keep it going in the right direction, he didn't lose a place.
Buy yourself a lottery ticket, Sunshine, because you are in luck today. Let's take another look at this one, see what happens.
I don't really know how he got there, to be honest. He just seemed to drive to the inside. He was given a bit of a squeeze from Sean Reynolds, but look at this, Paul.
Oh, dear. Oh, that was almost straight to the scene of the accident and some tears to be shed, but well done, well controlled. Luck, judgment, you decide. But the end result's the same. We've still all got 4 wheels and it's still going forwards.
Right, OK, well, I've just got to peel myself back off the ceiling. That was very exciting stuff. He settles back in line in 6th, and he's probably busy catching his breath as well as we head down Lakeside for the final time in this shortened race. It's been an absolute thriller. Is it going to be another Gary Miller victory, though, a second of the day? Or can Alistair Kellett finally get onto the top step of the podium? He certainly closed back in on Gary as they head through the top end of the second. Off goes Lucas. Lucas is off at the Shell hairpin. He digs his way back out of the gravel trap, but that hands third now to Connor Blackburn. Paul had made the mistake of writing down the podium finishes with half a lap to go. Richard John Neal will tell you that's not a sensible thing to do. And it is now Connor Blackburn who inherits that third position. Gary Miller, though, who was a winner last time at Snetterton, a winner earlier on this morning here at Oulton Park, is he about to claim a third victory of the season to extend his championship lead? Alistair Kellett will have something to say about that, but realistically only has one more opportunity to try and make the move. He's much quicker through Knickerbrook, is Kellett, but hasn't yet been able to really do anything with that. And as they accelerate up the hill, it's still Miller who has that narrow advantage. Over the top of the hill, through towards the double apex right-hander at Druids. Miller just needs to not make a mistake through Druids. He was a little bit wide, I think, as they turned into the corner. Has Kellett been able to use that to generate a challenge into Lodge Corner. Maybe a defensive line is taken by Miller. Kellett's late on the brakes. There's no way through on the inside line. Can he get the switch back on the exit? He might just be able to do it. He's got an overlap. He's got the traction. No, can't quite get alongside. Gary Miller hangs on to claim a third win of the season, and that one comes without any of the controversy and incident that he had in race number 1. That was a clean, brilliantly managed defensive drive, and Gary Miller thoroughly deserves that race win. Alistair Kellett second, and Connor Blackburn in third position. Sean Reynolds and George Foxlow complete the top 5. A very smoky Maggie Webster's car heads through. The car's not looked right all race. She was a lap down, and it's oh sorry, that's not Maggie Webster. Beg your pardon, that's 174 actually. Christopher Blackburn in a similarly liveried car. Well, that car looks like it's maybe overheating slightly as it came across the line. Hopefully not leaking any fluid on the circuit that needs to be dealt with before our final race for the City Car Cup Brigade. But Gary Miller, well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered, isn't it, really? After it wasn't the way that he wanted that first race to end. No penalty was given out to Gary for the collision that he had with John Cooper, and it was obviously judged that it was a racing incident, but I'm sure that would have cast a bit of a shadow over the win for Gary. He would be absolutely delighted that he's managed to now come home a race winner in race 2. And just about fended off Alistair Kellett, who threw everything at him in the final corner. So, Gary Miller, your winner in race 2 for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship here at Oulton Park. It is Alistair Kellett who once again comes up just short. He's notching up good championship points, but he would really like to get a race win or two on the board before too much longer. Connor Blackburn is third, with Sean Reynolds in 4th position, George Foxlow 5th, and Zach Lucas in 6th position. 7th for David Nye, Jason Connell was 8th ahead of Dan Robinson and Joseph Knight. Then it was James Pope, Morgan Kidd, Freddie Hunter-Johnson, and Christopher Blackburn in 14th place. The Masters win, by the way, goes to Alistair Kellett in 2nd. Sean Reynolds 2nd in that class, and David Knight 3rd. And in the AM class, Jason Connell claims the win ahead of Dan Robinson and Freddie Hunter-Johnson. Outside of the top 14, meanwhile, 15th position was Luke Moore, 16th Simon Horrobin, and another weekend of what could have been for Simon, really, after his issues in race 1. Maggie Webster was 17th and a lap down, and Harry Walsh was a non-finisher in the number 73 car. His was the car, I think, that left all that oil on the track at Old Corner. So a lively race for the Fiestas, and as I said, they will next be with us at Anglesey on the 7th and 8th of June. That, I believe, is that will be a live-streamed event. It's the next Fun Cup round at Anglesey. So just under a month's time, we'll be heading to North Wales at the Anglesey circuit for some more Fiesta action. They'll be joined by the juniors and the ST240s on that occasion. The City Car Cup will be there again. We'll also have the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic 399 Formula 4 Championship. Of course, another 2 races for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, their 3rd and 4th rounds of the season. So one more race to go. The City Car Cup drivers will be heading out onto the circuit fairly shortly. We've somehow bought ourselves quite a chunk of time over the last hour or so. So we've got half an hour till the curfew. Fingers crossed that means we can get through that race in good time. And we will look forward to, hopefully, a repeat of the very exciting City Car Cup race that we had earlier on this morning. The Fiestas peel into pit lane, and momentarily we'll be joined by Paul Jeffrey to speak to our podium finishers, who I hope will be a little bit more cheery than they understandably were earlier on today. Paul is ready to have a chat then, I'm hearing, with our top 3 finishers. So Paul Jeffrey, once more, over to you.
Welcome to Park Ferme then for the Airtech Motorsports Fiesta ST240 Championship. And what a race we've just had. We're very short on time, so I'm going to keep this quick, and I'm going to head over to our winner, Gary Miller. Gary, gaffer tape makes you go faster. That's true.
It is, yeah, and it's the right colour as well.
Absolutely love it. How did it go then? Tell me about your race. What a win.
Yeah, it was a good win, yeah. After all the mess in race 1, it was nice just to get off the line clean and keep ahead of the lads. I think that oil in turn 1 was treacherous, to say the least. I know the safety car came out, but the first time across it before the safety car, and then about 2 or 3 laps after that, we thought the oil was gone. I think myself, Zach and Alistair were all off in the first corner. So yeah, no, it was a good race. Alistair kept me honest, to be fair, and probably had the better car towards the end of the race, so I was probably glad to see a bit of a safety car and get it over the line. So yeah, move on to the next one now.
Brilliant job, very well done, Gary. Thank you very much. I shall move on, much appreciated. And then this is the machine of Alistair Kellett, who finished in second position. And Alistair is missing, which is always nice. So, car number 1, position number 2, very good. In fact, hello, how are you? How are you doing? Talk to me about the race we've just had. How did it go from your perspective? Did you enjoy that one?
Loved it, brilliant. I think I had a bit of everything, bit of sideways, bit of off on the aisle on the first corner. Myself and Zach had a bit of side by side and round the outside, brilliant, loved it.
Talk to me about that oil in the first corner. We saw quite a few cars getting very squirrely, shall we say, around there. How close to throwing it off were you? Be honest.
I was on the grass, so I was off. The oil was right on the apex, and it was either run wide or just try and go and just went across the aisle, and it just took off. And Zach got alongside me, and look, great fun.
But as you say, a fabulous battle with Gary as well there, and we saw some really, really good racing. How do you feel ahead of the next one then? Are you confident? Are you ready to go for the next round of the season?
Oh yeah, already back to health. We had a bit of a boost leak in the first leg race. We dropped back, so got it fixed, so it's back to 100%. So be ready for the next one.
Love it. Thank you very much. Very, very well done indeed. Second position there for car number 1. 664 of Conor Blackburn in third position. And he's here, look. Conor, lovely, good stuff. Very, very quick. Legs were running shy on time. P3, great race. How did it go from your perspective? All changed as I will leave in the commentary box.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Got a good start again. And then luckily on the last lap, the car in front of me went straight on. And I made it up to third. So a bit better from where we qualified in 12th. So good weekend.
Yeah, really good actually, qualifying 12th and finishing on the podium to round out the weekend. Conor, very, very quickly, final thoughts on this weekend and just summarise how it's gone for you.
Yeah, good weekend. I think it's one of my favourite tracks and can't complain with a podium, can you? So yeah, great weekend.
I think it's one of my favourite tracks at Oulton Park, said everybody, everywhere. Conor, thank you very much. Let's head back to Andy in commentary.
Thank you, Paul. Cars out on their green flag lap then for the final race of the day. We seem to have got here quite quickly, really, given all of the drama that we've had throughout the day. Our first City Car Cup race, won by Stuart Bliss earlier on. Ben Spencer and Richard Jepp completed the top podium. I mentioned Stuart. He's been out, of course, in the Fun Cup race. His brother, Richard, celebrating his birthday here today at Oulton Park. So happy birthday to Richard, who I'm sure would love to watch Stuart claim another victory in this this second race of the day, the grid for which is based upon that race result. So Stuart Bliss has this morning's pole sitter, Ben Spencer, alongside. Ben had a really up and down race in race 1, started on pole, dropped down the order quite early on, and then just never quite was able to get himself back to the front of the queue. But it was a constantly jostling group of cars, multiple positional changes in the early stages. More of the same, please, in race number 2. Stuart Bliss and Ben Spencer then front row, Richard Jepp and Brady Pollock on row 2, ahead of Alex Foden and Alistair May. Joe Moss and Phil House complete your top 4. Then it's Alex Jackson and Hayden Payne at the back of the top 10. Charles Hopkins and Toby Owen on row 6, with Craig Flynn and John Sykes on row 7. Jack Wheeler and Christopher Parks share the 8th row. Row 9, Elliot Lettuce and Jude McGreevy. Harry Barker and John Nicholson are at the back of the top 20, ahead of Carter Steele and Amelia Vincent. Alistair Mearing and Josh Jackson share row 12. Row 13 will be Chris Brewster and Fen Curran, with Peter Bauer and Samuel Johnston, Anthony Dalby and Ryan Middlemas at the back of the top 30. Then it's Ben Johnson and Benjamin B, with Joseph Plowright and Richard Snuggs next in line. Paul Mellor is next, ahead of Andrew Dyer. Andrew Dyer was our first non-finisher in the race earlier on today, pulled off or went off at Knickerbrook Corner. Christopher McKenzie and Ian Howard also failed to reach the flag. So, Nankang Tyre City Car Cup action then about to kick back off again. And as I said, race 1 was a very exciting battle between, well, at times about a dozen cars, but for most of it about 5 or 6 of them who were trading the leading positions. These little cars that can overtake relatively easily around Oulton Park, certainly compared to some of the bigger cars that we see racing here from time to time. And with the powerful slipstream effect as well, it was all the ingredients for a very entertaining race. We're hoping the second one is going to be exactly the same. So, Pole for Stuart Bliss. Can he hang on and claim a double race victory? That, I suppose, is the big question. That car also won in the Student Motorsport Challenge in the race earlier on today. And part of the Nankang Thai City Car Cup Championship, the student motorsport competition, now in its 4th season. It's a series designed to provide real-world trackside motorsport experience for students and learners primarily studying for an automotive or motorsport qualification. So the car's essentially run by university students, prepared by university students, and we had 2 of those Student Motorsport Challenge cars in the top 3 places in race number 1. Green flag waved at the back of the grid then, we're good to go, and it's Stuart Bliss and Ben Spencer who share the front row. Their pair of Toyota Aigos with the Peugeot of Richard Jepp in 3rd position. Lights go out now. And who's going to get the whole shot into Old Hall Corner? It's going to be pretty neck and neck as they go up through the gears. Will anybody have established a clear advantage into Old Hall? I think maybe Ben Spencer's had the better start. He's got his nose ahead. He's on the outside line. They drive onto the cement dust. Hold your breath. They're 3 and 4 abreast in the pack. Inevitably, 1 or 2 end up wide over the grass, but I think largely... Oh, no, there we go. Contact further back. Crunch a car into the barriers, and it just wasn't ever going to work, was it? There are too many of them trying to squeeze through, and in the low visibility in the dust there, Paul, very difficult for those further back to see where the other cars were.
Yes, very small cars, but they find a way to make contact with each other, and that was a sizable shunt into the barrier as well. Good Jepp a little bit further back in the orange and black machine, trying to make it 3 wide. It falls back down to 2 for the left-hander, but I think he's going to be in a little bit of trouble when we get to the hairpin. Defensive times are nervy times.
Red
and
flag.
That's a red flag.
Red flag is out. Well, I had to make that comment about pending further delays, didn't I? We already had a short race, and I'm afraid that race is now going to be put on hold as the incident at Old Hall Corner is dealt with. So red flags fly once again here at Oulton Park. Understandably, that was, as you said, at least 1 car that made fairly significant contact with the Armco barrier. I think it just missed the end of the tyre wall, the recticells as well. So it was a fairly significant hit. Obviously, the marshals need to make sure the drivers are okay. And we sit and wait for news of a restart. But this is, yes, unfortunately, part and parcel of racing at Oulton Park. We can't, as motorsport enthusiasts, Paul, sit here and say how much we love the old school feel of Oulton Park. We love the fact there's no runoff area. We love the fact that it's challenging, it's narrow, it's undulating. And then in the same breath start complaining that we get lots of red flag incidents. As soon as a car goes off here, this is not Silverstone. There aren't acres of tarmac runoff area. There aren't live snatch vehicles at every corner. If a car goes off, it's probably going to lead to a race, certainly a safety car, maybe a race stoppage.
And I've had this conversation with myself many a time. Funnily enough, I also don't make sense to myself. And I'm exactly the same. I'm old school through and through. I adore and I don't think Oulton Park's a particularly old school circuit. It's a very great, it's a great facility, but it's got the shades of a nod to yesteryear, i.e. you can stand within 5,000 metres of a car going past, unlike other large international venues. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. We can't yearn for something and then complain about the inevitable negatives that may come with that. It's part and parcel, and I guarantee all of the drivers that are taking part this weekend will accept the delays and the safety car suspensions and all that sort of stuff for the privilege of racing around somewhere as beautiful as the Oulton Park International Circuit. It's a great venue, 15 corners, 17 corners even, 2.7 miles, and my goodness me, you will not find a ribbon of tarmac anywhere in Cheshire as good as this.
Certainly not anywhere in the country, I would say. I am slightly biased.
It's my bets though, man, because Donington Park's still heaven on earth.
Do like a bit of Donington Park, I have to say to you. It's Ryan Middlemiss, I'm afraid, who was the one who found the barriers. There's his car being recovered. That is excellent news, though. It means he's out of the car already. That was a very swift process, so he appears to be largely okay. Ryan, though, I think had an off-track excursion in race 1. I seem to recall you calling his name at some point. And so, yeah, unfortunately, his day getting no better. There's a good look at the reason that we have to stop racing at 6:30, because there are quite a lot of properties right at the side of the circuit. I've always said when I was a kid that was my dream house. It's up towards the top end of the circuit at the Britain chicane. I wouldn't be complaining if we went past 6:30 in the evening if I lived there, but I do totally understand why the local residents would like to have their tea in peace later on this evening. So we have therefore got 18 minutes, Paul, and not a second longer to get this race restart in.
On that topic, there was once upon a time, many, many moons ago, I felt a bit flush with cash. It's a long time ago, trust me. And
then you started working in motorsport.
Exactly, that went away quickly. And I had ambitions to go live at, talking about Donington Park, at Castle Donington and the Donington Village. And we found a house, it was lovely. Back in the day when you can knock on the door and they're happy to see you. They gave us a flyer and they said, there's only one problem. It's a very noisy racetrack nearby and it really does cause problems. I tilted my head, much like you have, and then went, I don't think this is for us, no. Yeah, buy a house next to a racetrack, worry about the noise. I'd
also the airport, surely, Paul.
I once read a report in the news once that somebody went to a complaint meeting about that one, but couldn't hear the complaints over the landing aircraft, which I thought was very amusing. But yeah, it is. If you are a racing fan and you are within sight, sound or smell of a racetrack, it's a wonderful place to be. But if it's not your bike, then of course, it can be a little bit frustrating when you're trying to enjoy the garden with friends and there's a brum brum in the background for approximately 3 minutes and then lots of silence while we wait for the red flag and then another 3 minutes of racing.
Well, there are, if noisy racetracks aren't your thing, there are plenty other idyllic Cheshire villages that you could go and sample. Believe me, there are plenty of lovely spots in this area. An area I was fortunate enough to grow up in, actually, not a million miles away, just outside Chester. So it's a lot of my youth here at Oulton Park and exploring the surrounding villages. It's a beautiful part of the world, and on a day like this in particular, it really does look its best.
Well, I think I said it at the several thousand hours ago at the start of the show. I've been here a few times, several times, as a fan. And it's always been absolutely awful, horrendous weather. The trees that you see lining the park on the screen now, folks, they make wonderful shelter when it's raining sideways. But here we can see there's people out there in shorts, they've got crop tops on, they've got T-shirts on. It's a beautiful day to watch motor racing, Andy, down at Oulton Park, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It's a fantastic venue and great track for spectators because there are so many places that you can get, as you said, very close to the racetrack. Also, several places, though, where you can see a lot of the racetrack. The area over towards Cascades, Hilltop, Knickerbrook, which again is where I always used to gravitate when I did have the opportunity to come here as a fan. You can see an awful lot of the track, and we're sort of quite limited here, really. I understand why we're based where we are. It's near the pit lane and the paddock and whatnot, but we can only really see the start-finish area. But there are some fantastic long-distance views elsewhere around the track for you to enjoy.
Andy, working in Europe, I'm grateful to have a view of the track.
Very good.
Doesn't matter where the track is, just to see the circuit would be an absolute win. And like my last adventure that I went to, I could see the circuit. It's a lovely commentary spot, and then some sheeting went up on the window to apparently protect from the sunshine, and completely, tarpaulin. That's why we have YouTube, though. You can watch these things back, eh? But yeah, it is a beautiful place to go motor racing, both as a driver, spectator. The facilities are nice as well. The pit lane in the paddock is a very spacious pit lane for the size of racetrack it is. The paddock facilities are very sizable. We come with quite the armada. I've been here, British GT, for example, where every millimetre of space is occupied. But it's a good facility across the board for spectators, fans, and us commentators and stuff behind the scenes. It's a great, great place to go motor racing.
Well, if you do fancy coming back here as a spectator, I can't promise you good weather, although in June, you would hope maybe the sunshine might make an appearance. The BRSCC is back here on the 14th of June for their next event. It is rather tantalisingly called on the website the Summer Race Day. Quite how summery it will feel, we'll have to wait and see. But that will be, if you're an endurance racing fan, a must see, because the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series will be here for that one, and something Paul Jeffrey's getting very excited about, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the Ritchie Concept Classic VW Cup. Are you a fan of a Metro?
Everybody's a fan of a Metro.
Well, yes, fair
and a race car Metro is, sometimes I wonder how I don't know these things. That is absolutely fantastic. I can't wait for this to finish so I can research what this is and go watch it. That's brilliant. MG Metros, fabulous cars.
It's a great little championship, and you can go back and re-watch their opening rounds from Brands Hatch, because they were on the live stream 3 or 4 weeks ago, the first Fun Cup event of the season. There is an option to mute the commentary, don't worry. But you can go back and watch what was a pair of fairly entertaining races, I seem to recall. Good little grid they get in the Metros still to this day. A lot of hardcore Metro racers who have only ever raced Metros and are only ever going to race Metros, and you can understand why, really, can't you? It's a great little car, and joined the BRSCC not that long ago, only a year or two ago they joined the BRSCC ranks, and we are very, very happy to have them.
And just while we're waxing lyrical and throwing praise about like it's going out of fashion, it is a big thing. I want to say a big thank you to the BRSCC for bringing championships like that on board. The Metro is a car that ceased production probably before I was born, to be quite frank, or certainly rotted off the production line before I was born. But that's still going strong. There's still fantastic race cars, there's still some fantastic racing, one would assume.
Oh yeah.
And it's still alive, and it's still prospering. And that's because of the vision of people like the BRSCC. That's for people who invest the time, the money, the resource, the facilities into allowing these things to happen and allowing those enthusiasts, which, let's be frank, a Metro enthusiast is probably small in number versus, let's say, a Ferrari Formula One fan. But to give them a home to share with us all, really credit where credit's due on that one for the BRSCC. I think that's an absolutely fantastic initiative.
Yeah, could not agree more. So we look forward to having them here in June. There will be, I think, a couple more BRSCC events later in the year here at Oulton Park. Certainly another Fun Cup event. Their final round, remember, is here at Oulton Park. And, well, could it be just as nail-biting a finale as we had a year ago? You'll have to tune in or indeed turn up at the track on the 25th of October to find out. That one I would bring a nice thick jacket to. I would recommend. Right then, I can hear engines. Oh, the race is getting back underway. No further green flag lap. This is a race restart. That woke us all up. So off we go towards Old Hall Corner. And for the final time, we hope, we have racing once again here at Oulton Park. Oh, now the timing screen says no green flag lap. Yes, thank you. Through Old Hall they go. Fingers crossed this time it's a cleaner run. Once again we have a couple. No, there's a car heading for the barriers. Oh, and it's one of the C1s in the wall and another in the fence further down.
And another.
Oh dear, well that's it's going to be another stoppage, I fear, isn't it? Certainly at least two cars off at the side of the road. It is, for what it might be worth, Ben Spencer who's got the lead again. Oh, this is even worse than the last one. We've got cars in the middle of the track.
It's like Macau.
Oh dear me, well yes, there is a proper track blockage there. 101, I think, is the one that's stuck in the track. That's Peter Bauer. That car's going nowhere, and we've only got now 12 minutes before the curfew. Red flag is out once again. 210 is off as well. 210 Carter Steele, one of the C1s there rejoining from further back. And, well, that might be it, I fear. We're not going to have a huge amount of time. We've got 5 cars, I believe, that are stopped at the side of the road or in the road, and that's probably going to be it, I would
Checkered flag's been waved, Andy, I'm afraid.
Checkered flag has been waved, yeah, checkered flag waved in the pit lane, so I think we're just not going to have time. 5 cars, well, 4 cars maybe now that need recovering. Barrier that's damaged. There's just no time, I'm afraid, to get that cleared up in time for 6:30.
Yeah, the best will in the world, as you say. It is a very, very tight turnaround. And it's actually a real tragedy because, again, much like a lot of what we've spoken about this weekend, this championship, the Nantang Tyre City Car Cup Championship and Student Motorsport, let me give it its full title, if I may, is another one of those hard sells when explaining it to people at home. What is this as a motor racing championship? Really? These kind of cars? First exposed to these once again last year at Brands Hatch in the Silver Lake C1 Cup. Very, very similar car. Fell in love instantaneously. And it's funny, the number of people I've spoken to since that ended up racing these, or does race them, or has raced them, is quite well. They're not fast. I think they're attractive. It's each to your own personal preference. But the racing's just fabulous. And I'm disappointed that we've missed out on that one, unfortunately. But hopefully, touch wood, everybody's okay, and their wallets aren't too heavily damaged as well from what was 2 very spicy starts.
Yes, that's Josh Jackson, by the way, whose car is not really that Citroen C1 shaped anymore. It had a lot of front end damage. He was trying to limp it home, and then the bonnet flew up. So the marshal's very urgently trying to get him to stop at the side of the road, and he eventually did heed their warning. So we've had confirmation, I'm afraid, we won't be restarting the race simply through time constraints. It's always a bit of an issue here at Oulton Park. I doubt we will have a podium or any podium interviews either, because the race never happened. That race will go down as, unfortunately, a non-starter. So, Paul, unfortunately, fortunately, depending which way you look at it, you don't have to run down the stairs, but we won't get another chance to hear from you down in Parc Fermé. So, I guess gives me an opportunity to get your thoughts on what's been an eventful day.
Absolutely sensational. Andy, you know me well enough to know that I adore motor racing. I would watch 2 people pushing buckets down the road if they call it a motor race. But that aside, this has genuinely been an absolutely splendid racing event here at Oulton Park. Some great racing, some really strong drivers. But the biggest takeaway for me, because I'm deliberately playing the new boy angle and asking the new boy questions for those at home that are too afraid to ask, shall we say, The big thing from me is just the warmth from everybody. The warmth from the championship, from Paul Rose in the Fun Cup, from everybody in the BRSCC, just from the circuit staff as well. I came here this morning super early, in civvies, nobody knows who I am. At least 5 teams invited me in the garage so I can go and look at the cars. I don't know anywhere where that happens. So massive shout out to BRSCC, to Fun Cup and to everybody. It's a genuinely beautiful place to come and enjoy motor racing.
I think we've got another convert and someone else who's caught the Fun Cup bug, perhaps, in Paul Jeffrey. Paul, hopefully this isn't the last time we share a commentary box this season. Certainly in the future, I'm sure you'll be back. That is, though, it from Oulton Park. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. A big thank you as well to everyone here on site for keeping the event going as best we could. A huge shout out to all of the marshals, the medics, the recovery crews, all of the BRSCC officials and volunteers. We could not do this without you, and our most heartfelt thanks go out to each and every one of you. Be sure to head over to the BRSCC website for more information on upcoming race events and which of those are going to be given the live stream treatment. We will be back to bring you more great racing action in the near future. For now, though, from myself, Andy McEwen, Paul Jeffrey and Jamie Peters-Ennis and the rest of the team here at Oulton Park, it is goodbye.